Chapter 2362. There was more than one entrance to the burial wasteland. This canyon was one of the entrances. Astral winds howled and surging murderous aura swept over and slammed into the canyon. It was as if the murderous aura was about to destroy the canyon. The impact caused the ground to rumble continuously. This commotion isn't ordinary. Many figures were standing at the entrance of the canyon. Among them were Long Qianchao, Yusu from the Demon Vulture tribe, Shiyu from the Sky Serpent tribe, Lion Hongtu from the Red Fire Demon Lion tribe, Su Sanyan from the School of Vertical and Horizontal, Hui Wu from the famous clan, and many others. Almost everyone is here. Let's get ready to enter, Su Sanyan said as he stared at the entrance. There are endless opportunities in the burial wasteland. If we can get a great opportunity, we might be able to suppress Du Xiaofu again. Hui Wu's eyes were filled with anticipation. Of course. How can the little bastard compare to the foundation of the dragons? Wait until we get what our tribe left behind. That little bastard will be nothing. Long Qianchao said as his eyes were filled with murderous intent. I heard that the little bastard has been to the Beast Alliance and the human race. They will definitely come to the burial wasteland. We have to be careful. Su Sanyan said as his eyes narrowed. He knew Du Xiaofu's current strength. If the ancient experts from the Eternal Tomb could not enter, they would not be able to do anything to him. I've received news that the Beast Alliance and the human race will not let that little bastard go. Let's not separate. As long as we find the place left behind by the dragons in the wasteland, that little bastard will be dead. Long Qianchao said. Chi-chi. Above the dark void, dozens of figures suddenly appeared in midair. A majestic aura spread out and descended on the square. The first was a beautiful figure. Her figure was graceful and her fiery red hair slanted to her soft and slender waist. Together with her perky bottom, it formed an incomparably sexy arc. The woman appeared in midair and stood in midair. Her eyes were dazzling. It was Xiao Yao from the Overlord Python tribe. Miss, the Howling Heavens Lion clan is here too. Beside Xiao Yao was an old woman. Her face was old, but her body was very curvy. She did not look old, and her eyes were bright. She looked at the space not far away. Walala! The tranquil space in front of him started to tremble violently. Immediately after, dozens of silhouettes appeared in the sky, each of them exuding a terrifying aura. Faintly, the roars of lions could be heard, filling the air. Following the appearance of these dozens of figures, many bright gazes instantly focused on this side. Beside the few elders at the front, there was a boorish young man with the temperament of a lion. He stared into the void with a slight smirk, and a cold battle intent surged from his eyes. This young man had an arrogant aura. As he appeared, the surrounding space trembled. It was Xiao Gu. The Overlord Python clan came early. An elder in front of the group of experts smiled when he saw Xiao Yao and the others. The Howling Heavens Lion clan is not late either. The old woman said indifferently. The Overlord Python clan's position in the Beast Alliance was slightly higher than the Howling Heavens Lion clan. All of you came early. Such a voice sounded from the void again. Space ripples flashed in midair again. Just as the voice sounded, dozens of silhouettes appeared out of nowhere and stood in midair. As these silhouettes appeared, a blazing aura suddenly rose rapidly. It was as if there was a fire, and the space ripples carried a faint fiery red color. The one in front was a red-haired elder. He was wearing a loose robe that covered his skinny body. He was Elder Jiao Xie from the Bai Fong Divine Bird clan. Beside Elder Jiao Xie, a muscular figure was also retreating. His dark green hair reached his shoulders, and he had a strong build. Flames filled the void under his feet, and his eyes surged with green and red light like a volcano. He was Jiao Xie, who was ranked higher than Xiao Yao and Xiao Gu in the younger generation of the Beast Alliance. At this moment, the most eye-catching person was a red-robed young man. His red robe was embroidered with flame patterns. His body was strong and slender, and his eyes were like stars. He exuded an arrogant aura and had an extraordinary temperament. Qi Yan, if it wasn't for Luo Huang's trick, we wouldn't have one. Xiao Yao looked at the red-robed young man with some regret. Not long ago, Qi Yan had lost to Luo Shang and lost the position of commander. Otherwise, he would have been the master of all beasts and the sovereign of the beast clan. However, at this moment, no one dared to underestimate Qi Yan. Everyone knew that Luo Shang had won because she had gained a lot of advantages. Otherwise, Qi Yan would have been the best choice for commander. It's Elder Jiao Xie. Seeing that Elder Jiao Xie had come, the old lady and the elder from the roaring heavenly demon lion clan were extremely polite. There should be many people who have already entered. Let's go in too. It's dangerous inside, so be careful, Jiao Xie said. Elder Jiao Xie, you can wait for me. Following a hearty laugh, a spatial ripple flashed as the voice sounded. Once again, dozens of figures descended, bringing with them waves of powerful ripples. The one who spoke was an old man with a head full of white hair and a ruddy complexion. Behind the old man was a black-clothed young man. He appeared to be around 30 years old. His slightly tight black clothes completely revealed his perfect figure. His jet-black long hair was draped over his shoulders. On his dignified face was a pair of clear bright eyes that emitted a suffocating aura. His black-clothed long robe fluttered slightly. He was just like a human-shaped ferocious tiger that was about to pounce. This young man was the leader of the younger generation of the dark heavenly tiger clan, Hu Pao. Elder Hu Pao. Elder Jiao Xie nodded. Hu Pao, Qi Yan, Jiao Xie, and the rest of the younger generation also nodded. I've received news that many major clans of the human race have entered the Deathtrap grounds, Elder Hu Pao said. The human race. As Elder Hu Pao's voice fell, the experts from the beast race raised their eyebrows. Over the years, the human race was no longer the same as before. They had vaguely reached the stage where they could contend with the Beast Alliance. Then we have to hurry up. Let's go in first, Elder Jiao Xie said. This time, if the human race obtained more opportunities in the Heaven Burial Deathtrap, they would become stronger and stronger. He had no choice but to stop them. Master, the entrance to the Heaven Burial Deathtrap is just ahead. In the void, Zhong Yuan said to Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu lifted his eyes and looked into the distance. There were gales constantly spreading like a storm, accompanied by a murderous aura. This murderous aura gave Du Xiaofu a sense of déjà vu. It's a strange place, Yang Shuang said as though she had sensed something. There are quite a number of living beings here too. Du Xiaofu probed with his mind. There were many living beings in the surroundings and most of them were at the domain realm or above. With such cultivation, they would be considered top-notch experts regardless of whether they were in the outside world or in the Deathtrap ground. This went to show how tempting the Heaven Burial Deathtrap was. These people are here to search for opportunities. Basically, they are nothing to worry about. Our real competitors are the major clans of the human race and the major clans of the Beast Alliance, Zhong Yuan said. The demonic ape said as he swept his gaze across the surroundings. Although some of the living beings in the surroundings were not weak, he knew that these living beings did not pose much of a threat to them. Du Xiaofu nodded slightly. Along the way they had met quite a number of teams. But in general, they hadn't met any threatening teams. He reckoned that the major forces of the human race and the Beast Alliance must have entered the Heaven Burial Deathtrap while he was delayed. I wonder if anyone from the desolate country has entered the Heaven Burial Deathtrap. Du Xiaofu looked into the distance as this thought flashed across his mind. Then, he waved his hand and led the group into the sky. With their current speed, they soon arrived at the entrance of the Heaven Burial Deathtrap. The entrance was a vast plain that was dark and gloomy. Strong winds howled and an ancient aura filled the air. Especially when the murderous aura spread out, ordinary domain realm cultivators wouldn't dare to get too close. Du Xiaofu stood in the void at the entrance of the plains as he stared intently into the depths. In the depths of the dusky plains, a terrifying murderous aura permeated the air. Moreover, there was a terrifying invisible aura that caused the void to distort. This place is really special. We have to be careful, Du Xiaofu reminded everyone around him. Even with his current cultivation, he could sense a faint sense of danger from the entrance of the Heaven Burial Death Trap. The Heaven Burial Death Trap has become active and it's extremely dangerous inside. Although it had never entered the burial wasteland before, it had heard that the burial wasteland was a perilous place to begin with. Even Saint Realm cultivators would die if they encountered such a perilous place. It was rumored that the burial wasteland's perilous environment had multiplied the danger after the burial wasteland began to stir. Du Xiaofu nodded slightly. The profound qi in his body surged as he wrapped Ouyang Shuang and the others in his mind to protect them. He reminded everyone to be careful. Rumble! At this moment, a rumbling sound suddenly resounded in the plains in front of them. The entire plains trembled incessantly in mid-air. Astral winds whistled, and layers of terrifying air waves rose like stormy waves. Du Xiaofu and the others watched as the depths of the plain in front of them collapsed. A majestic murderous aura rushed out and shattered the space inch by inch, revealing a pitch-black void. It was as if the heavens and earth were falling apart and the world was coming to an end. Under such a powerful aura, the experts in front of the plane could not help but take a few steps back. No one wanted to be swept up by such a terrifying aura. Something must have happened up ahead. It's possible that a precious treasure has appeared. Exclamations of surprise rang out. Everyone's burning gazes immediately focused on the Heaven Burial Death Trap in front of them. The Heaven Burial Wasteland contained a shocking amount of treasures that all living beings yearned for even in their dreams. Whoosh whoosh! Immediately, some living beings leaped into the air and turned into streams of light that shot into the Heaven Burial Death Trap's entrance. Du Xiaofu stared at the figures that shot out rapidly. His brows twitched slightly. It was a pity that he did not see his enemies. If he had encountered the school of vertical and horizontal, the Devil Religion, the Yu family, or the distant Sky Flame Phoenix clan, he could have dealt with them first. After all, this enmity could not be resolved. Brother Xiaofu, should we go in? Dai Xingyu asked Du Xiaofu when he saw that many living beings and experts had already rushed into the Heaven Burial Death Trap. Du Xiaofu nodded slightly. He probed with his mind and sensed that the living beings in front of them were not in any danger. Then, he led the group into the Heaven Burial Death Trap. Inside the Heaven Burial Death Trap, murderous aura filled the air. Dark red mist lingered and everywhere was dark. It was as if the heavens and earth had just been created. However, there were differences. When the heavens and earth had just been created, it should have been filled with life. However, this place was filled with dead ashes and life was dim. This aura is very strange. It's filled with murderous aura. After entering the Heaven Burial Death Trap, Dai Xingyu frowned. She did not dare to be careless. The aura that filled the air made her feel uncomfortable. Du Xiaofu looked around. This dark space was extremely vast. There was an invisible aura that could affect one's mind. The space here is incomparably vast. No one knows exactly how big it is. This Heaven's Burial Deathland can be considered the most mysterious and bizarre place here. Pai Yuan looked at Du Xiaofu and said, Sister Xingyu, Brother Xiaofu, I seem to have sensed something. Qing Luan Xiaoqing, who had been silent all this while, spoke. She looked to the side and a green light began to fluctuate in her eyes. Sizzle, immediately after, Qing Luan and Little Qing formed hand seals in their hands. Strands of flame talisman patterns seemed to be connected to this space. Immediately, light spread out. Blazing cyan flames fluctuated, bringing along blazing talisman patterns that appeared, fluctuating with an ancient aura. There seems to be some reaction. Seeing this, Du Xiaofu's eyes lit up. Qing Luan Shaoqing seemed to have sensed something. It's over there. I can sense the aura of my clan. Qing Luan Shaoqing said seriously. Green flames danced in her eyes. This connection that came from her bloodline should not be wrong. Let's go and take a look. Du Xiaofu hesitated for a moment and decided to follow the aura that Qing Luan Shaoqing sensed. Qing Luan Shaoqing could sense the aura of her clan. There should be no mistake. Perhaps there would be some gains. Swish, swish, several people rose into the air and flew in the dark space. They did not dare to be careless. Du Xiaofu released his mind. Although there was an invisible aura in this space that could block the power of the primordial spirit, it was not to the extent where it could be completely blocked. The stronger the power of the primordial spirit, the greater the area that could be seen. Everyone, be careful. This is not a friendly place. In a dimly lit valley in the burial wasteland, Sun Qin's bright eyes stared ahead vigilantly. Her mind was even more cautious as she spied on the surrounding space. All disciples, be careful. There are opportunities and great dangers in here. Sun Wu's eyes narrowed as he reminded the disciples of the Sun family, also be careful of the people from the Beast Alliance. There will be a huge battle with the Beast Alliance sooner or later. If we encounter the people from the Beast Alliance here, don't hold back if you can. Yes. The experts of the Sun family nodded. Previously, the experts from the Beast Alliance actually attacked outside the sacred city. This was a blatant provocation. During this period of time, the human race and the Beast Alliance had reached a state of mutual hostility. Everyone knew that if it were not for the commotion in the burial wasteland, a huge battle would have begun. Now that both parties were in the burial wasteland, no one would hold back if they had the chance to meet. Be careful. Suddenly, just as the Sun family's people finished speaking, Sun Qin suddenly shouted, and her beautiful figure instantly disappeared on the spot. TSK. However, Sun Qin's speed seemed to be one step slower. Behind a middle-aged man of the Sun family, in the dusky void, a dazzling stream of light suddenly pierced through the void and swept across the middle-aged man's head like lightning. It directly pierced through the middle-aged man's head, causing red and white matter to scatter all over the ground. TSK, another stream of light appeared and pierced through the void. It suddenly appeared in front of a young man of the Sun family in an eerie manner. Swish. Sun Qin made her move. The mysterious patterns on the talisman in her hand fluctuated, and a finger print pierced through the void and landed on the stream of light. TSK. A crisp and muffled sound was heard. The stream of light was shattered and shattered into a black mist. Everyone, be careful. Defend. Sun Wu's eyes turned ugly. In the blink of an eye, a Sun family expert had perished. Rumble. As soon as Sun Wu's voice fell, the entire ground shook. The surrounding ground trembled, and the mountains swayed, as though there was an earthquake. Numerous streams of light appeared in the void. This is bad. We have barged into a dangerous place. Sun Qin's expression changed drastically. She set up a celestial qi defense ring around her. An ancient aura filled the air as her eyes turned grave. Swish, swish, Qing Luan Shaoqing followed the aura of her clan that she sensed. Following the guidance of the invisible aura in her bloodline, she brought Du Xiaofu and the others forward. They passed through many mountain ranges, and their speed was affected quite a bit. Therefore, after a full 4 hours, everyone arrived at a continuous mountain range. Within the mountain range, there were towering peaks and winding canyons. The surroundings were surrounded by dark red clouds, as if they were dyed red by residual blood. It's here. Qing Luan Shaoqing said softly. The aura she sensed was here. There doesn't seem to be anything special. Du Xiaofu probed with his mind. There was no abnormality in the aura of this place, nor were there any anomalies. The space inside seemed to have no day or night. There was a void and a dusky pale color everywhere. It was like a world that was really buried here. Secretly using the power of the scarlet demonic horse bloodline soul primordial spirit, Du Xiaofu still did not gain anything. He could not sense any abnormalities. Qing Luan Shaoqing's beautiful figure flashed. Her eyes emitted the light of green flames as she appeared above a canyon in front. The canyon was vast. On both sides were bottomless abysses. Below was endless black fog. It was a vast expanse. Even if one formed a primordial spirit, they would not be able to see what was below. Swish, swish. Ouyang Shuang, Du Xiaofu, Zhong Yuan, and Dai Xingyu appeared above the canyon. They stood beside Qing Luan Shaoqing and stared at the black fog below. However, they were also unable to see through it. It's the aura below. Qing Luan Shaoqing's eyes moved slightly. She raised her head and said to Du Xiaofu and Dai Xingyu, "Are you sure?" Du Xiaofu did not sense anything at this moment. The scarlet demonic horse bloodline soul primordial spirit also did not gain anything. He could not help but be somewhat suspicious. There should be no mistake. This aura is related to my Qing Luan clan. Qing Luan Shaoqing stared at the vast abyss below. The aura that came from there made her feel that it was connected to her bloodline. Then let's go down and take a look. Du Xiaofu nodded. Although he did not sense anything unusual, he also believed that Qing Luan Shaoqing's senses should not be wrong. Perhaps they would gain something. There might be danger. I am still unable to be sure. Everyone, be careful. Qing Luan Shaoqing said. She really wanted to know what exactly was in the abyss that made her feel connected to it. However, she also faintly felt that there was a kind of danger accompanying it. Everyone nodded. Then, several figures flashed and immediately jumped into the abyss. Just in case, Du Xiaofu's xianqi surged in his body. He was prepared to protect everyone. In this abyss, there was a vast expanse of fog. The deeper they went, the more a faint blazing aura spread. They did not know how long they had been sinking. The blazing aura became denser and denser. However, the degree of the blazing aura did not have much of an effect on everyone. Du Xiaofu looked around nervously and slowly descended. He did not dare to be too hasty. Everyone estimated that they had sunk at least a few thousand feet before they landed on the ground. They did not know how this abyss was formed. At this moment, everyone carefully looked around. The bottom of this abyss was like the core of the earth. There was a gloomy and eerie aura everywhere. It made one's heart tremble. Seems like it's here. Qing Luan Shaoqing looked around the abyss and increasingly felt the density of the aura. At this moment, everyone was at the bottom of the abyss. It was a vast underground valley. The valley was extremely flat and there were strange rocks on both sides of the abyss. Above, there was a thick and strange cloud and mist, shrouding this valley even more gloomy and eerie. It was as if they were in the underworld. This doesn't seem to be anything special. Du Xiaofu looked around and used all his mind to look around. However, he did not feel anything special. Qing Luan Shaoqing wandered around nearby twice. On her slightly immature face, there was a slight smile. She said to everyone, "If my guess is correct, there is a nirvana space set up by the Beast Clan experts. And to be able to set up a nirvana space, it seems that only the experts of my Phoenix Clan can do it." Nirvana space? Du Xiaofu raised his eyebrows. It was the first time he heard that the Phoenix Clan had such a technique. Dai Xingyu looked at Du Xiaofu and smiled. She said, "Brother Xiaofu, I heard my master mention it once. According to my master, the Phoenix Clan has many innate remarkable abilities. Among them, there is an innate talent for space. However, ordinary Phoenix Clan disciples seem to be unable to control it." Is that so? Du Xiaofu raised his eyebrows and thought of Little Star. That little fellow did seem to have something special about space. Chapter 2363. I've also heard that dragons and phoenixes are the same in that they have many special innate abilities. However, many of these abilities can only be controlled by those with the bloodline of the true dragon. It is rumored that those with the bloodline of the true dragon have many advantages in the primordial spirit, Dai Xingyu said. She had unintentionally heard her master mention this before. Du Xiaofu raised his eyebrows. There was no doubt about little Xingxing's bloodline. That was the bloodline of the Lord Dragon God. Du Xiaofu was not too clear on what advantages that little fellow had in the primordial spirit, but he knew that little fellow seemed to never fear primordial spirit attacks. The Nirvana space is not something that can be set up by ordinary experts of the Phoenix clan. Normally, one has to at least reach the Saint Beast realm. Even ordinary Saint Beast realm experts of the Phoenix clan are unable to set it up. Normally, only when the experts of the Phoenix clan have reached the most important moment of their Nirvana transformation, in order to not let others disturb their remains, they would use their own blood essence and beast soul as a guide to set up this Nirvana space. When a Nirvana space is set up, it is difficult for outsiders to discover its existence, Little Qing said. In that case, there is an expert of the Phoenix clan who set up a Nirvana space and is in seclusion here? Du Xiaofu asked. If there was really an expert of the Phoenix clan here, it would not be convenient to disturb them. It is very complicated. If an expert of the Phoenix clan set up a Nirvana space, it should be difficult for me to detect it. The Azure Phoenix Little Qing shook her head and revealed a bewildered expression as she said, I even sensed the aura of my Azure Phoenix clan within this rebirth space, and it was precisely the aura of my clan that drew me here. You mean that there are two auras in this Nirvana space? One is the Nirvana space set up by an expert of the Phoenix clan, and the other is the aura of your Blue Phoenix clan? Du Xiaofu was also puzzled. The Phoenix clan had 5 clans. It was rumored that the ancestor of the Phoenix clan had left behind 5 bloodlines. Among the 5 colors, the red one was the main phoenix, the yellow one was the Swanee, the purple one was the Swanee, the green one was the Blue Luan, and the white one was the Swan. Among them, the Swanee belonged to the Purple Flame Demon Phoenix clan, and the Blue Phoenix clan could only be counted as one clan. Therefore, this Nirvana space could be counted as a clan. It's possible. The Azure Phoenix Little Qing nodded. The azure flames in her eyes burned brighter and brighter. She said, I keep feeling that the aura of my Azure Phoenix clan is calling out to me, wanting me to enter. Can this Nirvana space be opened? Du Xiaofu asked Qing Luan and Xiao Qing. I might be able to open it, but once I do, I will disturb the experts of the Phoenix clan who are in seclusion. This is a great disrespect, and the consequences will be severe. Qing Luan Xiao Qing said. However, as she arrived at this place, she increasingly felt the aura of her clan calling out to her. Hearing this, Du Xiaofu stood with his hands in the air, and fell into deep thought. After that, Du Xiaofu raised his eyes, and his expression was slightly serious as he asked the Qing Luan Little Qing seriously, Are you sure there's the aura of your Qing Luan clan inside? Yes. The Azure Phoenix Little Qing nodded her head affirmatively. She hesitated for a moment, and her tender red lips carried an arc of slight doubt as she said, I also feel that the expert that set up this Nirvana space seems to have a slightly impure bloodline of the Phoenix clan. Otherwise, it would be difficult for me to detect it. Heh, that's even easier. Du Xiaofu clenched his teeth, and the corner of his mouth revealed a slight smile as he said, There are only 2 outcomes for opening this Nirvana space. One is that Little Qing might be able to obtain an opportunity, and the other is that she will be attacked by the experts of the Phoenix clan who are at the critical moment of her Nirvana transformation. This is the Phoenix clan. Yang Shuang's eyes moved a little. If it was the dragons or something, it would not be a problem. However, she had a close relationship with the Phoenix clan. The Phoenix clan might not necessarily be from the outside. If their bloodline is impure, there are many possibilities. Perhaps, Du Xiaofu chuckled, and there was a slight sneer in his eyes. If the Qing Luan felt that the Phoenix clan was impure, that might not be the case. After all, they existed in the Beast Alliance too. Do you want to open this Nirvana space and see if there are any opportunities? Du Xiaofu asked the Qing Luan Little Qing. I'll give it a try. The Qing Luan little Qing hesitated for a moment, and then looked at Du Xiaofu. There was a malicious smile in her green flame fluctuating eyes, and she said, "I can feel some danger in here. This danger seems to be quite high. Perhaps this is the reason why the aura of my clan has summoned me. If that's the case, then open this nirvana space. Since we're already here, there's no reason to go back. Let's take a look first." The demonic ape said, and he was very curious. "I'll give it a try." Soon after, the Qing Luan made her decision. Her somewhat immature figure moved, and her feet gently touched the ground. Her body suddenly floated low in the air, and she waved her hand. Numerous complicated and mysterious hand seals were formed, and streaks of green flames accompanied by mysterious runes swept out from her hand, causing the temperature of the abyss to suddenly rise. Walala, streaks of green flame runes intertwined in the air, and it was very strange. In the end, it condensed into a Qing Luan shadow. Indistinctly, a loud and clear cry resounded. Cyan flames rose and spread out in the dusky sky. It was like a cyan sun, accompanied by the rising cyan flames. The phantom of a cyan Luan soared in the sky. Its gorgeous tail feathers were suffused with cyan runes, moving and moving. It spread its wings, agile and dignified, showing the aura of a supreme beast. Rumble. At the same time that the azure Luan phantasm appeared, a dazzling crimson-red light screen instantly appeared in the surrounding space. It shot down in an arc and enveloped a large area of space within it. It was like a vast light screen with crimson-red flames lingering around it and talisman runes interweaving with each other in a blazing manner. "This is the Nirvana space?" Du Xiaofu instantly became alert, and looked at the huge scarlet-red light screen in front of him. His eyes revealed a grave expression, because he felt a familiar aura, and he also felt a terrifying pressure. What a powerful pressure! This terrifying pressure made Du Xiaofu not dare to be the slightest bit careless. Du Xiaofu felt an enormous pressure from the mysterious runic light barrier of the scarlet-red raging flames symbol puppet. It was as if there was an extremely powerful and frightening existence within. Even with his current cultivation strength, Du Xiaofu had a feeling that the aura was very powerful, and it carried a type of danger. As expected, it wasn't set up by a pure-blooded member of the Phoenix clan. In the sky, the Qing Luan Xiaoqing's gaze also became grave. At this moment, she suddenly felt a dangerous aura rising in her heart. "Looks like it's really fate." Du Xiaofu stared closely at the scarlet-red light screen, and the corners of his mouth lifted into a smile that was not a smile, revealing a bit of coldness. "I seem to feel that there's some trouble." The Qing Luan Xiaoqing's slightly immature face revealed a bitter smile. She already felt the danger. "Be careful." Du Xiaofu waved his sleeve, and made Ouyang Shuang and Dai Xingyu retreat. He raised his head and looked at the scarlet-red light screen, and he also felt a terrifying aura permeating from within the light screen. Walala, under Du Xiaofu's gaze, the runes within the scarlet-red light screen began to fluctuate. Following the waves of fluctuations, a scarlet-red flame crack slowly tore open. Crack, crack! Immediately, the scarlet-red energy light screen was like a broken mirror, shattering inch by inch. The instant the scarlet-red light screen shattered, everyone's gaze was immediately shocked. The scene before their eyes suddenly changed, and the surrounding space expanded. The valley disappeared, and what replaced it was a huge dark plain. The plain was lifeless and barren, but the silhouette of a colossal object appeared before them, and it stood there like a huge mountain. Everyone focused their gazes. That colossal creature was actually the skeleton of a gigantic demonic beast. Although it was clearly a skeleton, it seemed as though it was alive. Its entire body was suffused with a faint green radiance. Its wings were spread out as it lay on the ground, spanning thousands of feet. A faintly discernible blazing aura spread out from it, as though it could incinerate everything, including one's primordial spirit. Even with Du Xiaofu's current cultivation and primordial spirit strength, it caused the profound qi in his body to feel as though it was being blocked. A supreme beast's aura spread out from that beast's body, causing everyone to tremble in fear. What a terrifying pressure from the Phoenix clan! Du Xiaofu was shocked, and shock appeared in his eyes. Under the huge pressure, Du Xiaofu felt the supreme beast's pressure from the Phoenix clan. Other than the aura on little Xingxing's body, it was the first time Du Xiaofu had seen such a level of pressure, and it was far above the experts of the Phoenix clan that he had seen before. An expert of the Qing Luan clan. Du Xiaofu was shocked. The demonic beast had definitely reached a terrifying level when it was alive, and that level might have exceeded his imagination. Otherwise, just the remaining skeleton alone would not have been able to affect him at all. It's the ancestor of my Qing Luan clan. Looking at the enormous skeleton, shock abruptly surged into the Qing Luan's eyes. The aura that was connected by blood allowed her to be certain of the identity of the enormous monstrous beast skeleton in front of her eyes. The expression on her face was filled with shock. "You're disturbing my nirvana, you're courting death." Suddenly, at the same time, a gloomy and sharp female shout soared into the sky with uncontrollable anger, and resounded through the sky. Everyone looked towards the direction of the voice, and above the huge Qing Luan's corpse, a cluster of dazzling crimson-red flames directly spread out. "Brat, I'll fight you to the death today." Boom! Suddenly, an extremely cold voice roared out from the ruins on the ground, and a terrifying energy fluctuation spread out from the ruins. Boom! Boom! In an instant, the sky trembled for no reason, and then a monstrous crimson-red flame swept out from the front like a storm. A terrifying aura spread out, and with a monstrous blazing aura, it charged into the sky. "Coo! Coo!" There was a cry like the cry of a phoenix, and a huge demonic beast's body flapped its wings and rose, appearing in the sky like a phoenix. When this enormous demonic beast spread its wings, it was like a cloud that hung down from the sky. Rays of light covered the sky, and crimson-red symbols interweaved with each other, causing the surroundings to seem like an ocean of flames. An indescribable heat and pressure pressed down. This demonic beast was quite similar to the Phoenix clan, but it lacked the magnificence and nobility of the true Phoenix clan. The distant sky flame Phoenix clan. Looking at the huge demonic beast's body that suddenly appeared, this was definitely not an accident, but a true distant sky flame phoenix. It caused Du Xiaofu's eyes to tremble, but he wasn't too surprised because he had long sensed the aura of the distant sky flame Phoenix clan. However, at this moment, Du Xiaofu was secretly shocked because the aura of this distant sky flame Phoenix was much stronger than that of Feng Ai. Peak of the intermediate stage of the Saint Beast realm. Du Xiaofu's eyes trembled. Such a terrifying aura fluctuation came from a distant sky flame phoenix at the peak of the intermediate stage of the Saint Beast realm. There seems to be quite a bit of difference. Staring intently at the distant sky flame phoenix's body, Du Xiaofu saw many different things. At this moment, there was an additional layer of azure light on the body of the distant sky flame phoenix. It was like a divine radiance that was filled with azure flames, and the pressure on its body was definitely not something that Feng Jin could compare to. It was as if it was truly close to the Phoenix clan. Transformation. This distant sky flame phoenix is transforming into an azure luan. Du Xiaofu's eyes trembled as he seemed to have thought of some possibilities. There were the corpses of experts from the Azure Luan clan here, and there were also experts from the distant Sky Flame Phoenix clan here. It was obvious that the Nirvana space was set up by the distant Sky Flame Phoenix clan, and its body seemed to be transforming towards a higher level. The greatest possibility was that the experts of the distant Sky Flame Phoenix clan discovered this place and found the corpses left behind by the Azure Luan clan's expert. They obtained endless benefits, so they simply set up a Nirvana space here and wanted to undergo a Nirvana transformation, but they were discovered by the Azure Luan. The distant Sky Flame Phoenix clan is very strong. Even with his cultivation level and strength, he could only tremble under this aura. It was difficult for him to resist. The gigantic distant sky flame phoenix clan spread its wings and soared into the sky. Its aura had reached its peak, and its eyes were red with a hint of cyan. However, its eyes were filled with coldness and anger. Only the distant sky flame phoenix clan knew that it had paid a great price to reach this step. When it had discovered this place, because it wasn't a pure-blooded phoenix and it didn't have the bloodline of the Cyan Luan clan, in order to obtain the inheritance of the ancient ancestor of the Cyan Luan clan, the distant Sky Flame Phoenix clan had been severely injured and almost died. It could only take it one step at a time to obtain the inheritance of the ancient ancestor of the Cyan Luan clan. The distant Sky Flame Phoenix clan probably thought that it had already died in the burial sky death ground. However, it had gone through a lot of hardships to reach the peak of the Middle Holy Beast realm. It was about to undergo a nirvana transformation and break through to the late Holy Beast realm. However, it hadn't thought that these people would disturb it and it would be affected greatly. The distant Sky Flame Phoenix clan was worried. It stared at the figures in front of it, especially the Cyan Luan bloodline. Once the Cyan Luan bloodline fought with it for the inheritance, it wouldn't be able to win no matter how hard it tried to suppress its strength. The inheritance of the ancient ancestor of the Cyan Luan clan would naturally be left to its clan members. Therefore, it had to kill these people no matter what. All of you die. The distant Sky Flame Phoenix clan roared ferociously. Its eyes emitted a fierce red light as if two volcanoes were erupting. Its aura was terrifying. It spread its wings and covered the sky. It already had some of the supreme beast aura of the Cyan Luan clan. Its first target wasn't Du Xiaofu, but Cyan Luan Xiaoqing. Rumble, wherever the gigantic body of the heavenly flame phoenix passed by, a terrifying crushing force would shatter the void, bringing along surging lava as it swept down. A monstrous aura swept out crazily, enough to burn and destroy everything. It was not something that the current Qing Luan and Little Qing could contend against. Qi Du Xiaofu's figure appeared. Starting from the void around him, a bright golden talisman rune surged out and formed a hand seal. The skyquake wings swept out. A wing soared into the sky. A large area of golden lightning flashed like a sea of lightning. The lightning was like a golden python that filled the sky. Bright golden talisman runes spread out. These golden talisman runes carried the domineering will of the great golden-winged rock clan. They gathered and formed a huge great golden-winged rock clan's shadow. Gee, the great golden-winged rock clan's shadow screeched. A domineering power descended. It seemed to have passed through the ancient times and finally permeated into the space. It distorted the space and blocked the distant Sky Flame Phoenix clan's body. The great golden-winged rock that disappeared. A sharp cry of shock came from the distant Sky Flame Phoenix clan's mouth. Its fierce eyes were like huge lanterns as it stared at Du Xiaofu. Its wings were flapping. There were blazing talisman runes fluctuating. The entire sky shook at this moment. Walala! Immediately, in this space, under its wings, the space collapsed inch by inch. A pitch-black crack appeared in the void. The blazing aura fluctuated, causing the primordial spirit and beast souls to wither. This distant Sky Flame Phoenix wants to forcefully obtain the inheritance. It wants to undergo a nirvana transformation. It seems to be about to succeed. Qing Luan Xiaoqing came behind Du Xiaofu and saw some clues. No wonder she felt a dangerous and complicated aura just now. Now she understood everything. This distant Sky Flame Phoenix wanted to forcefully obtain the inheritance of the ancestors of the Qing Luan clan. It seemed to have almost succeeded. The inheritance of your clan's ancestors, can you obtain it? Du Xiaofu asked Qing Luan Xiaoqing. The ancestors of the Qing Luan clan were definitely unimaginably strong when they were alive. If such an inheritance landed in the hands of Qing Luan Xiaoqing, it would be shocking. It would be enough to obtain unimaginable benefit. Of course I can. My clan's ancestors are calling me for the inheritance. However, this distant sky flame phoenix doesn't seem to be easy to deal with. Qing Luan Shaoqing looked at the terrifying distant sky flame phoenix. She knew that this distant sky flame phoenix was definitely not easy to deal with. If she didn't deal with it, she wouldn't be able to obtain the inheritance left behind by the ancestors of the Qing Luan clan. Leave it to me. You guys just guard at the side first. Du Xiaofu looked at the huge distant sky flame phoenix. Anyway, he didn't have any good impression of the distant sky flame phoenix. This inheritance had unimaginable benefits for Qing Luan Shaoqing. He couldn't let it go. Although this distant sky flame phoenix was powerful and made Du Xiaofu somewhat afraid. However, Du Xiaofu thought that it wasn't that he couldn't fight against it. He had fought with Lei Yang before. At this moment, if he used his full strength, with his current cultivation, he might not be unable to deal with this distant sky flame phoenix. Big brother Xiaofu, be careful. If there's really no other way, let's run first. This fellow has been disturbed at an important juncture of its nirvana transformation. It will definitely be greatly affected. It won't be able to obtain the inheritance in a short period of time. The Qing Luan, little Qing, said to Du Xiaofu. Although she was afraid of the remote flame phoenix, she also secretly smiled maliciously. The remote flame phoenix would definitely be greatly affected by her interruption at the critical moment of its nirvana transformation. No matter who you are, all of you will die today. At the same time, the huge distant sky flame phoenix had already pounced towards Du Xiaofu once again. Its huge body directly smashed towards him in the most powerful manner. This was already the most terrifying attack. There was also the torrential heat and pressure that could destroy everything. Within its pair of fierce eyes, a fierce glint flickered. Rumble, space trembled as raging flames spread. The enormous body of the distant sky flame phoenix carried with it a terrifying energy that could destroy the world as it smashed down towards Du Xiaofu. Boom! Du Xiaofu stood in the air. His gaze darkened as a cold glint flashed past his eyes. The azure spirit armor and great pink golden wings were directly deployed. Golden light shone brightly. The resplendent golden light around his body formed feather-like substance fragments, forming a divine and magnificent golden armor that covered his entire body. At the same time, Du Xiaofu's great pink golden wings unfolded behind his back. Its overbearing aura overflowed the heavens, as if it wanted to soar into the sky and cross the heavens. The azure spirit armor and great pink golden wings, the two of them were one with nature. The cry of the ping pierced through the clouds and cracked rocks. An incomparably overbearing aura swept through the air. Swish! The huge body of the former pressed down. At the same time that Du Xiaofu condensed the azure spirit armor and activated the great pink golden wings, profound energy that hid the sky and covered the earth surged out from within his body. As his hand seals formed, waves of rolling purple flames rose, as if it wanted to burn the world. It transformed into a huge purple flame demonic phoenix that needed to appear. It was like a purple sun that blotted out the sky and covered the earth, appearing in an incomparably terrifying manner. The phantom of the purple flame demonic phoenix spread its wings, and monstrous energy swept out. Its eyes, which were like purple suns, looked down on the ground, shaking half of the void. Under the scorching heat, huge cracks appeared on the ground. Suddenly, a blazing aura appeared. Billowing purple flames covered the sky and engulfed the sky. It was as if a purple sun had erupted. It could destroy everything. It carried with it a terrifying pressure of heaven and earth. It blocked the flame phoenix in the sky, causing shock to appear in its fierce eyes. The beast energy of the purple flame demonic phoenix clan. Kid, you must have a treasure of the purple flame demonic phoenix clan on you. Looks like you have a big harvest today. After the shock in the Yao Tian flame demonic phoenix's fierce eyes, it then turned into a blazing gaze. To it, the supreme beast energy of the Phoenix clan was a great opportunity. The aura of the golden-winged great pring bird on the mysterious kid was also of great benefit to it. "This is a gift delivered to my doorstep," the Yao Tian flame demonic phoenix let out a sharp cry. Its eyes surged with scarlet light, as if two volcanoes were erupting. It spread its wings and covered the sky, once again pouncing towards Du Xiaofu, who seemed incomparably small at this moment. The terrifying crushing force shattered the void, bringing along rolling lava as it swept down. The monstrous aura swept out crazily, enough to destroy everything. Chapter 2364. I'm afraid it's not enough. Du Xiaofu took a step forward, the rock wings on his back flapping. Amidst the golden light, spatial ripples spread out. With a shake of his arms, hand seals formed in his hands, finally condensing into a brightly colored seal. Waves of strange and violent energy ripples abruptly rippled outwards, as if they had materialized. "Awoo! Awoo!" When this palm seal formed, there were the roars of dragons, tigers, sparrows, and turtles. Du Xiaofu directly slapped out with his palm. This was the primordial emperor's seal. It expanded with the wind, accompanied by a world-destroying might that suddenly swept out. Everything was as fast as lightning. The palm seal and the huge body of the remote sky flame phoenix collided head-on. Waves of muffled thunderous booms spread out, shaking the abyss. Rumble, resplendent runes shot out, and the firmament rumbled. Terrifying energy ripples swept out like a vast ocean wave. Phantoms of the azure dragon, white tiger, phoenix, black tortoise, and black tortoise appeared. Accompanied by the roars of dragons, tigers, sparrows, and turtles, there was also a blazing aura erupting with a terrifying aura within the dazzling light. This kind of collision caused the retreating Zhong Yuan's eyes to be filled with horror. A large expanse of the void was collapsing, and a huge black hole appeared in the void. The phantoms of the azure dragon, white tiger, and the rest of the four beasts also disappeared within the space. Thud thud. As the energy surged, Du Xiaofu's figure instantly retreated several steps as the runes shattered. His figure staggered, and only after flapping his wings did he stabilize his body. A look of surprise appeared in his eyes. This remote sky flame phoenix was even stronger than he had imagined. It clearly carried the aura of the blue Luan race on its body, and was not something an ordinary remote sky flame phoenix could compare to. It looked like it was really at the critical juncture of its nirvanic transformation. If it had not been discovered by the blue Luan this time, perhaps it really would have had a chance of succeeding. Ouyang Shuang, Dai Xingyu, and the others retreated far away, their hearts on tenterhooks. They knew that with their strength, they wouldn't be of much help at this moment. However, Ouyang Shuang's large and beautiful eyes looked at the figure in front of her, who was clad in a divine armor and looked like a real rock in human form. She had absolute confidence that the young man in Lanling City back then had completely transformed. He had been honed step by step, and was now an expert who could move unhindered in the 3 continents and Kyushu. All of this had happened in a short period of time. Du Xiaofu's primordial yellow emperor's seal had obstructed the body of the flaming phoenix in the sky. Some of its feathers had dimmed, but the look in its huge and sharp eyes was much more gloomy. Its cry pierced through the clouds and cracked rocks. Its huge body once again flapped its wings and pounced towards Du Xiaofu. With a flap of its wings, the surrounding space was stirred up and the clouds surged. Raging flames burned the void. At least it hasn't completed its nirvana transformation. It still hasn't reached the late stage of the Saint Beast realm. Du Xiaofu's eyes flickered with golden light. He was just testing the strength of the flaming phoenix just now. It had such a terrifying power at the late stage of the Saint Beast realm. It had indeed surpassed many of its peers. Moreover, as a flaming phoenix, it was very powerful. It was undeniable that Du Xiaofu knew that if this flaming phoenix really completed its nirvana transformation, or stepped into the late stage of the Saint Beast realm, it would be much more difficult to deal with. It might not even be something that he could deal with his current strength. Du Xiaofu did not intend to be polite when he saw the distant sky flame phoenix coming towards him again. This was not to verify his identity, so Du Xiaofu did not intend to be polite to the distant sky flame phoenix clan. He raised his head slightly, and ancient runes began to ripple out from the void around him. Above the void of this deep plain, the outline of an 8 trigrams void pattern quietly appeared. The 8 trigrams void diagram appeared. Qian, Kun, Zhen, Sun, Kan, Li, Zhen, Dui. The 8 directions were connected to each other, forming a dazzling divine ring that spread out in all directions. Asterisk boom, asterisk suddenly, the entire firmament quietly trembled. In an instant, within the 8 trigrams void diagram, tens of thousands of beasts roared. Lightning descended. Golden-winged great ping flapped its wings. Mountains and lakes formed. Wind, rain, thunder, and lightning alternated. The sun, moon, and stars changed. The 8 trigrams void diagram connected heaven and earth, containing all things. It was like a small world had fallen, causing the flaming phoenix's figure to be instantly suppressed. What is this? The distant sky flame phoenix's sinister and cold eyes suddenly trembled. At this moment, this terrifying and strange aura caused its profound energy to collapse and disintegrate. Everything was suppressed, and an invisible aura that caused it to tremble surged out from the depths of its beast soul. Let's end this quickly. Kill. Du Xiaofu stared at the flame phoenix in the sky with undisguised killing intent. With a wave of his hand, a purple-gold broadsword appeared in his hand with the sound of wind and thunder. It had a natural arc and looked like a tiger's bone and dragon's bone. Asterisk buzz buzz, asterisk when this broadsword appeared, a dazzling light erupted like a suppressed volcano. Dazzling talisman patterns soared into the sky. This was clearly the sound of wind and thunder, but it was like the roar of a god or devil. It made people's souls tremble for no reason. Asterisk rumble. Asterisk asterisk suddenly, for some unknown reason, when this broadsword appeared, this ancient abyss plain trembled violently. The earth shook and the mountains shook. The earth was collapsing. The broadsword around was twisting as if destruction was coming. This was the purple-gold heavenly tower. At this moment, it had completely swallowed the soul of the immemorial sacred artifact. Its power skyrocketed again. As the purple-gold light bloomed, it was peerless in the sky. It was as if it wanted to spread its wings and soar into the sky. Is this a divine weapon? The flaming phoenix trembled. Such a weapon seemed to have surpassed the boundary of a sacred artifact. It was a divine weapon. Looking at the purple-gold heavenly tower that appeared in an instant, the flaming phoenix's pupils constricted. It felt that the terrifying broadsword was like a peerless god or devil that had awakened and was looking down on the world. It was enough to destroy everything. It secretly felt uneasy in its beast soul. That uneasiness intensified in an instant, crazily growing in its heart like weeds. Roar of the sacred sword. Asterisk roar. Asterisk at the same time, on the 8 trigrams diagram in the sky, Du Xiaofu's Jingwan was like a god in the sky. It was as if a real rock in human form had descended to the world. The purple-gold heavenly tower in his hand condensed a sword technique, and a sword light swept out. Asterisk swish swish, asterisk waves of complex and mysterious sword light finally gathered together and turned into a simple slash. In an instant it spread out with the speed of lightning. Asterisk coup. Asterisk asterisk it was impossible to dodge. The flaming phoenix in the sky roared and erupted with all its strength. Raging flames filled the sky, accompanied by green flames gushing out. There was the pressure of the Phoenix clan. It was like an erupting volcano that could burn the stars. It was extremely shocking. Asterisk awoo. Asterisk asterisk roar. Asterisk the sword light exploded. The power of the purple-gold heavenly tower was pushed to the extreme by Du Xiaofu at this moment. Layers of purple-gold light bloomed, and the phantoms of the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise roared out. The aura was domineering and terrifying. The brilliance of the sword light poured down on the world. Under the brilliance, there was a terrifying and domineering destructive energy hidden. Swish, swish, wherever the sword light passed, the monstrous flames were silently annihilated. However, it was this kind of silence that was even more terrifying. Then, under the trembling gaze of the flying ape, the sword light brought along a long spatial crack, opened a sea of fire, and slashed at the flaming phoenix in the sky. The flaming phoenix in the sky was erupting with all its strength. Its body was covered with light, and it was dodging the sword light. However, at this moment it was not very effective in the 8 trigrams diagram. The sword light fell on the left wing of the flaming phoenix's huge body. Suddenly, the feathers fluttered and blood dripped. There was a sharp sound of pain and anger, and it was ear-piercing and chilling. Bastard! The flaming phoenix was enraged. It was in the midst of its nirvana transformation, and it was about to become the #1 person in the history of the flaming phoenix race. If it could complete its nirvana transformation and become a true member of the phoenix race, it would be able to move unhindered in this world. However, it never imagined that at the critical moment when it was about to succeed, it would be disturbed by this group of youngsters. This flaming phoenix had already been here for 10,000 years, so how could it know that the flaming phoenix had offended Du Xiaofu? If not for the fact that it was a member of the flaming phoenix race, Du Xiaofu might have been embarrassed to disturb others and even wanted to kill them. However, this was a flaming phoenix, and it was also a powerhouse. Leaving it alive would cause endless trouble. Naturally, he could not let it go. Rumble. The flaming phoenix felt that something was wrong. This human's aura was too complex and too powerful. It wanted to leave. Its wings flapped rapidly, and strange talisman runes erupted. Faintly, strange spatial fluctuations appeared around its body, shattering many spatial ripples and forming a pitch-black void. It was as if it was about to break free from the shackles of the 8 trigrams diagram. Du Xiaofu held his sword in the air, and a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. He could feel a strange spatial fluctuation from the flaming phoenix. Ever since he had made some progress in his comprehension of the sky slashing 3 swords, he could feel it more and more now. Could this be the profound meaning of space? Du Xiaofu narrowed his eyes. The powerhouses of the phoenix race were born with innate spatial technique. This flaming phoenix had comprehended the inheritance of an ancient powerhouse of the Azure Phoenix race, and was undergoing a nirvana transformation. It had also obtained this profound meaning of space. Looking at the flaming phoenix that seemed to be about to break free, Du Xiaofu did not hesitate at all. He raised the purple-gold heavenly tower in his hand again. Sumeru illusion. Dominating sword Dao. Boom! The purple-gold heavenly tower slashed down. At this moment, a strange light flashed in Du Xiaofu's eyes. At the same time, he activated his primordial spirit to attack. Accompanied by the golden wings of the ping behind him, it was as if a real ping was soaring in the sky. Golden light flashed in his eyes, and his killing intent soared to the heavens. Boom. Boom. There was nothing fancy about this attack, but it possessed an extremely domineering aura. It suddenly radiated from the sword, causing the space around the 8 trigrams diagram to tremble violently. Wherever the sword light passed, the space collapsed, revealing traces of a vacuum. The flaming phoenix's ferocious eyes trembled violently when this attack arrived. It was stunned for a moment, and fear that came from the depths of its beast soul surged from the bottom of its heart. Blood dripped from the flaming phoenix's right wing once more. Its feathers were shattered and blood rained down. Kid, you're courting death. The flaming phoenix was extremely furious. It had been in closed-door cultivation for almost 10,000 years, and it had improved tremendously. It had originally thought that once it succeeded, it would shock the world and resound throughout the Beast Alliance. It would also be able to lead the Flaming Phoenix race to suppress the Baifeng race and become the greatest race in the Beast Alliance. It had never thought that it would be trampled on by a young human before it could even leave. Screech, from within the distant sky Flame Phoenix's body, there was blood boiling. In the end it turned into a dazzling green flame. From between its eyebrows, there was a crystal-clear green flame that rushed out and turned into a 1,000-foot-long illusory green luan. However, it seemed to be alive. It even carried with it the might of a true green luan and the majestic energy of the beast's soul. Its might was much more powerful than that of its huge body. There was a strange spatial fluctuation that appeared, as if it was about to open up the 8 trigrams in the void. When the 1,000-foot-long green luan shadow appeared, Du Xiaofu was secretly shocked. It seemed like the 8 trigrams diagram in the void had also collapsed. Brother Xiaofu, this is the method of my Blue Phoenix clan. This remote sky flame phoenix is undergoing a nirvana transformation from the inside out. It should have obtained the true phoenix blood of my Blue Phoenix clan. The Blue Phoenix Little Qing's expression also changed at this moment. She was very shocked as she reminded Du Xiaofu. A transformation from the inside out. How wondrous! Du Xiaofu was surprised as well. The flaming phoenix was actually able to transform into a true phoenix. It was very wondrous. Walala, the azure green luan shadow spread its wings and flew through the 8 trigrams diagram in the void. Green flames surged as it lunged towards Du Xiaofu with the tremendous pressure of the beast soul. This kind of beast soul contained the true might of the azure phoenix, silently suppressing and burning everything. You dare to use the beast soul? That's exactly what I'm looking for. However, Du Xiaofu was not worried at all. Instead, he smiled slightly. If he could devour a flaming phoenix beast soul at the peak of Mid-Saint Beast and the pressure of the Green Luan race, his soul would become much stronger. He could not let it go to waste. Boom! In an instant, a silver-gold lightning arc shot out from between Du Xiaofu's eyebrows. The silver-net soul-devouring thunder that had fused with the soul of his soul could not hold back any longer. The beast soul of the flaming phoenix was enough to make people of the same level fearful. However, for Du Xiaofu, the silver-net soul-devouring thunder in his soul was a great supplement. Whether it was the soul of the soul of the soul of the soul or the power of lightning, Du Xiaofu could refine them for his own use. This kind of refining was much faster than cultivating on his own. Seeing the flaming phoenix beast's soul lunging towards him, the silver-gold lightning between Du Xiaofu's eyebrows exploded in front of him. Boom! Boom! At this moment, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the void, turning into a variety of lightning bolts that covered the sky. They contained the pressure of the earth-shattering thunder, the soul-destroying thunder, the moon-sky thunder, the 3,000 quaking thunder, and so on. The pressure of the spiritual thunder flooded the void. The lightning arc was bright and boundless, and the lightning runes were densely packed, illuminating the void. Amidst the resplendent destructive lightning that filled the sky, a gigantic red-bone horse-ape rushed out. In that instant it released a berserk destructive pressure. Rumble, silver-gold lightning swept out, covering the void. Roar! Roar! The red-bone horse-monkey roared, and its eyes seemed to contain 2 golden suns. Silver-gold lightning arcs spread out in all directions. This was Du Xiaofu's red-bone horse-monkey primordial spirit, which already contained 6 types of spiritual thunder. It could be said that Du Xiaofu's physical body was monstrous to the point of being monstrous, but the monstrous degree of his primordial spirit was absolutely not inferior to it. Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit had not only fused with the spiritual thunder, it had also fused with the soul of the soul of the soul of the soul of the soul. Instantly, the huge red-bone horse-monkey's body exploded with golden light. Its spiritual eyes looked down, and its pressure was like the beginning of the world. It swept out in all directions, and it was about to cause the void to explode. Facing the distant sky flame phoenix beast soul, Du Xiaofu's redbone horse monkey primordial spirit pounced forward. A monstrous lightning aura spread out from his body, and a lightning storm swept out, filling the heavens in an instant. Monstrous lightning surged violently. Instantly, the wind and clouds surged in the entire space. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, and the void trembled. At this moment, the distant sky flame phoenix beast soul that was pouncing towards Du Xiaofu seemed to have felt the redbone horse monkey's complicated aura. Its eyes could not help but be stunned for a moment, and then it began to feel uneasy and fearful. Boom! The lightning exploded, and the redbone horse monkey primordial spirit gave off a vast pressure that was far more powerful than the distant sky flame phoenix beast soul. Its aura surged, and an undisguised intent to devour surged. As the silvernet soul-devouring lightning exploded, it directly swept towards the distant sky flame phoenix beast soul. The two vast auras immediately collided, and they came to a standstill in the air. The distant sky flame phoenix beast soul's aura was clearly extremely shocking, but Du Xiaofu's redbone horse monkey primordial spirit was clearly much more powerful. Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit had already devoured many primordial spirit beast souls with the silvernet soul-devouring lightning. Right now, he was even more familiar with the process. He used the power of his primordial spirit and the 8 trigrams diagram to suppress the distant sky flame phoenix beast soul with all his might. Immediately, the distant sky flame phoenix beast soul was completely suppressed, and the surrounding space seemed to freeze. Oh no! The distant sky flame phoenix beast soul's eyes were filled with shock and fear. It immediately began to struggle, but it was unable to break free. Who? The redbone horse monkey primordial spirit's eyes burned with passion. It licked its lips and took the opportunity to attack. Instantly, with its body as the center, the monstrous silvernet soul-devouring lightning spread out like a tornado. Ancient lightning talisman runes shuttled back and forth like silver lightning, accompanied by a suction force that swept out like a tornado. Immediately, it landed on the distant sky flame phoenix beast soul. Boom! Under such a huge suction force, the distant sky flame phoenix beast soul's body immediately trembled and violently resisted. The green flames also dimmed and were suppressed. The surrounding space was torn apart by the flap of its wings, and the entire space seemed to tremble. However, under the suppression of the redbone horse monkey primordial spirit and the 8 trigrams diagram, it was unable to break free. Oh no! The distant sky flame phoenix beast soul was shocked. It originally thought that its nirvana beast soul, which had undergone the most transformations, would be able to severely injure the human in front of it and suppress this young human. However, it did not expect such an outcome. This fellow was actually trying to devour its beast soul. This was equivalent to destroying its body and soul. GG. Using all its strength, the distant sky flame phoenix beast soul was burning its blood essence and vitality. It was making a final burst before its death, disregarding the consequences. It was very clear that if its beast soul could not break free, it would be dead for sure. This distant sky flame phoenix beast soul was going all out, and its might was absolutely terrifying. It was probably comparable to an ordinary late Saint Beast realm expert. Flames surged and covered the sky, boiling within the 8 trigrams diagram, wanting to overturn everything. Du Xiaofu raised his head, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. He formed a hand seal, and golden-purple lightning surged out from his body, covering the azure spirit armor. His body also soared into the sky within the 8 trigrams diagram. In an instant, purple lightning and golden light rose up like the sun, intertwining with each other. In the next instant, a huge purple-gold thunder rock shadow that covered half of the sky rushed out from Du Xiaofu's body, and enveloped Du Xiaofu's body. The two seemed to have merged into one, and it was about to soar into the sky. The purple-gold thunder rock screeched, and its eyes shot out purple-gold lightning. It was like two suns shining in the sky, overlooking the world. Its ferocious aura spread out, causing the entire space to tremble. This was the fusion of Du Xiaofu's golden-winged rock clan's beast energy and the thunder martial vein. Its aura was tyrannical and murderous. Rumble, the distant sky flame phoenix beast soul, was burning its blood essence and vitality. The flames were monstrous, and it shook the heavens and the earth. Above the void there were pitch-black spatial cracks spreading out. It was blazing with boundless heat, and it enveloped Du Xiaofu. G. The purple-gold thunder rock flapped its wings, and a mighty and domineering aura swept out. Its body was covered with dense purple-gold lightning arcs, and it converged into a huge purple-gold lightning bolt. The domineering and destructive energy swept out like a raging tide, destroying the space. The rock struck the 9 heavens, and it broke through the firmament. Wherever the purple-gold thunder rock passed, everything was destroyed. Is this kid a human or a rock? The distant sky flame phoenix beast soul's ferocious eyes were surging. This aura was even more powerful than a true rock, and it made it tremble. Bang, 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 bang. Inside the void 8 trigrams diagram, the distant sky flame phoenix beast soul spread its wings in Kuala Lumpur. The purple lightning suppressed the void, and the strange phenomenon continued. The heavens and the earth rumbled, and the flames around the distant sky flame phoenix beast soul continued to explode. It was like a volcano erupting, and that scene was extremely shocking. Buzz. Within the purple-gold thunder rock's shadow, Du Xiaofu's figure appeared. The purple-gold heavenly tower in his hand emitted the sound of wind and thunder. On his resolute face, the purple-gold eyes were solemn. The sword art was condensed, and waves of heaven and earth energy gathered. Quietly, layers of strange fluctuations appeared in the space. Above the purple-gold heavenly tower, a bright light shone. The surrounding layers of strange spatial fluctuations were invisibly connected with it, and there were talisman runes interweaving with each other. Sky splitting 3 swords, the first sword splitting 10,000 miles. In an instant, Du Xiaofu swung his sword down. The rock's golden wings swooped down, and the true rock swayed. The sword light was like lightning, and it fell from the void. Swish, the sword light swept out, and there were mysterious talisman runes fluctuating. The space seemed to be rippling, and a silent dark crack appeared in the void, spreading in front of the distant sky flame phoenix beast soul in an instant. At this moment, for some reason, the distant sky flame phoenix beast soul's sharp eyes were dull, as if it had seen the most incredible thing. At this moment, only it knew that under the sword light, there was an invisible force that had disturbed the void. This kind of spatial power was not the spatial power that an ordinary Saint Realm cultivator could control, nor was it the spatial power that was affected by external forces. It was the true essence of space, the profound of space. It was similar to the inheritance of the immemorial Cyan Phoenix beast soul that it had comprehended for 10,000 years. However, this human being's comprehension of space was far beyond its own. Chapter 2365. The sword light grew larger in the fierce eyes, and the space was bound. My life is over, the aura of death grew in its heart. At this moment, the distant sky flame phoenix felt the aura of death. It was filled with despair and hatred. This was an unexpected disaster for it. It had obtained a great opportunity and cultivated in seclusion for 10,000 years. Who knew that it would meet with such a calamity when it was about to succeed? Chi La, the sword light broke through the air, as if it had cut the void in half. A pitch-black spatial crack appeared in the heart of the void and appeared in the sky. A deep abyss appeared on the ground below, and the huge body of the distant sky flame phoenix was cut in half. Blood rained down and bones fell, causing the earth to shake. Goo Goo, seeing this scene, the demonic ape was dumbfounded. He swallowed hard. A demonic sky flame phoenix at the peak of the late stage of the Saint Beast realm was killed just like that. This was not a defeat but a direct killing. The distant sky flame phoenix's body was killed, and the beast's soul shrieked. At this moment, it was greatly affected and was completely suppressed by Du Xiaofu's redbone horse monkey primordial spirit. Chi-la-la, space became resplendent. Lightning interweaved in an incomparably dazzling manner. Lightning rippled from the scarlet demonic horse monkey's yuan spirit, causing one's heart to involuntarily palpitate. Devouring a wisp of the heavenly flame phoenix's soul was like spinning silk from a cocoon as it continued to devour. The distant sky flame phoenix's primordial spirit struggled violently, but it was already an arrow at the end of its flight, and all its struggles were useless. Below the abyss, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. The earth trembled, and a terrifying aura rose from the abyss, spreading in the air. Under such a shocking commotion, Ouyang Shuang, Dai Xingyu, and the demonic ape could only retreat far away. But at this moment, the Azure Luan had unknowingly walked towards the enormous corpse of the primeval Azure Luan. Strands of azure-colored flames involuntarily effused out from within its body, and talisman markings interweaved to transform into the image of an Azure Luan. Ancestor of my race. In front of the immemorial Blue Luan's corpse, the Blue Luan bowed respectfully. Boom, the earth was shaking. Inside the huge immemorial Azure Luan corpse, a green brilliance filled the air and rushed into the sky, shaking the void. The huge corpse seemed to have suddenly come to life, with green flames overflowing. This kind of aura was far more vast than the aura of the distant sky flame phoenix, causing Du Xiaofu's eyes to change color, and he became cautious and vigilant. Walala! The green radiance was like a divine radiance that filled the air. A sparkling and translucent ray of light pierced through the air and entered between Qing Luan's eyebrows. At the same time, the space in the surroundings shook, and the cry of a bird resounded as if it came from the primordial times. Space fluctuated as a dazzling Azure Luan appeared, and its azure divine radiance was like azure flames that drowned space. This Azure Luan phantom was too shocking. It was as though it had traversed through time and space, causing spatial fluctuations. It was capable of incinerating this world into nothingness. Even Du Xiaofu's redbone horse monkey Yuan Shen felt apprehensive. This Azure Luan phantom was clearly not something that the current Azure Luan could compare to. It was like the ruler of all Luans. This is an immemorial Azure Luan expert, a pure-blooded ancestor of the Azure Luan clan. The nightmare ape's cultivation at the peak of the initial stage of the Saint Beast realm was trembling. Its body was about to kneel down, and its beast soul was trembling. A cry resounded. When the Azure Luan phantom appeared, Azure Luan Little Qing's entire body glowed. In the next moment, its slightly immature and graceful figure also instantly transformed into its original form. It flapped its wings and filled the air with pressure, resonating with the immemorial Azure Luan phantom. In the sky, the enormous immemorial Green Luan's shadow overlapped with the Green Luan Little Qing and transformed into a bright green divine light. It was as if a green divine radiance had traversed through space and time, gradually causing the Green Luan Little Qing's enormous eyes to seem as if they contained two vast green seas of fire. A terrifying, strange, and complicated pressure descended from its body into the world. The void began to become chaotic. Ancient talisman runes appeared, and a blazing aura fluctuated. Then, under the trembling gazes of Du Xiaofu, Ouyang Shuang, Dai Xingyu, and the nightmare ape, everything disappeared. The huge immemorial Azure Luan corpse and Azure Luan Little Qing's original body had all disappeared, as if they had vanished into thin air. What's going on? Du Xiaofu's expression changed. He did not notice at all, nor was he able to stop it. Azure Luan Little Qing had already disappeared. Xiaofu, there's no need to worry. I think Little Qing must have obtained a great opportunity. The immemorial Azure Luan expert's body still had energy remaining, and took the initiative to set up a nirvana space. Dai Xingyu's eyes moved. After a moment of nervousness, joy appeared in her eyes. She had guessed the situation and was happy for little Qing. To her, little Qing had grown up with her since she was young, and they had cultivated together in front of their master. They were like sisters, and even closer than biological sisters. I didn't expect that this little girl really obtained a great opportunity. Du Xiaofu pondered. His thoughts were similar to Dai Xingyu's. He felt that the immemorial Azure Luan expert's corpse did not seem to have any evil intentions. It must have chosen little Qing and wanted to leave behind its inheritance. That immemorial Azure Luan expert was a true pure-blooded phoenix. How shocking would its inheritance be? Du Xiaofu pondered in his heart. After little Qing completely obtained the inheritance, it would definitely shock the world. However, he did not know when little Qing would come out. This made Du Xiaofu somewhat worried, and he frowned inwardly. Walala, the demonic flame phoenix's beast soul was truly too powerful. The scarlet nightmare monkey's primordial spirit was still devouring it. It would probably take some time before it could completely devour it. Moreover, this was only devouring, and it had not been completely refined yet. Du Xiaofu did not stay idle either. The demonic flame phoenix's corpse was still there, and the secret bone in its body was a great treasure. Putting away the golden ping wings and the azure spirit armor, Du Xiaofu landed on the ground and dug out the demonic flame phoenix's secret bone from the corpse. Du Xiaofu waited for his primordial spirit to devour the demonic flame phoenix's beast soul. He sat down cross-legged and began to comprehend the secret bone. The demonic flame phoenix was also a branch of the phoenix race. It had the bloodline of the phoenix race. Du Xiaofu was not unfamiliar with the phoenix race. He had already comprehended the supreme beast ability of the purple flame demonic phoenix race. He also had the blood essence left behind by Zi Xian. Comprehending the demonic flame phoenix's secret bone was not a big problem for him. Dai Xingyu and Ouyang Shuang looked at each other and smiled helplessly. That guy was really a cultivation maniac. He still wanted to comprehend the secret bone in such a short period of time. However, Ouyang Shuang was very clear that it was precisely because of this that the purple-robed youth could grow to his current level in such a short period of time. He had put in more effort than others. Whoosh, whoosh. In the dark void, a dozen figures broke through the void and landed on the abyss. The aura of these people was not ordinary. The weakest among them was at the domain realm. Those who could enter the burial dead ground naturally had to be at the domain realm. Otherwise, they would be courting death. What a terrifying aura! There must be a treasure down there. Maybe there is an Archean inheritance. The dozen figures landed on the abyss. Their eyes immediately focused on the aura that soared into the sky from the abyss. Many people were surprised to hear the sound of thunder and lightning. Such a big commotion. It must be different. There will be a big harvest. An old man leading the group looked into the abyss. His eyes were burning with anticipation. The treasures that appeared in the burial dead ground were extremely precious. Moreover, such a big commotion was already extraordinary. There seems to be the aura of the Phoenix clan. Maybe there is the true Phoenix blood essence, a middle-aged man said. He couldn't help but tremble. It's all because of that rock emperor. Our Yu clan suffered a great loss. We lost a Saint Realm expert. Even a sovereign like Yu Ming was killed. If we can get the true Phoenix blood essence, we will be able to nurture a younger generation that is stronger than Yu Ming, the old man leading the group said. Yu clan had suffered a great loss this time. I don't know if that rock emperor is dead or alive. Rumor has it that someone saw that little bastard fighting with Lei Yang. In the end, he escaped with injuries. I don't know if it's true or not. An expert from Yu clan said. Yu clan could have shone brightly in the conference, but everything was because of that rock emperor. Yu clan suffered a great loss. That brat is most likely dead. Even if he's not dead, many experts from the Beast Alliance will not let him go. Moreover, the danger inside is enough to kill him. In short, even if that brat is not dead, He won't be able to live for long, the old man leading the group said. He was Yu Jigong. He was well dressed and looked like he was in his 50s. Let's go down and take a look. We don't want to attract other people. Beside Yu Jigong was an old man with long white eyebrows. His face was ruddy, but there was no smile on his face at the moment. He was dressed in a gray patterned robe and had an extraordinary aura. This old man was none other than Yu Clan's half-saint realm expert Yu Tianzi. Everyone, be careful. If we attract other people, it won't be easy for us to get a great treasure by ourselves if it appears. Yu Jigong said, reminding everyone to be careful. He looked at the commotion in the abyss and was secretly delighted. Such a big commotion was definitely unusual. They might be able to strike it big this time. Whoosh, whoosh. The dozen experts from Yu Clan were not careless. They jumped into the abyss one by one. They were excited and expectant. They didn't know what kind of great harvest they would find in the abyss. If there was an archaic sacred artifact, the inheritance of an archaic expert, and the true phoenix blood essence, they would be completely rich. The more the Yu family's experts descended, the more intense the monstrous aura fluctuations they emitted became. Everyone's anticipation grew, and their gazes became even more fervent. Below the abyss, Du Xiaofu sat cross-legged, comprehending the distant sky flame phoenix's bones. The scarlet horse monkey's soul was almost done devouring the distant sky flame phoenix's soul. Ouyang Shuang and Dai Xingyu could only wait quietly on the side. Someone's coming down. It's a human. Zhong Yuan suddenly looked above the abyss and reminded Ouyang Shuang and Dai Xingyu. Whoosh, whoosh. Not long after, under the gazes of Zhong Yuan, Ouyang Shuang, and Dai Xingyu, a dozen figures slowly descended from above the abyss. What's that? Yu Jigong and Yu Tianzi hadn't completely landed when they saw the astonishing body of the scarlet horse monkey, the distant sky flame phoenix's soul, and the huge corpse of the distant sky flame phoenix, dripping with blood. It's the Rock Emperor. Not good. Yu Tianzi, Yu Jigong, and the rest of the Yu Clan experts paled at the sight of the scarlet horse monkey's body. They had all been present at the sacred hall. How could they forget the shocking scene? Not good. The Rock Emperor is still alive. The Yu Clan experts trembled. They had all seen with their own eyes how ordinary true saints were nothing in front of that guy. How could they possibly be a match for him? Run, run. Yu Jigong and Yu Tianzi, who were in the lead, made a prompt decision. They didn't even see Du Xiaofu in person before fleeing. They knew that the Rock Emperor wouldn't let them go. It seems that he has a grudge with Master. It won't be too late to leave after we figure it out. Just as Yu Jigong and Yu Tianzi turned to flee, a well-built figure appeared in the sky like a ghost. His eyes were bright and filled with ferocious might. No one dared to look at him directly. His aura sealed the void. Kill. Yu Tianzi didn't hesitate at all. The great Rock Emperor was still alive, and he was still here. They could only use their fastest speed to escape. With a wave of his hand, a majestic stream of energy gathered. The mysterious runes on the talisman shone resplendently, like the fluctuations of the sun. It carried a majestic attack, and ruthlessly slammed towards the demonic ape. Puny half-step true saints, you're courting death. Meng Yuan's eyes were fierce and dignified. He did not take Yu Tianzi's energy seriously at all. Instead of retreating, he waved his hand and threw out a punch. With an extremely violent energy, it instantly smashed down. Boom! When the two collided, the void rumbled. Yu Tianzi's energy stream directly shattered inch by inch. As the terrifying force swept out, it was as if a violent storm swept out in the surrounding space, shaking the surrounding space as if the mountains were collapsing and the earth was cracking. Poochie! In an instant, Yu Tianzi spat out a mouthful of blood. His body suddenly smashed down from the sky. His eyes were filled with shock. Swish! However, when Yu Tianzi's body was still falling, the dark ape's figure had already appeared in front of him like a ghost. He waved his claws and twisted the void. A vast force gushed out and suppressed Yu Tianzi's restriction in an instant. Saint Beast Realm. Yu Tianzi's expression changed. The dark ape in front of him was a Saint Beast Realm expert. He came down to look for treasures, but he didn't expect that the rock emperor he was most worried about was here. There was even a Saint Beast Realm expert here. Elder. In an instant, Yu Jigong's expression changed. Yu Tianzi, a half-saint, was heavily injured and suppressed in one move. This Saint Beast Realm expert was too powerful. It seems like he's an enemy and not a friend. Ouyang Shuang and Dai Xingyu's eyes swept across the Yu clan. They didn't care too much. They were enough to deal with this little strength. Who are you? Looking at the dark ape in front of him, Yu Tianzi felt an inexplicable chill in his heart. His body began to tremble. You don't even know me? Remember, I'm your grandpa Dark Ape. The dark ape raised his eyebrows. He was a bit annoyed that this guy didn't know him. Dark Ape. Yu Tianzi and Yu Jigong's expressions changed. How could they not have heard of the Dark Ape? He was a terrifying beast. Back then, Lu Limo had been seriously injured by him. In the end, she was brought back by the divine ancestor and Yu Ming. They hadn't thought that they would see the legendary ferocious ape here. Yu clan, said a calm voice. After that, Du Xiaofu woke up and appeared in front of Yu Jigong and the others. Rock Emperor. Yu Tianzi, Yu Jigong, and the other members of the Yu clan trembled uncontrollably when they saw the tall and straight figure clad in purple robes and that familiar face. Kid, what do you want? Our imperial ancestor is here. If you dare touch us, we won't let you go, said Yu Jigong through gritted teeth. His body was trembling. From his initial disdain to now, he knew very well that this young man was a heaven-defying monster. He had left his name in the divine temple and was destined to shock the world. He was far from being a match for Yu Jigong. You still dare to threaten me? Then all of you can die. Du Xiaofu's clear eyes flashed with killing intent. The Yu clan had become enemies. Now that they met again, and the other party didn't seem to have any intention of letting them go. How could he let them go? Boom! The hand seal was formed and bright red flames surged out. The bright red flames churned and a distant heavenly flame phoenix illusory figure appeared in front of Du Xiaofu. Monstrous bright red flames swept out from within like a storm. It was accompanied by a monstrous hot aura as it charged towards the heavens. Goo! Goo! The cry was like the cry of a phoenix. The enormous shadow of the distant sky flame phoenix flapped its wings and soared into the sky. The mysterious runes of the talisman enveloped the void. The surroundings were like a sea of flames, and an indescribable heat and pressure pressed down on the sky. This was the beast energy of the heavenly flame phoenix clan. The image's fierce eyes surged with scarlet light, and its killing intent soared to the sky. It was as if two volcanoes were erupting. It spread its wings and covered the void. A terrifying crushing force shattered the void and swept down with rolling lava. A monstrous aura spread out wildly. Bang bang bang! Led by Yu Jigong, dozens of Yu clan experts exploded into bloody mist one after another. They were burned into nothingness by the high temperature. No one could escape, not even their primordial spirit. Little bastard, our Yu clan won't let you go. Yu Tianzi, who was restrained by the demonic ape, was shocked. He finally understood why this kid claimed to be the Demon King. Another dozen or so experts of the Yu clan had been killed. The Yu clan could not bear such a heavy loss. Shut up! The demonic ape scolded. How could he tolerate Yu Tianzi's disrespect to his master? He slapped his big mouth on Yu Tianzi's mouth, and blood and teeth spurted out of Yu Tianzi's mouth. It was a miserable sight. Swish! The heavenly flame phoenix was finally devoured. The demonic ape's primordial spirit turned into a bright silver-gold light and returned to Du Xiaofu's forehead. How many people did the Yu clan send to the burial dead ground? Du Xiaofu asked Yu Tianzi. He didn't know how many people the Yu clan had sent to the burial dead ground. He also didn't know how many people the Yu clan had sent to the burial dead ground. They were also quite afraid of the imperial ancestor of the Yu clan. Little bastard, you won't know. Anyway, our Yu clan won't let you go. Yu Tianzi stared at Du Xiaofu. His voice was cold, but the fear in his eyes couldn't be concealed. It's fine if you don't tell me. I can find out myself. Yes. Du Xiaofu smiled coldly. He didn't say anything else. Light surged from his fingertips as he bent his fingers into a claw. Then, strange runes surrounded them as they landed on Yu Tianzi's head. A vast primordial spirit aura descended, causing people's hearts to palpitate. Yu Tianzi wanted to struggle, but he was suppressed to the point that he couldn't move. As the claw landed, his eyes began to turn white and his pupils contracted. His entire body began to twitch. In just a few moments, Yu Tianzi began to scream. His pupils dilated and white foam flowed out of his mouth. It was as if he was suffering the most terrible torture. Huff! When Du Xiaofu retracted his claw, it was already a few moments later. Yu Tianzi, who was on the verge of death, had been crushed in his palm. Du Xiaofu used the soul-searching art. With Du Xiaofu's current cultivation, especially the strength of his primordial spirit, it was easy for him to search for Yu Tianzi's primordial spirit. Du Xiaofu's eyes widened. He had learned from Yu Tianzi's primordial spirit that the Yu clan's foundation was really deep. There were other saints in the Heaven Burial Death Trap, and they weren't ordinary saints. What shocked Du Xiaofu even more was that he learned from Yu Tianzi's primordial spirit that the Yu clan seemed to be plotting something against the Divine Temple. They had even joined forces with other clans and factions. However, even Yu Tianzi didn't know the details. Are you all right? Yang Shuang quietly watched everything that had happened. She wasn't surprised at all. She was a little worried when she saw Du Xiaofu in a daze. I'm fine. Du Xiaofu came back to his senses and didn't think about it anymore. He took a deep breath and smiled. The heavenly flame phoenix's energy that the scarlet horse monkey's primordial spirit had devoured was too great. He needed to refine it in time. Otherwise, it wouldn't be a good thing. However, once his primordial spirit completely refined the heavenly flame phoenix's energy, his primordial spirit's strength would definitely reach a new level. This made Du Xiaofu feel pretty good. While his heart was filled with joy, Du Xiaofu's mind commanded, and the body of the Crimson Horse Monkey's soul core sat cross-legged on the 9 Revolutions Divine Thunder Lotus before condensing seals to refine and absorb the vast and vigorous beast souls that had devoured it. The commotion just now will probably attract others, said Yang Shuang. She had already attracted these people. Let's go first. Once little Qing obtains the inheritance, she should be able to find us. Du Xiaofu said. The Qing Luan and little Qing should be very safe in the Nirvana space. He didn't know when they would be able to come out. This wasn't a place to stay for long. What about the corpse? Asked Dai Xingyu. He looked at the gigantic corpse of the heavenly flame phoenix. He hadn't eaten barbecued meat for a long time. Du Xiaofu was startled. That was the corpse of a late saint beast. It would be extremely valuable if it was cooked. However, the Qianquan bag couldn't store such a gigantic corpse. It would be a pity if it was wasted. I forgot about it. Du Xiaofu smiled. He couldn't store the heavenly flame phoenix's corpse in his Qianquan bag. However, he could still use the ancient desolate space. The ancient desolate space wasn't ordinary. After that, Du Xiaofu put the heavenly flame phoenix's corpse into the ancient desolate space and left. A few silhouettes then disappeared into the abyss. Chapter 2366. Above the abyss, it was still dusky. There was no place to go. After asking for Zhong Yuan's opinion, several figures turned into streams of light and disappeared into the abyss. The mountain range was continuous and the space was dark. A huge mountain peak stood tall like a dragon with its head held high, emitting a vast and majestic aura. Swoosh swoosh Du Xiaofu, Ouyang Shuang, Dai Xingyu, and Zhong Yuan appeared before the mountain peak. Although they had some small gains along the way, they did not have any big gains. There seems to be some movement ahead. Du Xiaofu looked ahead and frowned slightly. Light flashed under his feet and Zhong Yuan, Ouyang Shuang, and the others followed behind. The four figures disappeared from the spot again. In a huge valley there was a huge cave abode on a cliff. An ancient longsword floated in the air and majestic energy emanated from it. The light was dazzling and intertwined. At this moment, there were many figures around the valley who were looking at the ancient longsword with burning eyes. The ancient aura and pressure that emanated from it were enough to prove that it was an Archean saint weapon. There might even be an Archean inheritance in it. These auras were vast and they were all from the Beast clan. However, at this moment, the ones closest to the ancient longsword were 5 figures. Their clothes were rather simple. There were 3 old men and 1 old woman. The leader was a woman with skin whiter than snow. Her beautiful eyes were dazzling. As she looked around, she had an elegant and noble temperament. This young woman was Zhou Xiaoluo. She had followed the experts of the School of Agriculture into the Sky Burial Wasteland and had some gains. However, she had also encountered many dangerous situations and lost several experts. She had discovered the Archean saint weapon, but had encountered the experts of the Beast Alliance in the wasteland. Zhou Xiaoluo's expression turned serious when she sensed the aura of the experts of the Beast Alliance. They had not been with any Saint Realm cultivators. Among the experts of the Beast Alliance, there were at least 2 whose auras were comparable to the Saint Realm. They should have reached the half-Saint Realm and were not people that they could fight against. How dare a few humans lay their hands on the Archean saint weapon? Go to hell. A black-robed old man smiled sinisterly. It was just 5 humans. He could just kill them directly. Boom. As the black-robed old man shouted, many figures turned into rays of light and charged towards Zhou Xiaoluo and the others. Xiaoluo, you go first. An old man in his 70s opened his mouth. He was dressed plainly with his trousers rolled up, as if he had just come from a farm. Although his aura was powerful, it seemed insufficient at this moment. If Du Xiaofu was here, he would definitely be able to recognize that this old man was Old Man Di Pai of the farm. Boom! A great battle broke out in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the Meridian Spirit and the Martial Meridians swept out. The aura was vast and shocking. Within the Beast Alliance there were demonic beasts roaring. There was a 4-winged demonic snake. The body of the sinister lightning demonic snake appeared in the sky with a terrifying aura. Boom! Zhou Xiaoluo unleashed her full strength and used her Nirvana sovereign strength. An incomparably powerful aura immediately spread out in all directions. He's actually a supreme being. I can take him as a battle servant. The black-robed old man stared at Zhou Xiaoluo with a cold look in his eyes. He appeared in front of Zhou Xiaoluo in the blink of an eye and sent out a finger imprint at lightning speed. Swoosh! Zhou Xiaoluo's expression changed. A resplendent palm imprint accompanied by the Nirvana sovereign strength clashed with the black-robed old man's finger imprint. There wasn't much sound of energy clashing, but the surrounding rocks cracked. Zhou Xiaoluo's delicate body was immediately pushed back. With her cultivation and strength, she was unable to deal with this sage-to-be expert in front of her. Not bad, human. This is an unexpected gain. The black-robed old man took advantage of the situation and pounced towards Zhou Xiaoluo again. It would be a good choice to take such a young supreme being as a battle servant. Zhou Xiaoluo unleashed her full strength. A set of dazzling armor was placed on her body. The mysterious runes on the talisman were fluctuating, and the pressure of the martial veins spread out. She used all her strength to fight with the black-robed old man. Bang! Bang! Deep sonic booms suddenly resounded. Old Man Di Pai and the other 3 had already been surrounded by more than 10 4-winged demonic snakes and sinister lightning demonic snake. They instantly clashed with each other, and the energy swept across the sky. The resplendent talisman was shattered, and two of them were injured as soon as they exchanged blows. "Xiaoluo, you go first," Old Man Di Pai said. "Nothing must happen to the strongest young man in the farm. No one will be able to leave." A gray-robed old man appeared. Dazzling light filled the sky. He did not hide his half-saint level cultivation. Lightning filled the air, and a claw swept out. It was as if there was a shocking four-winged demonic snake shadow pouncing out, suppressing Old Man Di Pai. Puff! Zhou Xiaoluo's delicate body was pushed back, and a trace of blood flowed out from her red lips. It was difficult for her to fight against a half-saint level cultivator. "Stop resisting!" The black-robed old man appeared in front of Zhou Xiaoluo in a flash. The aura of a half-saint level cultivation was fully released. The air trembled, and a claw tore through the space. It carried with it a cold and resplendent talisman that dyed the space cold. The claw suddenly collapsed and pressed towards Zhou Xiaoluo. Zhou Xiaoluo's eyes were serious. She retreated with all her strength, but the space under the claw was completely frozen. She resisted with all her strength, but it was not effective. She could not break free. "Xiaoluo!" Old Man Di Pai and the other three shouted, but they could not even take care of themselves. They were unable to save her, and they did not have the strength to do so. The claw stretched out, and the black-robed old man sneered. It was a pity to kill this human supreme being. He should suppress and subdue her. Tsk. Suddenly, in a flash, a purple-robed figure appeared in front of Zhou Xiaoluo. His palm landed on her shoulder, and he easily pulled her body out from the claw. Tsk. The black-robed old man's claw fell and shattered the space, revealing a huge pitch-black void. Talisman blazed, but Zhou Xiaoluo's body had already disappeared. Zhou Xiaoluo was still in a daze from the sudden change of events. She immediately looked back, and when she saw a purple-robed figure appear beside her, her delicate body could not help but tremble. "Rock Emperor!" Zhou Xiaoluo was surprised. She did not expect the Demon King, Du Xiaofu, to suddenly appear here. "It's the Rock Emperor!" Old Man Di Pai and the others, who were in the midst of a bitter battle, thought that Zhou Xiaoluo was doomed. However, when they suddenly saw Du Xiaofu's figure, they were immediately excited. Every one of them was overjoyed, and an earth-shattering profound qi gushed out, fiercely clashing with their opponents. "Are you all right?" Du Xiaofu looked at Zhou Xiaoluo and smiled. He did not expect to meet people from the farmer's clan here. Someone suddenly intervened, causing the black-clothed old man to immediately stare intently at Du Xiaofu. He seemed to have sensed a certain aura and his heart secretly trembled. The name of the great Rock Emperor seemed to have faintly been heard everywhere. "Kill!" A roar rang out, and the muscular figure of the demonic ape appeared. Light burst out, and talisman intertwined. He immediately pounced forward. Bang, bang, bang. How could these four-winged demon snakes and lightning demon snakes be a match for the demonic ape? They were instantly killed, and could not withstand a single blow. The demonic ape locked onto the sage-to-be who was fighting with Old Man Di Pai, and punched out, shaking the sky, directly suppressing him. "It's the demonic ape, they are together, quickly retreat." The black-robed old man recognized the demonic ape. Although he did not know why the demonic ape was with these humans, it was enough to prove that the demonic ape and these humans were together. They were no match for the demonic ape, so they shouted and tried to escape. "Humph!" Du Xiaofu's lips curled into a cold smile. Whether it was the lightning demon snake or the four-winged demon snake, he did not have a good impression of them. Suddenly, he waved his hand and bent his fingers into a claw, and an earth-shattering golden light gushed out. The surrounding space suddenly froze, and the mysterious golden talisman burst out. An overbearing aura suddenly descended, and the black-robed old man's figure was directly sealed in the space. Bang! Under the deep sound of the explosion, the black-robed old man's figure instantly turned into a mist of blood and poured down. There was no way for him to escape, and his body and soul were destroyed. Run quickly! When the surrounding figures saw that a sage-to-be cultivator was killed so easily, they did not dare to stay, and immediately fled in panic. Die! Waves of purple flames seeped out of the void and turned into purple flaming thunderbolts. They pierced through the bodies of the four-winged demonic snake clan and the lightning demonic snake clan that were fleeing in panic, killing them and burning them to ashes. Bang! The last sage-to-be cultivator revealed his huge body, and was directly killed by the demonic ape. His blood splattered across the sky, and Old Man D. Pai and the others were secretly frightened. Swoosh, swoosh, Ouyang Shuang and Dai Xingyu's figures slowly descended, and directly landed beside Zhou Xiaoluo. It's good that you're fine. I didn't expect to see you here. Ouyang Shuang smiled, and was familiar with Zhou Xiaoluo. Are you all here? Zhou Xiaoluo put away the armor on her body, and her hair fluttered. Her face was pale, and she looked at Ouyang Shuang and Dai Xingyu with surprise, but she was not surprised. Then, she looked at the purple-robed figure beside her, and her heart rippled. Under the invisible aura, she could feel that this guy's aura had skyrocketed, and his cultivation had probably reached another level. Thank you very much, Rock Emperor. Old Man D. Pai and the other experts of the farmer clan immediately stepped forward. Several of them were excited, and they cupped their fists at Du Xiaofu in gratitude. It's nothing. Senior, you're too polite. Du Xiaofu bowed to Old Man D. Pai, grateful that the farmer clan had always helped him, especially Old Man D. Pai in front of him. Back then, Old Man D. Pai and the others went to the legalism to help him, and Du Xiaofu would never forget it. As the sound of Du Xiaofu's voice faded, he stared at the primordial holy weapon in front of him. He then said to Zhou Xiaoluo, "This item belongs to you guys. Take it." This, Zhou Xiaoluo's eyes flickered. She knew very well that if it were not for Du Xiaofu's help, not to mention this treasure, the farmer clan would have suffered unimaginable consequences. Looking at Du Xiaofu, Old Man D. Pai and the others felt embarrassed. There's no need to be so polite. You guys saw it first, so of course it belongs to you. Du Xiaofu smiled. Although he had a troublesome personality, he would not have any petty thoughts when facing the farmer clan who had always helped him. Not to mention the fact that the farmer clan had always helped him, they had also taken good care of Little Green and the little tiger. Then I won't be polite. Zhou Xiaoluo's pearly white teeth slightly opened and she nodded. Her beautiful figure flashed, and light surged as she took the immemorial saint weapon. Senior, the farmer clan should have more than just you guys, right? Du Xiaofu looked at Old Man D. Pai and the others. This time, when the ancient desolate ominous grounds opened, the farmer clan's hidden experts and experts in seclusion seemed to have entered. Du Xiaofu had seen them at the entrance, so there should be more than just these few people. Let's split up. This way our chances will be higher. I wonder when we will meet again. Old Man D. Pai looked at Du Xiaofu with astonishment and said, "Along the way, I have heard a lot of news about the Rock Emperor. It is rumored that the Rock Emperor had appeared in the Beast Alliance and the human race in this ominous grounds, and had caused a commotion. I wonder if this is true?" Du Xiaofu was slightly taken aback, then smiled bitterly and nodded. He did not expect the news to spread so quickly. It seemed like his identity in the Beast Alliance had been exposed after being exposed in front of the Divine Palace. Gu Gu, seeing Du Xiaofu nod, Old Man D. Pai and the other experts of the farmer clan were speechless and swallowed their saliva. They had heard a lot of news along the way and it had spread like wildfire. The Rock Emperor could really cause a commotion wherever he went. Even in the Beast Alliance and the human race, he had stirred up a storm. After that, Du Xiaofu asked Old Man D. Pai and the other experts of the farmer clan about the people from the barren country. 2 days ago, in the burial wasteland, Old Man D. Pai and the others had seen the child of the sacred array, Zhen Qingchun. Brother. Du Xiaofu was moved. Although there was no news about his drunkard father, Sister Xiaojing, little Xingxing, and Du Xiaoyao. At least there was news about his brother, Zhen Qingchun. Rock Emperor, I've received news that Long Qianchao, Hui Wu, and the others have joined forces and are looking for the people who are going against the barren country. I'm afraid they are also looking for you, Rock Emperor. Be careful. Old Man Di Pai said to Du Xiaofu. They had been to many places these days, so they had received a lot of news. Long Qianchao, Hui Wu, Du Xiaofu smiled faintly, a cold glint flashing across his eyes. The experts from the ancient era in the eternal tomb could not enter the ancient barren fearsome grounds. Du Xiaofu did not care about Long Qianchao and the others. Once they met, it was still unknown who would be the one to deal with. Xiaoluo also asked about Little Qing. Du Xiaofu did not hide anything and told Little Qing about the general situation in the Divine Bird Tribe. There are indeed members of the Divine Bird Tribe here. Zhou Xiaoluo was surprised. There was a Divine Bird Tribe expert in the farmer's clan. When he heard that Little Qing had returned to the tribe, he was happy for her. After that, Old Man Di Pai, Zhou Xiaoluo, and the others planned to leave. The burial heaven death trap was dangerous, but there were also opportunities. It was not good to follow behind Du Xiaofu, as they would undoubtedly become a burden. The burial heaven death trap is very dangerous. You have to be careful. Du Xiaofu did not say much. He could not protect these people, and he was also surrounded by danger. You be careful too. Zhou Xiaoluo glanced at Du Xiaofu, and a glimmer of light flashed in her eyes. Then, she followed Old Man Di Pai and the others and left. Watching Old Man Di Pai and the others disappear, Du Xiaofu turned back. His figure flashed, and he arrived at the cliff where the immemorial divine weapon had just appeared. There was an entrance to the cave, but it was very simple. Zhou Xiaoluo and the others must have already searched it. Did you find anything? Seeing Du Xiaofu's expression, Ouyang Shuang came to Du Xiaofu's side. She knew Du Xiaofu quite well, and she was afraid that she had found something. Maybe there are some gains. Du Xiaofu smiled and told everyone to be careful. Then, he entered the cave. After a while, inside the cave, Du Xiaofu and the others appeared behind a powerful restriction. They looked at everything in front of them and were secretly shocked. With the method of the Redbone Horse Monkey's Meridian Soul, Du Xiaofu sensed this place and entered it without too much difficulty. This was a stone room filled with multicolored light. There were martial skills, cultivation methods, ancient medicinal pills, immemorial divine weapons, immemorial Dao weapons, and immemorial divine weapons piled up like a small mountain. This must be the treasure of an immemorial mountain sect. We have a lot of gains. The black ape was quite excited. There were so many treasures here, and they had a lot to gain. The corners of Du Xiaofu's mouth curled into a smile. These things weren't simple. They had been left behind for a very long time. It was very likely that they had come from the ancient times. Those sage experts would go crazy if they found out about these things. After all, so many cultivation resources could be used to nurture a lot of powerhouses. Du Xiaofu smiled faintly and put all the cultivation resources in the stone room into his Qiankuan bag. As the cultivation resources in the stone room were taken away, suddenly, an underground crack with stone steps appeared on the stone wall. The crack twisted and turned, and a terrifying aura spread out. Strange mysterious runes swept out and appeared in the void, confining the void. Not good, we seem to have touched some kind of restriction. Dai Xingyu's expression changed. The person who set up this place is really ruthless. Du Xiaofu said. The person who left behind this treasure must have left behind a backup plan. He didn't want others to take it, and in the end, he even set up a hidden restriction. Whoever took this treasure would also be buried inside. Let's go. Golden light swept out from Du Xiaofu's forehead, turning into the shadow of a red-bone horse monkey. It covered everyone, and then disappeared outside the restriction, drilling into the stone wall. Rumble! Following Du Xiaofu's disappearance, the stone chamber began to collapse. Rumbling sounds rang out continuously, as if the entire mountain was about to collapse. When Du Xiaofu's figure reappeared in the valley outside the cave, the original cave in front of him had collapsed like a hot knife through butter. The whole valley rumbled. Not bad. Du Xiaofu's figure flew into the distance of the valley, and looked at the collapsed cave in front of him with a smile. They had gained a lot. There was movement here, and there were experts everywhere. This was not a place to stay for long. Everyone disappeared again, and went into the depths of the burial dead land. The world was dark, and more than 20 figures landed on the mountain peak in the vast mountain range. In the lead, there were several figures with exceptionally powerful auras. Their bodies were dazzling, and their eyes were resplendent. Their invisible auras affected the surrounding void. If Du Xiaofu was here, he would definitely be able to recognize that there were many familiar faces in this group. In the lead, there were 2 middle-aged people with exceptionally powerful auras. They were Long Qi of the 8 Desolation Demon Dragon Clan and Feng Jin of the Distant Sky Flame Phoenix Clan. It should be here. Long Qi looked ahead, and there was a blazing light in his eyes. Be careful. It shouldn't be simple, Feng Jin said. Long Qi was not careless. He knew that Feng Jin had some talent in space and could sense some special danger. Be careful, Long Qi said. Then, the group rushed forward. Whoosh whoosh, Du Xiaofu's figure appeared in the continuous mountains. He looked ahead, and there was a faint golden light in his eyes. Something doesn't seem right. Dai Xingyu looked around and frowned. There is a restriction. It was left behind by an expert. Du Xiaofu's Redbone Horse Monkey Meridian Soul's talent sensed this place and also felt the existence of a powerful restriction. We should be able to find something. Du Xiaofu pursed his lips and smiled. If there was a restriction, there was definitely a treasure inside. The Redbone Horse Monkey Meridian Soul also sensed the aura of a treasure. With the Redbone Horse Monkey Meridian Soul around, ordinary restrictions did not need to be bothered. Rumble, a moment later, the mysterious runes of the talisman soared into the sky. Its aura was vast, and streams of energy pierced through the void like spears tearing through the sky. Be careful. Du Xiaofu made his move and blocked a large amount of energy streams. A bitter smile appeared on his face. There was indeed a restriction here, but this restriction was not ordinary. The Redbone Horse Monkey Meridian Soul was not very useful and was trapped inside. Master, there are people in front who are also trapped. They seem to be from the Distant Sky Flame Phoenix Clan and the 8 Desolation Demon Dragon Clan. Zhong Yuan discovered the existence of this person in front and sensed the aura of the 8 Desolation Demon Dragon Clan and the Distant Sky Flame Phoenix Clan. Du Xiaofu also looked to the side. Not far away, there were more than 20 figures trapped in this vast restriction. Looking at those figures, Du Xiaofu raised his brows slightly. How could he not recognize them? They were Long Qi of the 8 Desolation Demon Dragon Clan and Feng Jin of the Distant Sky Flame Phoenix Clan. Looking at the aura fluctuations on Feng Jin's body, he had almost recovered from his heavy injuries. It seemed that the Distant Sky Flame Phoenix Clan really had a lot of resources. Other than Long Qi and Feng Jin, Du Xiaofu also saw many familiar figures. Qing Long of the 8 Desolation Demon Dragon Clan was also among them. There was also a golden-robed old man that he had fought in the Beast Alliance. He was an early-stage Saint-stage cultivator from the Gold-Devouring Rat Clan. However, he did not see Luo Shang. She did not seem to be following by Feng Jin's side. At this moment, an old man with a cold aura attracted Du Xiaofu's attention. There were even some traces of the power of lightning on his body. The Dark Lightning Demon Snake Clan. Du Xiaofu's eyes moved. That cold old man should be from the Dark Lightning Demon Snake Clan. Back then, he had killed an early-stage, Saint-stage old woman from the Dark Lightning Demon Snake Clan. At this moment, the aura of this old man was clearly not inferior to Feng Jin and Long Qi. He was also at the mid-stage of the Saint stage. It's that kid. Long Qi and Feng Jin also discovered Du Xiaofu. Back in the Beast Alliance, Du Xiaofu had revealed his true appearance in the end. At this moment, Long Qi, Feng Jin, and the others recognized him immediately. It's him. It's that kid. He's not dead yet. Instantly, more than half of the 20 figures looked at Du Xiaofu with trembling eyes with lingering fear. Chapter 2367. The golden-clothed old man from the Goldbiter rat clan had a gloomy expression. He could not suppress his anger, but he also had a lingering fear, and did not dare to act rashly. His expression was extremely complicated. The cold old man's gaze was also fixed on Du Xiaofu. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and his aura became even colder. Qing Long's expression was also very complicated. As an outstanding member of the younger generation of the Beast Alliance and a supreme Nirvana stage expert, he knew very well that he did not even have the qualifications to be compared to that human. This blow was too great for him. They don't seem to have a good impression of you? Ouyang Shuang's gaze swept over, and then her big and beautiful eyes looked at Du Xiaofu. At this moment, anyone could see the expressions on their faces. They wanted nothing more than to skin Du Xiaofu alive. I don't like them either. Du Xiaofu smiled slightly. He naturally did not have a good impression of Long Qi, Feng Jin, and the others. However, now did not seem to be the time to make a move. 3 intermediate Saint stage experts and a few early Saint stage experts. Du Xiaofu was not afraid of such a lineup, but he was worried that with Ouyang Shuang and Dai Xingyu by his side, Ouyang Shuang and Dai Xingyu would not be affected if they fought. Swoosh swoosh Long Qi, Feng Jin, and the others' gazes landed on Du Xiaofu, Ouyang Shuang, and the others. They were rather surprised to see Zhong Yuan here. Zhong Yuan, you're actually with this human. The initial Sage Realm golden-clothed old man from the gold-devouring rat clan spoke. It seemed as if he was familiar with Zhong Yuan. The Beast Alliance didn't have any objections to such a loose cultivator and didn't want to get involved. However, Zhong Yuan was from the Beast Clan after all. None of the Beast Alliance's demonic beasts would be able to tolerate him walking together with a human. It's none of your business. Zhong Yuan glanced at the golden-clothed old man and did not take him to heart at all. Humph! The golden-clothed old man's expression darkened even more when he was ignored by Zhong Yuan. What, do you want to fight? Zhong Yuan looked at the golden-clothed old man as if he did not take him seriously at all. Zhong Yuan, you don't seem to be qualified. Feng Jin spoke as he looked at the demonic ape with a rather complicated expression that was suffused with crimson flames. The demonic ape was slightly fearful when facing Feng Jin. There was still a huge gap between the intermediate stage of the Saint stage and the peak of the initial stage of the Saint stage. Then I don't know if I'm qualified. Du Xiaofu spoke and looked at Feng Jin. His indifferent gaze swept over him. Looking at Du Xiaofu's gaze, Feng Ai's eyes could not help but twitch. The heavy injury he suffered back then was still vivid in his mind, and he still had a lingering fear in his heart. Kid, this isn't the place to fight. If you want to fight, we'll accompany you. However, at this moment, with 3 mid-stage Holy Beast Realm cultivators and a few early-stage Holy Beast Realm cultivators around, Feng Jin wasn't afraid. However, he knew that he couldn't do anything to that kid alone. Du Xiaofu's gaze shifted as he smiled and said to Feng Jin, "Of course, this is not the place to make a move. I don't intend to make a move either. I think there was some misunderstanding with the distant Sky Flame Phoenix clan." However, when he heard Du Xiaofu's words, the demonic ape was secretly speechless. Where did this misunderstanding come from? Not long ago, he had annihilated an expert from the distant Sky Flame Phoenix clan. Feng Jin couldn't help but be stunned. Could it be that this kid is really afraid of the distant Sky Flame Phoenix clan? It seems like he wants to befriend them. He secretly moved his eyes and exchanged a look with Long Qi and the cold old man. Perhaps there is indeed some misunderstanding. Now that everyone is trapped here, it won't be easy to get out. If we can't break this restriction, we'll all be trapped here. Feng Jin looked at Du Xiaofu and said, I just came in. I wonder if you guys have discovered anything, Du Xiaofu asked with a smile. Feng Ai's eyes moved, and the crimson flames fluctuated. He seemed to be somewhat confident as he said, If my guess is correct, the person who set up this restriction was an ancient almighty figure. Yes. A restriction set up by an ancient almighty figure. Du Xiaofu's gaze moved slightly. He had long known that this was a restriction set up by an expert, and it wasn't an ordinary restriction. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to block the Scarlet Horse Monkey's bloodline soul. And there was only one way to deal with this kind of restriction, and that was to forcefully destroy it. This is a restriction set up by an ancient almighty figure. It's very powerful. None of us can even think of leaving now. If we don't think of a way to break this restriction, we can only be trapped alive in this restriction. Long Qi said. Then I wonder if everyone has a plan to deal with it? Du Xiaofu asked. Feng Jin raised his eyebrows slightly and said, This restriction set up by an ancient almighty figure has been here for countless years. I'm afraid it has already begun to loosen. I think that, if we all join forces, we might have a chance to break it. Hearing Feng Jin's words, the eyes of Du Xiaofu, the demonic ape, and the others immediately lit up. That makes sense. Why don't we all join forces? Otherwise, we'll really be trapped here. Du Xiaofu smiled faintly. His gaze swept past Feng Jin, Long Qi, and the others before finally landing on the cold old man. Under the sharp power of his origin spirit, Du Xiaofu knew that the cold old man's cultivation was definitely not inferior to Long Qi and Feng Jin. When Feng Jin and the others heard this, they also looked towards Du Xiaofu. The gazes of Feng Jin, Long Qi, Qing Long, and the others moved slightly and landed on Du Xiaofu. They seemed to be rather puzzled that this fellow actually took the initiative to join forces. Long Qi, Feng Jin, and the cold old man exchanged glances without leaving a trace before nodding. Their figures also slowly took a few steps forward as a strange look flashed through their eyes. They looked at Du Xiaofu and said, Kid, we can join forces to break this restriction, but you have to guarantee one thing. Otherwise, we should all think of our own ways. We'd rather be trapped for a while than join forces with you to break this restriction. Tell me, what do you want me to guarantee? Du Xiaofu looked at Long Qi with an indifferent gaze. Long Qi's face darkened. He had to think of a way to protect the juniors of the 8 Desolation Demon Dragon clan. Moreover, a young supreme being like Qing Long was still by his side. This kid was too terrifying and merciless. Back then in the Beast Alliance, Qi Hu of the 4-winged demon snake clan seemed to have suffered for no reason. Who knew if this kid would repeat the same trick this time and suddenly attack someone else? You have to guarantee that you can't attack us after we join forces to break this restriction. As for the treasures, those who are fated will obtain them. How about it? Long Qi stared at Du Xiaofu and asked. Du Xiaofu indifferently looked at Long Qi, Feng Jin, and the others. His gaze swept across everyone with a faint smile, and he nodded with a smile. Of course, we're all in the same boat now. Even if I want to kill you, it's not now. Moreover, there are so many of you, so I have to think carefully. I hope what you said is true. Feng Jin snorted softly. He also understood that with so many experts around him, this kid wouldn't dare to attack casually. He sneered inwardly. He would let this kid think that he was afraid of him first. When the time came, this kid would regret it. After all, the older the ginger, the spicier it was, and this kid was still a little inexperienced. Of course, I never go back on my word. Du Xiaofu nodded. Hearing Du Xiaofu's words, Dai Xingyu and Ouyang Shuang couldn't help but feel helpless. Then we can join forces to break this restriction. I hope everyone doesn't hold back. Otherwise, no one will be able to leave. The corner of Feng Jin's eyes twitched as he looked at Du Xiaofu and said, Of course. Du Xiaofu nodded slightly and turned around to give Zhong Yuan, Ouyang Shuang, and Dai Xingyu a look. Qi. Qi. Feng Jin raised his eyes and looked slightly at the sky. Just as an energy spear appeared in the sky again, a blazing energy pillar suddenly surged out from his hand along with resplendent flame runes and soared into the sky. In midair, a faint spatial ripple suddenly flashed. That's it. If I'm not wrong, everyone can break this restriction with a combined attack. Feng Jin's expression changed as he spoke to everyone. At this moment, he indeed needed Du Xiaofu's help. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been trapped here. Understood. Long Qi, the cold old man, and the golden-clothed old man from the Goldbiter rat race nodded slightly. Du Xiaofu also nodded inwardly. This Feng Jin did indeed have some ability. Then let's begin. No one holds back. Qi. After that, Feng Jin and Long Qi were the first to move. In an instant, two vast auras covered the heavens and the earth as they swept out. Powerful profound energy drew upon the energy of the heavens and the earth in this space, causing the entire space to shake to the point it was on the verge of collapse. Blazing talisman markings covered the entire space. Boom! Immediately after, figures soared into the sky one after another. Profound energy erupted at the same time, and the figures of beasts appeared in the sky, roaring loudly. In an instant, the restriction was on the verge of collapse, and a monstrous aura spread out. Under Du Xiaofu's nod, the demonic ape's fierce and ferocious qi fluctuated, causing people's hearts to tremble. With a shake of his arm, he smashed the space with a punch, immediately blasting towards the seal in the sky. Join forces and break. Break! Long Qi's awe-inspiring shout resounded in this space like a dragon's roar and thunder. As Long Qi's shout fell, the auras of the cold old man, Feng Jin, and the others that blotted out the sky and earth surged crazily. All sorts of attacks immediately gathered, and the figures of beasts appeared in the sky. Immediately, they transformed into blurry figures of light that shot into the sky like lightning. The fierce and powerful attacks of the Beast Alliance experts also gathered in an instant and exploded in the sky. Break! Ouyang! Ouyang Shuang let out a delicate cry as the profound energy within her body instantly erupted. She brandished her hyacinth sword and a resplendent sword light shot out. Vast and mighty power filled the heavens and earth as an ancient aura filled the air. A vast pressure descended from the sky, causing the surrounding creatures to feel a sense of trepidation. Boom! Boom! Dai Xingyu formed a seal with his hand, and talisman runes that blotted out the sky and earth surged out. They gathered the energy of heaven and earth, and a palm print shot out with blazing flames, as if it was going to set space on fire. All the water vapor in the air evaporated, and the entire space trembled. Rumble, in an instant, boundless energy of heaven and earth followed, and the sound of something tearing through the air could be heard from the spatial ripples. In an instant, the attacks collided with the restriction in the sky. Bang bang bang! Boom! The interior of the restriction immediately trembled, and low explosions continuously sounded out. These many powerful attacks were extremely terrifying, especially Feng Jin, the cold old man, and Long Qi. They really didn't hold back and attacked to shatter the void. Crack crack! Crack! The restriction in the sky shook, and a huge spatial ripple appeared out of thin air. A vast and ancient power spread out, and the broken talisman runes continued to surge out. However, it seemed that they were still a bit away from completely shattering. Du Xiaofu glanced at the sky. This restriction had probably been here for a long time. This restriction set up by an ancient almighty was really terrifying. Du Xiaofu's eyes darkened. He didn't want to be trapped here. Looking at the seal that was difficult to tear apart, golden light surged in his eyes. His hand seals changed rapidly, and a golden light whizzed around him like the sun. In just an instant, the golden light was boundless, and two golden pillars of light suddenly shot out from his eyes. Buzz buzz! Buzz! In the next moment, Du Xiaofu stomped his foot on the ground, and the void trembled. With a wave of his hand, wind and thunder rumbled, and his figure instantly appeared in the void. A purple-gold light flashed in his hand, and a terrifying aura spread out. The purple-gold heavenly tower was already in his hand. Hegemonic sword path. The purple-gold heavenly tower was swung out. It was simple and direct without any fancy moves. It suddenly slashed towards the faint spatial ripple in the sky. Chi la, chi. Accompanied by the sound of wind and thunder above the purple-gold heavenly tower, the resplendent sword light carried an incomparably domineering aura as it streaked across the sky, shattering the void along the way. The entire space trembled. Wherever the sword light passed, the spatial ripples turned into ashes, revealing a long spatial crack. Long Qi, Feng Jin, and the others were secretly shocked as they watched Du Xiaofu make his move. The momentum of that brat's sword strike had actually reached such a terrifying level, causing everyone's hearts to tremble. Long Qi, the cold old man, and Feng Jin had the strongest cultivation bases. At this moment, the three of them felt the terror of this sword strike even more. The domineering and arrogant sword Qi contained a peerless martial path, causing their hearts to tremble. This was especially true for Feng Jin and Long Qi. At this moment, they were the most shocked to feel that this sword strike was probably enough to easily kill an early-stage Saint Stage expert. Compared to the last time he attacked in the Beast Alliance, this brat's strength seemed to have improved quite a bit. This made them the most fearful. In midair, the purple-gold sword light ruthlessly slashed at the spatial ripples in the sky with an irresistible force. The sword light was sharp, and this kind of collision caused one's heart to skip a beat. Chi! Chi! Immediately after, everyone's eyes were stunned. They saw the purple-gold sword light slash at the terrifying spatial ripples. The mysterious runes on the talisman fluctuated, and the spatial ripples only froze for an instant before a monstrous domineering aura swept out from the purple-gold sword light. Crack, crack! Crack! In a short instant, the sound of spatial ripples shattering could be heard. The purple-gold sword light shattered the space, and then crushed down with a powerful force, ruthlessly splitting the spatial ripples restriction into two. Bang, bang, bang! A low, muffled sound immediately exploded. The spatial restriction shattered, and the space between heaven and earth trembled violently under such a terrifying impact. The mysterious runes on the talisman shattered, and the terrifying aftershock of the force directly tore open spatial cracks in the surrounding space, revealing a pitch-black light that instantly merged back together. Dang, 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 dang! Chi! A terrifying energy storm swept out in the sky, spreading in all directions. Everyone below was instantly forced back. Those with weaker strength spat out blood from the aftershock of the force, and their faces turned pale. Du Xiaofu's figure appeared in front of Ouyang Shuang and Dai Xingyu. Golden light fluctuated and protected the two women. As for Feng Jin and Long Qi, their expressions changed. That brat's strength had already reached a level that they knew they couldn't contend against. Compared to that time in the Beast Alliance, he was definitely on another level. Chi! Chi! Under everyone's different gazes, the restriction in the sky finally shattered and disappeared. The scene in front of everyone's eyes instantly changed. A huge palace appeared. It was surrounded by mountains on three sides, and the mountain peaks towered into the clouds. Thick fog lingered around it, but it was deathly silent. Everyone looked at it. The huge palace was extremely ancient and strange. It was as if it had risen from the ground among the mountains. It was majestic, grand, and extraordinary. Suddenly, Dai Xingyu cried out in surprise. At this moment, on a huge square in front of the huge palace, the outline of a giant golden beast was crawling on the ground. It was more than 3,000 meters long and was winding around. Its entire body was golden, as if it was covered in gold. The eyes on its huge head were tightly shut, and there were sharp claws covered in scales under its abdomen. The thick scales extended all the way to its back. Above the huge demonic beast's corpse, a surging beast sovereign's aura was still spreading. It was only a corpse, but even though it was dead, it was still so majestic that no one dared to touch it easily. Judging from the shockingly majestic aura spreading down, this was definitely a terrifying demonic beast. A dragon, it's the corpse of an immemorial dragon expert. Looking at the huge demonic beast's body, Du Xiaofu's eyes suddenly lit up. It was actually a dragon corpse. To be able to appear here, it was definitely a corpse left behind by an immemorial dragon expert. Du Xiaofu reckoned that this dragon corpse was definitely an immemorial dragon corpse. It was most likely from the dragon phoenix tribulation. It's our dragon's ancestor. Long Qi, Qing Long, and the others trembled. Light gushed out from their eyes, and they were extremely excited. There were mysterious runes fluctuating in their bodies. It was a familiar aura that originated from the bloodline in their bodies. It was a real dragon, an immemorial dragon expert. An immemorial expert and an immemorial sacred artifact. Someone exclaimed in surprise again. Everyone looked over and saw that in front of the giant golden dragon's corpse, there was a humanoid figure standing tall and straight on the ground. However, half of his feet were sunk into the cracks in the ground, and the surrounding cracks were spreading out. The long robe on this figure had become ragged after countless years of glory, but his body was still well preserved. His messy long hair covered half of his face, and his body was slightly thin. Although his muscles had shrunk a little, there was still some luster. His body was tall and straight, and there was even a layer of invisible spatial ripples at the edge of his body. It made one's spiritual soul tremble, and one would feel a huge and majestic pressure all over one's body. Such a body was only a corpse. However, when people looked at it from afar, it was still as majestic as a mountain. It was unshakable. The level of pressure was not below that of the huge dragon corpse. What a strong pressure! Yes. Du Xiaofu's eyes trembled. It was just a corpse, but it made him feel uneasy just by looking at it. The cultivation level of this expert when he was alive must have reached an extremely terrifying level. In the hand of this figure, he held a black longsword that was propped up on the ground. The longsword was strange. It was pitch black like ink, and its shape was strange. It gave off a feeling of incomparable sharpness. Although it had experienced countless years, the black longsword was still pitch black and deep. There was no dust, and an aura that made one's spiritual soul tremble spread out from the longsword. There was even a faint energy of the world that spread out around the pitch-black longsword, constantly lingering around it. On the pitch-black longsword, there was a strange glow of mysterious black runes. It was unknown how many tens of thousands of years it had been like this, as if it had existed for eternity. Du Xiaofu was shocked, and his eyes kept flashing. This pitch-black longsword was definitely not an ordinary immemorial sacred artifact. The purple-gold heavenly tower in his body was already throbbing, as if it had sensed something, and wanted to rush out. Immemorial dragon corpse, immemorial expert, immemorial sacred artifact. Everyone's gazes fell on the dragon corpse, the human-shaped corpse, and the pitch-black longsword. Their eyes were burning with greed and amazement. At this moment, everyone's gazes were focused on the dragon corpse, the human-shaped corpse, and the pitch-black longsword. Feng Jin, Long Qi, and the cold old man exchanged glances, and 3 killing intent shot out from their eyes. Du Xiaofu die. In an instant, 3 figures appeared in front of Du Xiaofu. 3 terrifying auras gushed out like a volcanic eruption, imprisoning the void. One was vigorous, one was scorching, and one was cold. 3 auras of the middle stage of the holy beast realm swept out without reservation. Rumble, the 3 figures and 3 terrifying attacks were like lightning. 3 terrifying energies spread out, piercing through and destroying space. In front of the 3 attacks, the space shattered inch by inch, revealing a pitch-black spatial hole. The entire space shook endlessly. In a flash, the three terrifying attacks directly enveloped Du Xiaofu's body. Immediately, Du Xiaofu's figure shattered into pieces, and his figure shattered into pieces in the shattered space. Qing Long, the early-stage Holy Beast Realm Elder from the Goldbiter Rat Clan, and the others hadn't recovered from their shock. They didn't know what had happened, and their expressions changed drastically. Du Xiaofu's figure instantly shattered into pieces in the shattered space and was destroyed. After a moment of shock, Qin Long and the golden-clothed elder sneered. That brat was still too inexperienced. He couldn't escape death in the end. Long Qi, Feng Jin, and the cold old man appeared and sneered. This brat was too inexperienced. Did he really think that they wouldn't attack him? Whoosh! Du Xiaofu's figure shattered, but no blood flowed out. As the spatial ripples shook, he instantly turned into nothingness. At this moment, Feng Jin, Long Qi, and the cold old man's sneering faces suddenly changed drastically, as if they had discovered something. Boom! A blurry light fluctuation appeared on Zhong Yuan, Ouyang Shuang, and Dai Xingyu, enveloping the three of them. At the same time, golden light fluctuated, and Du Xiaofu, who had just shattered and disappeared into the void, appeared intact. Chapter 2368. Following which, a ray of light shot into the center of his brows. Du Xiaofu's golden eyes indifferently swept across Feng Jin, Long Qi, and the cold old man as he said, "You three evil creatures, did you think that I wouldn't be on guard against you? I knew that you had ill intentions." When this indifferent voice fell, a strange rune shot into the sky around Du Xiaofu's body. His aura surged and erupted, blooming with golden light. In an instant, the resplendent golden light formed feather-like materialized fragments around his body. Layer by layer, they formed a set of divine and gorgeous golden armor that covered his entire body. At the same time, a pair of great golden wings appeared behind Du Xiaofu. His aura was monstrous, and it was truly connected to his flesh, blood, tendons, and bones. He was like a real human-shaped great rock that wanted to soar into the sky and cross the heavens. The fusion was perfect and flawless. The magnificent armor and the domineering golden rock wings made him look even more majestic and domineering. Screech! When the feathery armor and golden wings appeared, the screech of the golden-winged great rock pierced through the clouds and cracked rocks. An incomparably domineering aura swept through the void, causing Du Xiaofu to seem like a real human-shaped great rock that wanted to spread its wings and break through the sky. "Since you guys want to make a move after exhausting yourselves to death, I'll play with you guys." As soon as he finished speaking, golden light erupted, and Du Xiaofu's figure disappeared from the spot. "Not good, retreat, retreat." Feng Jin and Long Qi had a bad premonition when they saw Du Xiaofu mysteriously store Zhong Yuan and the other two into some kind of treasure. At this moment, they shouted loudly, and their expressions changed drastically. The three figures quickly pounced towards the people beside them. Long Qi even pounced towards Qing Long at the first possible moment. That was the strongest younger generation of the 8 Desolation Demon Dragon clan. There absolutely could not be any problems. However, it was already too late. Du Xiaofu's figure was too fast, completely surpassing Feng Jin, Long Qi, and the other two. He instantly arrived in front of the group. As the golden wings of the great rock flapped, his 5 fingers curled slightly, and the resplendent golden talisman runes on his fingertips seemed to want to tear through space. Energy ripples visible to the naked eye spread out from the claws. Rock Chaos Crushing Claw. At this moment, the aura on Du Xiaofu's body was like a peerless ferocious rock. The dazzling talisman markings on his claws were like golden lightning that wreaked havoc. It was as if a golden-winged rock was about to spread its wings and fly out. The domineering and fierce aura that seeped out from the claw imprint caused everyone to tremble before they could recover from their shock. Not good. The expressions of the golden-clothed old man and the 2 early-stage Saint Beast Realm cultivators changed drastically at the same time. In their shock, they unleashed their full strength, and 3 vast auras swept out. Chila, it was too fast. Its momentum was like thunder. Golden light erupted, and countless golden lightning snakes shot out from the claws. In an incomparably domineering manner, they ruthlessly crushed the golden-clothed old man and the other two early-stage Saint Beast Realm cultivators. Domineering energy erupted, causing the surrounding space to surge and boil. Under everyone's gazes, the handprint and claw directly tore through a large area of space in the most powerful manner. The large area of space turned pitch black under the raging golden light. The sound of space shattering rang out, and resplendent energy ripples spread out like lightning, causing space to shatter inch by inch. Swoosh, swoosh, 5 pitch-black cracks appeared. Those pure black cracks made one's scalp tingle. Damn it! The 3 early-stage Saint Beast Realm cultivators of the golden-clothed old man and the other 2 early-stage Saint Beast Realm cultivators' eyes grew bigger and bigger. The aura of death grew in their hearts. Before they could fully activate their bodies, they were torn apart and turned into a bloody mist. Ka, the 3 early-stage Saint Beast Realm cultivators were torn into pieces in an instant. There was no way for them to escape. Under the domineering energy aftermath, the surrounding domain realm demon beasts were directly sent flying. Some of the demon beasts coughed out blood. Those with lower strength were already severely injured by the aftermath of the restriction. At this moment they could no longer resist and were killed. Watch out! Long Chi's figure appeared beside Qing Long. He grabbed Qing Long's shoulder with his hand and pulled him away. Kid, you're courting death. The cold old man and Feng Jin roared furiously. At the same time, Feng Jin's figure had already arrived. Blazing flames spread out and transformed into a blazing armor that covered his entire body. A pair of wings spread out like the wings of a phoenix. Mysterious runes rippled, and the faint cry of a phoenix could be heard. He directly set up the flame phoenix flying armor. An incomparably scorching aura swept out in an instant. He directly struck out with his palm. The flames that filled the sky carried a blazing aura that could burn space and cause one's origin spirit to wither away. They condensed into a seal with lightning speed and slammed towards Du Xiaofu. Hiss! At the same time, an energy pillar in front of the cold old man pierced through space and transformed into a terrifying lightning demon snake. Lightning wreaked havoc like a dragon's roar as it pounced towards Du Xiaofu. Humph! Du Xiaofu's gaze raised, and he paid no attention to it. He watched as Feng Jin's palm seal floated over, and as the palm seal condensed, strands of strange and violent energy fluctuations suddenly rippled out. The energy fluctuations that seemed to have materialized instantly condensed into a multicolored and resplendent palm seal. There were the roars of dragons, tigers, birds, and turtles, and the pressure surging through the sky. The profound yellow emperor's seal slammed out. The energy on the palm seal poured out like a flood and expanded with the wind. It was accompanied by a destructive might that suddenly swept out. At the same time, Du Xiaofu swung the purple-gold heavenly tower in his hand, which he had not restrained all this time. A sword appeared in the sky and slashed at the lightning demon snake. Everything was as fast as lightning. In the blink of an eye, the profound yellow emperor's seal and Feng Jin's palm seal collided head-on. Runes shot out and the sky rumbled. Rumble, with a muffled sound of energy, gorgeous runes shot out. Terrifying energy ripples swept out like a huge wave. Within the dazzling light, the silhouettes of the azure dragon, white tiger, phoenix, black tortoise, and black tortoise appeared. Qi-La sword light surged into the sky as purple-gold light swept out. The sword light was blazing and resplendent. Bang, 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 a large area of the void was collapsing. Following that, 2 figures in the sky were sent flying at the same time and smashed down from the sky. Feng Jin and the cold old man spat out blood as their bodies smashed into the square below. The earth shook and the mountains shook as if they could not withstand a single blow. On the other hand, Du Xiaofu's figure did not waver at all. He flapped his wings and crossed the void, appearing in front of Long Qi, who was pulling Qing Long and retreating. His entire body was covered in feathered armor, and the golden wings of the great roc spread out behind him. He was domineering and mighty. "Do you think you can save him?" Du Xiaofu sneered. The killing intent in his golden eyes was undisguised. Since these evil creatures wanted to attack secretly, there was no need to be polite. "Brat, how dare you?" Long Qi's expression changed drastically. Without any time to think, a ferocious aura swept out. The aura of a mid-stage holy beast rose to its peak and swept out. A fist mark seemed to have transformed into a bolt of lightning as it charged directly at Du Xiaofu. "Humph!" Du Xiaofu snorted and retreated instead of advancing. Under Long Qi's shocked and puzzled gaze, he allowed the fist to hit his chest. At the same time, he raised his hand as fast as lightning and slashed his sword at the stunned and trembling Qing Long. Boom! Boom! This sword strike was as if it could split a mountain. There was nothing fancy about it, but an incomparably domineering aura suddenly spread out from that sword strike, causing the space to shake violently. At such a close distance, the space where the sword passed almost collapsed, revealing traces of a vacuum. It was a simple sword strike, but it contained destruction. Bang! A muffled groan came from Du Xiaofu's chest. It was caused by Long Qi's punch, but the purple-gold heavenly sword had already reached Qing Long's head. "Granduncle Long Qi, save me!" Qing Long's eyes were filled with shock. The aura of death grew in the depths of his beast soul and rose wildly. At this moment, the powerful and arrogant Qing Long was finally terrified and shouted at the top of his lungs. However, it was useless. At this moment, it was difficult for Long Qi to escape from this sword strike. If it was Qing Long, it might not be useful even if he gave up his life. Moreover, Long Qi was unwilling to give up his life, so he could only make a choice. Swish! At the critical moment, Long Qi waved his hand and threw Qing Long directly at Du Xiaofu's sword. His figure retreated rapidly. Swish! The pitiful Qing Long was thrown out to feed the sword by Long Qi. In an instant, his body was slashed into a bloody mist and his soul was destroyed. Long Qi retreated and managed to escape the calamity. However, he was in a sorry state. Du Xiaofu also staggered a few steps back. Long Qi's punch was not weak. The punch of the 8 Desolation demonic dragon, who was in the middle stage of the holy beast realm, was not weak. However, Du Xiaofu's cultivation was in the middle stage of the holy beast realm. With the addition of the green spirit armor and the immortal Xian body, such a punch could not cause any substantial damage to him. It only caused the blood in his body to churn. Swish, swish, as he retreated, Du Xiaofu continued to attack. He waved his hand and a green light shone from his palm. The illusory saber formation was activated. Hundreds of saber radiances broke through the air and cut through the void. They contained the numbers of the 9 palaces and yin and yang. Screams were heard. The remaining experts of the Beast Alliance who retreated in a panic had their bodies pierced through in an instant. They screamed in agony and were all killed. "Brat, the 8 Desolation demonic dragon tribe will not let you off." Long Qi was furious. He could only watch helplessly as Qing Long was thrown out to save his life. This was undoubtedly more furious than watching Qing Long being killed with his own eyes. Roar! Long Qi's voice was like a dragon's roar. His body expanded. In an instant, light overflowed into the sky. His figure transformed into the true form of the 8 Desolation demonic dragon. He was like a dragon and a flood dragon. He also had the might of a dragon and a terrifying pressure. Bastard! The ground below trembled. Monstrous scarlet flames swept out like a storm. The aura of the supreme beast race spread out, bringing with it a monstrous blazing aura that shot into the sky. Coo! Coo! The cry was like the cry of a phoenix. A huge distant flame phoenix's true form surged into the sky along with the ruins and huge rock. It instantly flapped its wings and rose into the sky. Feng Jin transformed into his true form. His huge beast body, which was tens of thousands of feet tall, was like a cloud in the sky. Light covered the sky, and mysterious runes enveloped the void. The surroundings were like a sea of flames. An indescribable blazing pressure pressed down on the sky. Rumble, a huge, lightning demonic snake body that was not inferior to Long Chi's true form, appeared. It was covered in lightning and thunder. It was ferocious and terrifying. The three huge demonic beasts stared at Du Xiaofu with murderous intent. They had never expected such an outcome. In the blink of an eye, that human was actually so ferocious and killed all the remaining people. 3 early-stage holy beasts and many juniors of the 3 clans were killed. How ferocious was that? Especially Long Qi. Qinglong was the future of the 8 Desolation demonic dragon race, but he could only be thrown out to feed the sword. Feng Jin knew very well that the brat's strength had increased explosively again. Back then, when he fought with him in the Beast Alliance, although that brat was abnormal, he was unable to heavily injure him with a single move. It was the same move just now. He just didn't get the upper hand last time, but now, he was heavily injured. What, are you done playing? You guys don't seem to be satisfied. Du Xiaofu sneered. He did not hide the killing intent in his eyes. The remaining 3 were the real masters. Join forces and kill this brat. Long Qi shouted sinisterly. He could no longer suppress his anger. His dragon body soared into the sky and swooped down from the void. Kill. Feng Jin's killing intent was already monstrous. He gritted his teeth and roared ferociously. Red light surged out of his eyes as if 2 volcanoes were erupting. He spread his wings and covered the void as he pounced towards Du Xiaofu. Rumble, the lightning demonic snake's body did not stop. Wherever it passed, the terrifying power of lightning shattered the void and swept down with rolling lightning. A monstrous aura swept out crazily, enough to shatter everything. A cold light surged in Du Xiaofu's eyes. The golden wings on his back flapped, and the unfettered steps under his feet changed unpredictably. He drifted like a god and disappeared into the void. Evil creature! In the next moment, Du Xiaofu's indifferent voice sounded from behind the lightning demonic snake's huge body. Qi! Qi! Golden light fluctuated, and Du Xiaofu's figure had already appeared behind the lightning demonic snake. At this moment, a monstrous killing intent surged in his golden eyes. The lightning demonic snake was shocked. It quickly turned around and looked at Du Xiaofu's golden eyes. Its heart trembled for no reason, and its beast soul trembled. Holy sword roar! Qi! The sword light swept out from Du Xiaofu's purple-gold heavenly tower in an instant. Complex and mysterious sword moves finally gathered together, but it was only a simple slash. The sword light instantly spread out with the speed of lightning. A simple sword move contained the power to move mountains and seas. It was enough to shake mountains and rivers, crack mountains and crack the earth, and destroy everything. When the sword light appeared, it shone with golden light. Layers of purple gold light bloomed, and dazzling purple gold talisman patterns bloomed. Its aura was domineering and terrifying. The brilliance of the sword light poured down on the earth like a flood dragon soaring into the sky, like a rock soaring into the sky. Under the brilliance, there was a terrible destructive power hidden. In the lightning demonic snake's horrified eyes, Du Xiaofu's sword directly hit its vital point. A long ripple of space collapsed one after another, but it was silent. However, this kind of silence, with only the light flashing, was even more terrifying. In a short moment, the thunder and lightning around the lightning demonic snake were shattered. It seemed to be completely useless in front of Du Xiaofu, and was directly destroyed by the sword light. An invisible sword intent suddenly spread across the sky and tilted into the lightning demonic snake's body. This power seemed to drive the energy of heaven and earth, and the killing intent spread everywhere. At this time, the lightning demonic snake was shocked to find that the power of thunder and lightning in its body was invisible and could not flow. At the same time, a majestic sword intent poured into its body, destroying everything. Could not withstand a single blow. You've also reached the intermediate stage of the Saint Realm? The lightning demonic snake panicked, and its expression changed. It only knew from Feng Jin and Long Qi that this kid was at the early stage of the Saint Realm, but at this moment, he was obviously at the intermediate stage of the Saint Realm. The purple-gold sword light instantly split open the space and landed directly on the lightning demonic snake. Chi-la! Chi-la! In an instant, a sword-light crack spread out like a spider web on the lightning demonic snake's vital point, shaking the space and causing violent ripples. Then, its body turned into a bloody mist and scattered in the air. Under the sword light, pitch-black spatial cracks appeared, and the lightning beast's soul that was trying to escape was also shattered in the void. The purple-gold sword light spread out, causing the surrounding space to become chaotic and shatter inch by inch. Boom! Chi-la! Feng Jin's attack arrived. The sea of flames surged, containing the Saint Realm's might. Endless pressure spread out, distorting the void. Roar! The dragon's roar was like thunder, shattering the void. With existences like Long Qi and Feng Jin, this was the might of an intermediate stage Saint Beast expert. Every move they made showed how terrifying an intermediate stage Saint Beast expert was. Du Xiaofu's eyes were cold. He shook his arm and used the great pink golden wings on his back to activate the shaking heaven wings. He slapped it fiercely at Long Qi. Golden light spread out in the sky and thunder rumbled. Amidst the domineering and unparalleled momentum, there seemed to be a faint shadow of a golden-winged ping bird. Sword breaking 10,000 miles. Boom! At the same time, Du Xiaofu faced Feng Jin. The purple-gold heavenly tower slashed down. The great ping golden wings swooped down, and the true ping bird swayed. The sword light was like lightning as it descended from the void. This sword cut through the void, and waves of heaven and earth energy gathered. Quietly, layers of strange fluctuations appeared in the space. The purple-gold heavenly tower also lit up brightly, and layers of strange spatial fluctuations around it were invisibly connected to it. There were talisman runes interweaving with each other. Chi-la, the sword light flashed out, and mysterious talisman runes fluctuated. A silent pitch-black crack appeared in the void and instantly spread in front of Feng Jin's huge body. At this moment, Feng Jin's huge eyes were stunned. At this moment, only he knew best that this sword light was accompanied by an invisible force that had messed up the void. This kind of spatial power was not the spatial power that an ordinary Saint Stage cultivator could control, nor was it the spatial power that was affected by external forces. Instead, it was the true essence of space, the profundity of space. The sword light grew larger in his fierce eyes, and space was bound. Feng Jin's fierce eyes twitched, and shock surged out of him. How did you reach the mid-stage of the Saint Stage? The aura of death grew in his heart. Feng Jin felt the aura of death. When he fought with Du Xiaofu in the Beast Alliance, he had this thought. If this brat broke through to the mid-stage of the Saint Stage, he would not be a match for him. But now, this human had actually reached the mid-stage of the Saint Stage in such a short period of time. Swish, the sword light tore through the air and appeared as if it had sliced the void in half. A pitch-black spatial crack appeared in the void and appeared in the sky. Chi-la-la, an abyss quietly appeared below. Feng Jin's huge body was cut in half from the middle. A rain of blood poured down, and his bones fell. Rumble! Rumble! Wind and thunder resounded from the side. Du Xiaofu's sky-shaking wings and Long Qi's main body had already collided, causing the void to explode and the talisman runes to erupt. Chi-la-la Long Qi's main body was directly sent flying. Blood flowed from his body, and his dragon scales cracked and shattered. His gaze was filled with shock and horror. When he stabilized his body, Long Qi soared into the sky. His aura was much weaker, and his fierce dragon eyes stared straight at Du Xiaofu. His gaze was filled with shock and horror. He had never thought that this human's strength would soar again in such a short period of time and step into the mid-stage of the Saint stage. Brat, the Beast Alliance won't let you off. Long Qi's fierce eyes were sharp as he stared at Du Xiaofu. Blood flowed endlessly from his body. It was a tragic sight. You guys don't seem to be able to represent the entire Beast Alliance. No one will know even if I kill you now. Moreover, you guys were the ones who attacked first, Du Xiaofu said. He held the purple-gold heavenly palace in his hand and flapped the golden wings on his back. He was like a humanoid true rock. If you don't kill me, that ancient expert must have an inheritance on him. I'll also give you the ancient sacred artifact. How about I give it to you? Long Qi looked at Du Xiaofu and said, but his eyes were secretly darting around. Killing you seems to be all mine. Du Xiaofu was unmoved. If he let Long Qi go, it would only be harmful. Moreover, he did not intend to let him go. He did not have time to set up the Blood Soul seal on Feng Jin and the enlightening demonic snake, so Long Qi had a chance. Human, why do we have to suffer? You won't get any benefits even if I die, right? At most, we'll both suffer. Long Qi gritted his teeth. Indeed, he was no match for this human, but he could still self-destruct his beast soul. He did not believe that this human would not be afraid. Do you want to self-destruct? It won't hurt me. You can try. The corners of Du Xiaofu's mouth curled into a smile. At Long Qi's cultivation level, the self-destruction of his beast soul was indeed different. Just now, he was afraid that Feng Jin and the enlightening demonic snake would self-destruct, so he launched a fierce attack and did not give them a chance to self-destruct at all. However, even if he could not set up the Blood Soul seal to make Long Qi self-destruct, Du Xiaofu did not intend to leave Long Qi alive. As for Long Qi's self-destruction, Du Xiaofu did not have it. He was confident that he had the ability to protect himself. However, Long Qi's expression darkened when he heard Du Xiaofu's words. It seemed that this human did not intend to let him go. Then, a cold smile appeared on Long Qi's face. He looked at Du Xiaofu and said, Brat, you did have a chance to kill me just now, but now you missed it. Hee, this guy is stalling for time. Du Xiaofu raised his eyebrows and his expression darkened. Ha 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 ha, Brat, you're dead meat. You're definitely dead meat. Suddenly, Long Qi sneered. It was like a dragon's roar that resounded through the void. Not good, there are more experts coming. Suddenly, Du Xiaofu's expression changed drastically. Under the power of his primordial spirit, he felt a powerful aura rapidly approaching. Swish! Without any hesitation, Du Xiaofu pounced towards the ancient expert's corpse and the black sword. Compared to Long Qi's life, this was undoubtedly more important to Du Xiaofu. Brat, you're courting death. Long Qi did not expect that brat to still be thinking about the treasure at this time. Although he knew that he was no match for him, he would definitely not allow the treasure to be snatched away by that brat. Moreover, he already knew that the experts of his clan were already on the way and would arrive soon. Chapter 2369. Roar! Long Qi made his move. Light flooded the sky as the 8 Desolation Demon Dragons' shadow rushed out and swept towards Du Xiaofu's back. Du Xiaofu did not turn back. The golden wings on his back flapped as the golden light surged and swept towards the dragon shadow. Boom! Boom! When the two collided, the space around the dragon's shadow immediately shattered. A frightening energy storm immediately swept out like a hurricane. The runes shattered. However, when the frightening force and the shattered rune storm spread to a certain range, they instantly came to a halt and were completely annihilated without a sound. Qi La! Qi La! In the monstrous energy, Long Qi was once again affected. His dragon body was directly pushed back. His eyes were filled with shock as if he did not expect this human to be so strong. Roar! Chi-La! As the dragon body was pushed back, Long Chi's bloody body exploded with light. As the dragon's aura spread, the space trembled. The aura on his body had been released to the extreme. An incomparably ferocious gaze shrouded Du Xiaofu's body. The huge dragon body descended from the sky like lightning. Its bloody mouth was accompanied by a dragon's breath that covered the sky and earth. It directly swept towards Du Xiaofu, causing the space along the way to quickly crack open. Chi-La Du Xiaofu had already reached the ground. With a wave of his hand, he swept out and swept the ancient expert's remains and the black sacred weapon into his Qianquan bag. He did not have time to retract the ancient dragon body. The attack from behind had already arrived. He did not dare to be careless. He turned around and shot out a murderous intent. His hands began to form strange seals, outlining mysterious arcs. As the seals formed, a strange mysterious rune suddenly burst out from his eyes. In the next moment, the mysterious rune spread out. The light in front of the space rippled, causing the entire space to shake for no reason. It contained a majestic primordial spirit power and enveloped Long Chi. Long Chi's body swooped down. Suddenly, his eyes were blinded. His beast soul was suddenly hit by a huge impact, causing his beast soul to tremble. Accompanying it was a huge impact. Primordial spirit attack. Not good. Long Chi was shocked. An all-pervasive essence soul attack came from within the beast soul. He had seen this human use such an attack on Feng Jin when he was in the Beast Alliance. It was very terrifying. Chi-La-La's azure light rippled as thousands of blade lights suddenly pressed over from all directions. They immediately tore through Long Chi's tough body, causing his body to crack. Blood flowed out as an all-pervasive soul attack surged into his head. This was Du Xiaofu's Sumeru illusory realm and illusory saber formation. With the terrifying increase in the strength of his primordial spirit, the might of the Sumeru illusory realm and illusory saber formation had also reached a new level. This was an attack based on the primordial spirit. Bastard! Stop! Stop! Suddenly, at this moment, a shout came from the distant sky. The sound waves were like the roar of a dragon, rapidly resounding in the sky. Kill! Du Xiaofu had already sensed the incoming aura. He formed a hand seal, and the illusory saber formation erupted. Immediately after, the sound of something breaking through the air resounded in the sky. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Swoosh! The illusionary saber formation exploded in an instant, and a circle of pitch-black spatial cracks spread everywhere. A terrifying energy storm swept out in all directions in an instant. The terrifying aura of the primordial spirit mixed with the raging saber light spread and wreaked havoc in the sky. It was as if an arc of light had enveloped it, causing spatial ripples to sweep out. At the same time, Long Chi let out a miserable cry. His huge dragon body was directly turned into a bloody mist and scattered in the air with a rain of blood. Even his beast soul could not escape and was shattered by the saber formation. You killed a disciple of my 8 Desolation Demon Dragon clan. I will skin you alive and grind your bones to dust. A loud shout filled with killing intent sounded like a dragon's roar. When it sounded again, a resplendent figure was already in the sky. Boom! The space in this area suddenly trembled, as though it was about to solidify. A green-clothed elder appeared. His eyes were filled with a ferocious hatred. It was as though 2 dragon phantoms were about to soar into the sky. A resplendent energy pillar immediately rushed towards Du Xiaofu. Ao! Ao! This speed was too fast. The energy pillar instantly transformed into a dragon phantom. It was like a resplendent thunderbolt as it directly appeared in front of Du Xiaofu, shaking the space. Chi-La Du Xiaofu's figure immediately shattered. However, it did not cause the slightest trace of blood. His figure dissipated along with the spatial ripples. Rumble! AO. Instead, the space where Du Xiaofu was just a moment ago revealed a huge deep spatial hole under the attack of the dragon phantom. Afterimage. AO. The green-clothed elder instantly appeared in this space. He was wearing a long green robe and his figure was tall. However, he appeared a little shriveled. His head was a little sharp and his eyes were resplendent. However, he was incomparably gloomy. He stared at Du Xiaofu's figure, which was disappearing in front of him, as his killing intent became increasingly dense. Soon after, the elder's eyes quietly twitched when he saw the huge dragon corpse on the square. This was a true dragon corpse left behind by an elite ancient dragons. Du Xiaofu's figure appeared. He stared at the green-clothed elder in front of him with a grave expression. From the vast and mighty aura fluctuation on his body, it was not difficult for Du Xiaofu to guess that this elite from the 8 Desolation Demon Dragon clan, who had suddenly appeared, was far more powerful than Lei Yang. You must be the legendary human. You must die today. Kill! The green-clothed skinny elder stared at Du Xiaofu. His face instantly turned ashen and gloomy. His eyes were filled with resentment. So many elites and juniors from his clan had been killed, including Qing Long. How could he not be furious? They attacked first. What does it have to do with me? If you want to attack, I will definitely uproot your entire 8 Desolation Demon Dragon clan. Du Xiaofu said coldly. However, he was also very fearful. Tsk. Little human, how dare you speak such arrogant words? The green-clothed elder's shriveled figure let out a loud roar. At this moment, his aura surged out in all directions and enveloped the entire space. He might be the strongest elite from the 8 Desolation Demon Dragon clan. Du Xiaofu's eyes trembled. At this moment, the aura on this elder's body gave Du Xiaofu a feeling that he might not be any weaker than the Yu clan's imperial ancestor. With such strength, he was definitely an expert. At this moment, Du Xiaofu's expression was somewhat solemn. This person was much stronger than Lei Yang. Back then, when he fought with Lei Yang, Du Xiaofu did not use his full strength and did not use the Scarlet Horse Monkey's primordial spirit. However, Du Xiaofu was now frowning. The Scarlet Horse Monkey's soul had swallowed the distant Flame Phoenix's soul and was still in the process of refining it. That vast energy couldn't be refined in a short period of time. At this moment, he still couldn't use it. If there was a problem, his primordial spirit would be in big trouble. At this moment, Du Xiaofu knew that with the strength of his physical body, he wouldn't be able to deal with Lei Yang. How could he deal with this green-clothed elder in front of him? Brat, no matter who you are, I will definitely grind your bones to dust today. Long Heng's murderous gaze locked onto Du Xiaofu's body. Unfathomable, too strong. Although the immemorial dragon's body was a treasure, Du Xiaofu was very smart. He had already gained something from it. Knowing that he was no match for Long Heng, the best strategy was to escape. Fighting with him wouldn't bring him any benefit. If he attracted other experts, he wouldn't be able to escape even if he wanted to. Swish, the great ping wings on his back flapped, creating a crack in the void. Du Xiaofu didn't stop and wanted to leave immediately. You want to leave? I'm afraid you won't be able to. Long Heng was the first to notice such a commotion. His face darkened, and after a cold shout, he waved his sleeve. A vast and resplendent energy pierced through the void and engulfed Du Xiaofu. A formless void energy also affected the space around Du Xiaofu, causing the crack in the void to slowly close. Du Xiaofu's expression changed. He didn't expect this elder from the 8 Desolation Demon Dragon tribe to be so powerful. He couldn't escape in time and could only flap his wings to avoid the attack. Swish, the energy pierced through the void in front of his neck. The sharp wind caused the feather armor on his ear to shatter into pieces, causing him to feel waves of pain. Old worm, I gave you face, but you don't want it. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Du Xiaofu stepped into the void. Golden light filled the air, and the purple-gold heavenly tower in his hand was filled with the sound of wind and thunder. Long Hung was stunned when he heard Du Xiaofu's words. As expected, you're a reckless human. You're only at the mid-sage realm. Although you have some skills, it's definitely not enough in front of me. Fine, I'll let everyone see with their own eyes whether I, Long Hung, am qualified to grind your bones to dust. Ha ha! Long Hung laughed loudly. His laughter was like thunder, but it was incomparably gloomy. Everyone could hear the anger in his laughter. He had come out of seclusion this time to uncover the greatest secret of the Heaven Burial Wasteland. However, it was already too late when he received Long Chi's call for help. The 8 Desolation Demon Dragon tribe had suffered a great loss. The tribe had never suffered such a great loss before. Now, this mid-sage realm brat didn't even put him in his eyes. He was already extremely infuriated by Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu's eyes were filled with coldness as he stared at the gloomy Long Hung. A faint murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Since it was difficult to escape, he could only take one step at a time and slowly think of a way to escape. Of course, Du Xiaofu wasn't arrogant enough to think that he could really fight against Long Hung. Long Hung was too strong. His strength was unfathomable. Du Xiaofu's face turned solemn. However, it wasn't that he couldn't escape. He knew that he would have to put his life on the line today. Only by putting his life on the line would he have a chance to escape. Die! Die! In a short instant, Long Hung's withered and slender body appeared in front of Du Xiaofu. Without any hesitation, a cold shout was emitted from his mouth. With a wave of his green long sleeves, a majestic aura immediately swept out. A huge claw directly grabbed at Du Xiaofu from within his long sleeve. Roar! The mysterious runes in the claw shone brightly. It was as if a flood dragon was rushing out. Its power was terrifying. Humph! Humph! Du Xiaofu raised his eyebrows and snorted. Golden light emerged from the soles of his feet. His figure quickly drifted back, and the claw brushed past his shoulder again. In terms of speed, Du Xiaofu wasn't slow. The speed of the golden-winged Great Ping race and the wave-treading carefree steps complemented each other. Moreover, Du Xiaofu had also comprehended the space mystery from the space-splitting 3 swords. It was like adding wings to a tiger. Seeing Du Xiaofu dodge his attacks again and again, Long Hung's expression changed again and again. However, with his cultivation, he could imprison everything with a single move. His speed was also as fast as lightning. It seemed that he was already prepared. After his attack missed, his figure suddenly flashed and appeared directly above Du Xiaofu's head like a ghost. The claw wrapped in the flood dragon's shadow stretched out again. The claw instantly tore 5 terrifying spatial cracks and aimed at Du Xiaofu's head in an extremely tricky and ruthless manner. Blood Soul Seal. Humph! In this flash of lightning, Du Xiaofu's hand suddenly formed a strange seal. A supreme aura spread out and covered his palm with a mysterious seal. It was like the shadow of a golden-winged Great Ping. Its entire body was golden and resplendent, with silver-yellow electric arcs. A monstrous aura spread out from it, accompanied by flashes of lightning and roars of thunder. The silver-yellow electric arcs suddenly erupted. Roar! Roar! All of a sudden, the roar of a dragon, a tiger, and the roar of a lion came from Du Xiaofu's palm. It was accompanied by a terrifying aura that caused the surrounding space to rumble and tremble. This monstrous aura descended, containing a kind of aura that 10,000 beasts couldn't resist. This kind of aura came from the souls of 10,000 beasts, from their bloodlines. It was as if the strongest of the beasts had descended, wanting to make 10,000 beasts submit and unable to resist. This terrifying aura suddenly burst out. What kind of strange martial technique is this? Humph! Long Hung's expression became a lot more astonished when he felt this enormous aura. That kind of aura was actually suppressing him without him even noticing it. In just an instant, the blood soul seal was like a fierce tiger hunting for its prey. With a loud roar, it ruthlessly smashed into Long Heng's claw. Rumble! Rumble! When the two forces collided, the void rumbled. Long Heng's claw tore through the void, and Du Xiaofu's blood soul seal dissipated. However, Long Heng was also greatly affected. Du Xiaofu's blood soul seal was originally used to control demonic beasts, but it also had the effect of killing demonic beasts. Moreover, it had an absolute suppressive effect on demonic beasts. At the same time, it attacked the demonic beast's beast soul. When using the blood soul seal to control demonic beasts, Du Xiaofu still had to be careful. If he wasn't careful, he would hurt the demonic beast's beast soul. At that time, controlling the demonic beast wouldn't have much effect in the future. But when using the blood soul seal to deal with demonic beasts, Du Xiaofu didn't have to worry too much. He could fully use it. Bam bam, but even though the blood soul seal affected Long Heng, Du Xiaofu still staggered back. The void behind him was also shattered. The blue spirit armor alternated between light and dark. A muffled groan came from his throat, and faint golden blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. After knocking back Du Xiaofu with one move, Long Heng was still surprised. This human kid is too strange. Strange kid, I can't let him go. Long Heng naturally had his reasons for being able to reach this level. If he let this kid escape today, there would be endless trouble in the future. Without the slightest delay, his figure pounced again, and directly punched out. I can only go all out. Go! Du Xiaofu gritted his teeth and quietly formed a hand seal. As the hand seal condensed, the purple lightning talisman on his body swept out. The lightning martial vein covered his whole body in an instant. Lightning intertwined, thunder clouds spread out, and the heaven and earth phenomenon spread, making the space boil and the mountains shake. This kind of aura made Long Heng's figure stagnate. In his stunned gaze, the real rock-like young man's body was filled with an ancient and terrifying aura. The power was shocking. Lightning was entwined, and the golden light was boundless, like a holy sight. The golden light was boundless. At this moment, the lightning martial vein covered Du Xiaofu's body. A tyrannical murderous aura rippled in the sky. An aura that made people's soul palpitate filled the sky, and a majestic supreme pressure spread across the sky. What kind of martial vein is this? Long Heng was shocked. He had never seen such a martial vein. At this moment, Du Xiaofu didn't stop. The hand seals in his hand were already flying, and the afterimages changed, making the surrounding space almost solidified. Mad Dragon Ninth Heaven! Boom! A golden light burst out and rushed into the sky. Under the speed of lightning, it condensed into 9 giant dragon shadows. Roar, 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 9 huge dragons roared, and the dragon's roar reached the 9 heavens. What Du Xiaofu used was the 9 heavens of the Berserk Dragon of the Universe Dragon Tiger technique, which could increase his strength by a lot in a short period of time. The Mad Dragon 9th Heaven was essential for escaping. It was a trump card to tyrannize people with the same level of cultivation. Although at Du Xiaofu's level of cultivation, the effect of the Mad Dragon 9th Heaven was not great, but it was better than nothing. 9 giant dragons appeared, and instantly turned into 9 energy ribbons, like thunder falling into Du Xiaofu's body. Boom! Boom! The aura on Du Xiaofu's body had obviously increased a lot under the power of the 9 dragons, but it was not as terrifying as before. Long Heng was more and more surprised. This human seemed to have endless methods. Du Xiaofu was still standing in the air, and had no intention of stopping. His body fluctuated with radiance, and with a thought, ancient runes rippled around his body. Then, with him as the center, the 8 trigrams appeared in the air, enveloping his body. The 8 trigrams mysteries were activated. Qian, Kun, Zhen, Sun, Kan, Li, Zhen, Dui. The 8 directions connected with each other, turning into a resplendent divine ring, making Du Xiaofu seem like a divine spirit in the sky. At this moment, Du Xiaofu's azure spirit armor was covered with purple arcs of electricity, revealing a purple-gold color. Coupled with the 8 trigrams divine ring around him, the invisible aura made people tremble in fear. What a strange pressure! Ah! At this moment, Long Hung couldn't help but change color. He felt that the aura that emanated from the tall and straight-armored young man was different from the others. The light was brilliant, and the pressure was quietly released between heaven and earth. This kind of pressure was like the water in the sea, able to bear everything. When the wind was calm and the waves were calm, it made people yearn for it. The heart was vast, and it could nourish all things. But if it was a violent storm, it would raise stormy waves and destroy everything. Long Hung also clearly felt the aura of the incomparably domineering golden rock, as well as the aura of thunder that could kill the heavens and earth. This complicated aura made Long Hung feel uneasy for no reason. Although this uneasiness only lasted for a moment, it was enough to make Long Hung's face change color and his heart become alarmed. At his level of cultivation, he could more or less pry into the mysteries of heaven. This kind of uneasiness made him afraid. This kid is too mysterious and strange. I can't let him live. Long Heng's eyes were already filled with undisguised killing intent. His figure was like lightning as he charged towards Du Xiaofu. Come! Purple gold lightning shot out from Du Xiaofu's eyes as he formed hand seals. The 8 trigrams could connect heaven and earth, containing all things, just like a small world. Kill! Kill! Long Heng didn't want to waste any more time. This kid must die. He couldn't let him live. Killing intent surged in an instant. It was as if a flood dragon was soaring into the sky from the depths of his eyes. Some runes appeared on the green robes on his body, and his aura began to flourish. Boom! Long Heng's body dashed forward, his dragon's might rolling around his body. It was as if an illusory image of the 8 desolation demon dragon was coiled around his body as it swept towards Du Xiaofu. That ferocious and terrifying aura whizzed out, capable of destroying everything in its path. Roar! A dragon's roar could be faintly heard. Wherever Long Heng's figure passed, the surrounding void would shatter and collapse, and the entire abyss would tremble violently. Roar! Du Xiaofu's face was serious as he formed hand seals. The 8 trigrams were filled with the cries of thousands of beasts, lightning descending, a golden rock flapping its wings, and the evolution of mountains and lakes. Wind, rain, thunder, and lightning alternated, the sun, moon, and stars changed, and mountains and rivers moved horizontally. When the 8 trigrams changed, a pressure enveloped the surroundings, causing the dragon's shadow around Long Heng to suddenly dim. Long Heng couldn't help but be surprised. When he raised his eyes, the mysterious runes in his resplendent eyes blazed. The gaze in his eyes trembled, as if the shadow of a dragon was rushing out. The void shattered, and the shadow of the 8 desolation demon dragon around him shone brightly again. Du Xiaofu stood in the middle of the 8 trigrams with a solemn expression. It was as if a divine spirit was in the sky. Hand seals were constantly forming, and the 8 trigrams were changing, deducing, and deriving at the same time. Du Xiaofu also murmured something. Upper Kun and Lower Li, earthly fire bright breaks. Upper Qian and Lower Dui, heavenly blessing trigrams breaks. Upper Qian and Lower Li, heavenly fire dual man breaks. As Du Xiaofu's strange hand seals formed one after another, the 8 trigrams underwent a myriad of changes, and a vast pressure was revealed from the void. Rumble! Suddenly, lightning and stars appeared in the void between heaven and earth. Rolling flames burned, and mountains and rivers moved. The void shattered, and a destructive aura shrouded this part of heaven and earth. The entire void between heaven and earth seemed to be affected at this moment. The earth quaked, the mountains shook, and the heaven and earth resonated. The resplendent runes were like the sea, and stormy waves were surging. Under this terrifying force of heaven and earth, the shadow of the 8 desolation demon dragon around Long Heng began to dim again, and cracks began to appear. Heaven above and earth tremors, heavenly thunder breaks. Boom! Du Xiaofu's hand seals were still changing, and the 8 trigrams void diagram was once again surging with waves. Lightning flashed, thunder rumbled, and heavenly thunder rumbled. Runes intertwined with each other, crossing the universe. Crack, crack, finally, the shadow of the 8 desolation demon dragon around Long Heng began to crack, and the mysterious runes began to crack. The void around him began to crumble inch by inch, and was annihilated. Long Heng's expression changed more and more, and his expression turned completely serious. Dragon shakes the 8 desolation. Boom! Long Heng made his move. The shadow of the 8 desolation demon dragon rushed out again, crossing the void. The mysterious runes on the runes shone brightly as it pierced through the 8 trigrams void diagram, and rushed towards Du Xiaofu. The shadow of the dragon turned the void into a pitch-black void. The dragon's shadow was incomparably dazzling, and suddenly appeared in front of Du Xiaofu. Its aura surged and poured out in torrents, and was incomparably vast. Bam, 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 bam! The frightening power swept out, and the void within the void 8 trigrams that Du Xiaofu had condensed exploded. The void was crumbling. Chapter 2370. Creech. Screech. Du Xiaofu condensed the supreme beast energy of the golden-winged rock race and merged it with the lightning martial vein. His aura changed abruptly. Amidst the thunder and lightning in the void, his aura was incomparably domineering. The aura of execution suddenly swept out. A huge purple-gold thunder rock appeared behind him to fight against the former. The purple-gold thunder rock and the 8 desolation demonic dragon phantom collided in an instant. Amidst the rumbling sound of space shattering, energy runes swept out like waves, drowning the void. Du Xiaofu's body was enveloped in the purple-gold thunder rock. His eyes were like purple suns as he flapped his wings and soared into the sky. With the support of the 8 trigrams and the support of the 8 trigrams, the void rumbled like thunder. This was Du Xiaofu's all-out attack. The blazing golden light and the purple-gold lightning drowned the void. This was a bloody fight. Du Xiaofu was going all out. Rumble, the sky was filled with broken runes. The huge purple-gold thunder rock's body exploded within the 8 trigrams. A large area of the void collapsed, revealing pitch-black spatial cracks that spread out like a spider web above the void. Du Xiaofu spat out golden blood from his mouth. It condensed and did not dissipate. Chi-Lala Du Xiaofu's body was sent flying. The blue spirit armor on his body dimmed and shattered. Traces of blood seeped out and flowed. He finally could not help but spit out a large mouthful of blood into the sky. Du Xiaofu stabilized his body with the golden rock wings on his back. The 8 trigrams around him dimmed. Long Heng's figure also staggered back 2 steps. Although it was only 2 steps, it was enough to make Long Heng completely shocked. A human in the middle stage of the Sage Realm, who seemed to have just broken through to the middle stage of the Sage Realm not long ago, had such terrifying combat strength. He was even able to push him back. If this news were to spread, how shocking would it be? Human, you will definitely die today. Long Heng's eyes were gloomy. This human was too strange. He did not want to waste any more time and could not give this human any more chances. As his voice fell, a bright energy burst out from his hand again. Rumble, the terrifying energy caused the space to vibrate and emit muffled sounds. In an instant, a huge palm print appeared. The palm print carried a vast amount of energy. It whizzed down and covered half of the space. The collapsed space made cracking sounds and enveloped Du Xiaofu as well. It was obvious that Long Heng wasn't holding anything back this time. Du Xiaofu's expression changed, but there was no fear on his face. With a shake of his arm, the image of the 8 trigrams gushed out from his palm and rapidly expanded. Ancient runes flew out and appeared in the void like a screen of light. The moment the 2 palm prints and the 2 forces collided, the space exploded with a shocking sonic boom. Bang bang! Without much movement, Du Xiaofu's body fell directly from the void. The feather armor on his palm was broken, and blood spurted out. The blue spirit armor on his body was broken, and he spat out a large mouthful of blood. Like a meteorite, he smashed into the ground below, causing rocks to fly into the sky and the earth to shake. Long Heng didn't stop. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. A stream of energy came crashing down like a bolt of lightning. Crackle, a purple-gold sword ray instantly shot out from the rubble on the ground. Mysterious talisman runes fluctuated, and a silent pitch-black crack appeared in the void. It was accompanied by an invisible force that disrupted the void, and it instantly blocked the path of the energy stream. Crackle, the sword light was strange and mysterious. It was powerful enough to kill a mid-stage holy beast, but it couldn't stop Long Heng's attack. It was destroyed in an instant. A pitch-black spatial crack appeared in the void, and the earth shook violently. "Kid, you wanna run?" "Dream on." Suddenly, Long Heng seemed to have sensed something. Blazing runes swept across the sky and imprisoned the entire space. This kind of imprisonment sealed the sky and earth. There was no way to escape. "Bastard, what's going on?" Long Heng's expression changed. His eyes turned cold. His figure turned into a bolt of lightning and burrowed into the rubble that Du Xiaofu had just crashed into. The surrounding space gradually calmed down, leaving only the invisible pressure emanating from the massive corpse of the primordial dragon tribe powerhouse. This kind of shocking battle lasted for a long time. It was so shocking that it attracted the attention of other experts. Swoosh, swoosh, several figures appeared in the void. When they saw the enormous dragon corpse in front of the enormous palace, their expressions changed drastically. "An expert of the primordial dragons," someone exclaimed. There was definitely an inheritance in this dragon corpse. It might even be able to refine the blood essence of a true dragon. This was a huge opportunity. Rumble, the earth shook and the mountains shook. Rubble shot up into the sky. Long Heng's figure rushed out. His face was extremely gloomy and his old face was ashen. "Do you think you can get your hands on the treasures of the primordial dragons? You're courting death," Long Heng shouted coldly. He waved his hand and shattered the void. Before the experts could react, they were sent flying. A few of them turned into a bloody mist. They were humans. There were also a few figures who were only injured. They were demon beast experts. "I'll spare your lives this time. Find this human for me. Otherwise, I'll take your lives at any time. The 8 Desolation Demon Dragon Clan will reward anyone who finds this human." As soon as he finished speaking, Long Heng formed a seal with his hands. Mysterious runes appeared in the void in front of him. A strange phenomenon appeared and a powerful aura filled the air. Then, a human figure appeared in the void. It looked like Du Xiaofu. He was wearing a blue spirit armor and had a pair of golden wings. He looked majestic and domineering. Whoosh, Long Heng's hand seals changed, and several rays of light shot out. Those were several scrolls, and Du Xiaofu's figure was engraved within them. Even though they were separated by the scrolls, Du Xiaofu still exuded a domineering aura. This was a technique of the 8 Desolation Demon Dragon Clan. It was very strange, but it had a wonderful effect. Long Heng was using it to imitate Du Xiaofu. "Once you find this human, tear these scrolls to shreds. I will know your whereabouts. At the same time, spread the news that whoever finds this human will be rewarded. Otherwise, you know the consequences." Long Heng's voice was cold. He threw the scrolls in front of the demon beast experts. "Yes, my lord." The demon beast experts didn't dare to stay any longer after escaping death. They immediately left in a hurry. "Kid, you can't escape." Long Heng looked up, his eyes cold to the extreme. He hadn't thought that the brat would be able to escape right under his nose. That human brat seemed to have some kind of mysterious method that allowed him to break through his seals. 6 hours later, Du Xiaofu's figure appeared in a deep cave. The surroundings were barren. When Du Xiaofu's figure appeared, He spat out a mouthful of blood. His body was drenched in blood. There were tears on his purple robe and blood was seeping out. Du Xiaofu's mind scanned the surroundings. He let out a sigh of relief. His hair was messy and covered his face. It had been a long time since he suffered such a serious injury. In the end, he relied on the innate ability of the Scarlet Horse Monkey's bloodline soul to break through Long Heng's seal and escape from the underground. Du Xiaofu had already made preparations from the very beginning. However, if he didn't fight to the death, Long Heng would definitely be on his guard. If that happened, it would be difficult for him to escape from underground. He only had one chance. As Du Xiaofu expected, Long Heng was too strong in the sky. It was almost impossible for him to escape. He could only escape underground. The Scarlet Horse Monkey's bloodline soul had a wonderful effect. Long Heng was obstructed a lot underground. It was also because he caught Du Xiaofu off guard that he had the chance to escape. This old man is really strong. Du Xiaofu smiled bitterly as he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Long Heng was definitely the strongest opponent he had ever faced. Compared to Lei Yang, Long Heng wasn't just a little bit stronger. Even Du Xiaofu was unable to determine Long Heng's exact cultivation level. It seems like I have to be more careful in the burial wasteland. Du Xiaofu's eyes narrowed. Although the experts from the Eternal Tomb like legalism, school of vertical and horizontal, school of famers and dragons couldn't enter this wasteland, there were some super experts from the human race and beast alliance that weren't much weaker than those from the Eternal Tomb. He was lucky this time. If he were to encounter them again, he might not be so lucky. Many people from the desolate country might have entered the burial wasteland. Du Xiaofu couldn't help but worry. After tidying up his clothes, Du Xiaofu found a secluded place. He set up a restriction and entered the desolate ancient space. He didn't want Ouyang Shuang and Dai Xingyu to worry. "You're injured. Are you okay?" In the desolate ancient space, Ouyang Shuang and Dai Xingyu's expressions changed when they saw Du Xiaofu's pale face and unconcealable dispirited aura. They were very worried. It was obvious that he had suffered a serious injury. "I met an old man. It's not a big deal. I just need some time to heal. I also gained something." A smile appeared on Du Xiaofu's pale face. He waved his hand and took the body of the ancient expert out of his Qiankuan pouch. As the ancient expert appeared, an ancient aura was faintly discernible. After confirming that there was no danger, Du Xiaofu stepped forward and carefully examined the body of the ancient expert. The ancient expert had not leveled up, but his face was still ruddy. There was still an indistinct aura around him. Du Xiaofu guessed that since the ancient expert and the ancient dragons had appeared together, they had obviously gone through a fierce battle. In the end, neither of them could do anything to the other. In the end, both of them fell here. Countless years had passed, and there were still traces of the earth-shattering battle. This made Du Xiaofu's heart tremble. If this was true, it was enough to prove how terrifying the ancient experts were. During the great tribulation of the dragons and phoenixes, the strongest in the world were the dragons, the Qilins, and the phoenixes. At that time, humans could only survive in the cracks. However, this expert was able to perish together with the ancient dragons. His strength was terrifying. Du Xiaofu carefully examined the body of the ancient expert. He wanted to know if there was any inheritance on this expert. This was the most important treasure of an ancient expert. "Senior, please excuse me. Senior." Looking at the body of the ancient expert before him, Du Xiaofu hesitated and pondered for a while. After bowing respectfully, his hand seals changed. A silver-gold arc of lightning pulsed between his eyebrows. Accompanied by the power of his soul, it immediately landed on the forehead of the ancient expert. *Chi*, just as Du Xiaofu's Yuan spirit landed on the ancient expert's forehead, the ancient expert's body suddenly trembled. In an instant, talisman runes swept out and a vast aura seemed to come alive. The surrounding space instantly froze. Buzz buzz, even the pitch-black longsword was filled with deep black runes. A sharp aura fluctuated and light surged. It was as if the sword light was about to erupt at any time. In an instant, the tightly shut eyes of the ancient expert opened. The light in his eyes was like a ray of light, and then it enveloped Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu didn't have time to react. The light was very strange, and its speed was too fast. He only felt a blur in front of his eyes, and then his surroundings were filled with a strange, dazzling light. He couldn't look at it directly, so he had to close his eyes. Xiaofu! Master! Master! Ouyang Shuang and Zhong Yuan's expressions changed drastically. Don't worry, it should be fine, Dai Xingyu said. She felt that this aura did not seem to have any evil intentions. When Du Xiaofu came back to his senses, he felt that his mind had appeared in a space filled with dazzling light. This space was filled with a fierce and vast aura. The world has changed. It's like waking up from a dream. Finally, someone has come. This voice was low and deep, like the melodious sound of an ancient bell. While Du Xiaofu was puzzled, mysterious runes appeared in the void. The light was dazzling, and an extremely illusory figure vaguely appeared. This figure was tall and straight, wearing a loose robe. His eyes were as deep as the sea, and there was a terrifying aura that spread out, shaking people's souls. He floated in front of Du Xiaofu, and was exactly the same as the ancient expert outside. It was clearly just a phantom, and Du Xiaofu couldn't feel any pressure from it. However, Du Xiaofu felt as if his entire body had been frozen solid. It was as if he couldn't resist at all. This kind of pressure was much stronger than the pressure that Long Heng, the Yu family's imperial ancestor, and even the ancient emperor had felt in the past. The Great Tribulation has begun, and the heaven-shaking war has begun. Dragons and phoenixes dance, and the Qilin is broken. This is a great tribulation, but also an opportunity. I hope the human race can seize this opportunity. However, this saint cannot escape from this tribulation. It is difficult to describe in a few words. Become my disciple, and treat my divine weapon, 9 Tribulations, well. My name is 9 Tribulations, Heavenly Saint. The melodious voice did not fluctuate at all, and directly resounded in the depths of Du Xiaofu's mind. Every word could beat Du Xiaofu's soul. Boom! Just as the melodious voice fell, the illusory figure fluctuated, and turned into a bright light of energy. Following a huge wave, it swept into Du Xiaofu's mind and disappeared. When Du Xiaofu came back to his senses, he also found that this was a huge amount of energy pouring into his body, accompanied by a huge amount of information in his mind. This huge amount of information was the inheritance of a 9 Tribulations heavenly saint. This surprised Du Xiaofu. At the same time, Du Xiaofu was surprised to discover that there was a powerful and surging energy pouring into him from within this enormous aura. It was like the purest profound Qi and Yuan spirit energy, and it directly spread into his body. There was no need to refine it at all. This is the benefit of the inheritance. Du Xiaofu was pleasantly surprised that he had already woken up. He immediately sat down cross-legged and began to accept the huge benefits brought by the ancient inheritance. After suffering heavy injuries, Du Xiaofu was about to heal his injuries. At this moment, this huge amount of energy was undoubtedly equivalent to consuming a large amount of sacred medicine. It circulated in his body and began to nourish his body, restoring the profound Qi in his God's gate. Sitting cross-legged, the golden-winged rock clan's cultivation technique automatically circulated. The aura on Du Xiaofu's body began to surge, and his entire body was enveloped by a mysterious golden circle of light. Walala, the golden circle of light fluctuated with runes, and a vast and ancient aura spread out, causing Ouyang Shuang, Zhong Yuan, and Dai Xingyu to feel their hearts skip a beat. Big Brother Xiaofu has obtained this ancient inheritance. Dai Xingyu was pleasantly surprised. This was big brother Xiaofu had obtained the ancient inheritance. Master seems to have obtained a huge benefit again. Zhong Yuan felt that Du Xiaofu's aura was rising in a straight line. His eyes flashed and his face was somewhat stunned. Master's strength had already improved to a terrifying level, and now, his aura seemed to have clearly increased. This inheritance was probably not simple. In the dark and quiet mountain range, killing intent covered the heavens and the earth. There was a mountain range that was exposed above the clouds, floating in a dark red sea of clouds. Mountain waves surged, layer upon layer. Looking down from the top, the large mountain range was dark and boundless. In this mountain range, around a towering mountain peak, there were cliffs that seemed to have been carved by knives and axes. The huge mountain peak was straight up and down. At this moment, in front of the mountain peak, there was a deep valley that was shockingly quiet and cold. In front of the valley, a fairy-like girl appeared. Her beautiful face had eyebrows that were like jade feathers, and her skin was as white as snow. Her hair was tied into a simple bun behind her head, and she wore a tight green outfit that outlined the exquisite curves of her tall and graceful body. "It's here," on the girl's fairy-like face, a ripple of joy flashed across her glassy eyes. Then, her figure drifted like a deity, and she instantly entered the deep valley. Time passed slowly. The commotion that came from the sky burial deathland had started for quite some time, attracting all the experts to enter. Generally speaking, even Saint Realm cultivators would not dare to be careless in a place like the sky burial deathland. At the very least, only domain realm cultivators would dare to enter. However, there were still some honorable realm cultivators who were not afraid of death, and even some creatures with lower cultivation levels who wanted to take the risk. However, the reality was cruel. Those who were not strong enough would lose their lives after a little attempt. In the outside world, cracks had appeared in the ancient, desolate, fearsome ground for quite some time. It was recorded that cracks had appeared in the ancient, desolate, fearsome ground twice within half a year. However, no one was certain this time around. It was said that those who entered the ancient wilderness deathland would automatically be pushed out when the crack closed, as long as they did not encounter any danger in the ancient wilderness deathland. There was no need to worry that they would not be able to come out when the crack closed. Chapter 2371. In the divine domain, this place was extremely secretive. No one in the tricontinent Kyushu knew about it. In front of a mountain peak, Meng King and Thunderhawk King sat cross-legged, as if they were waiting for something. Boom! In a misty space, for some unknown reason, the space suddenly trembled, following which an extremely powerful aura rose. Accompanied by the sound of lightning and thunder, a vast amount of natural energy on the mountain peak continuously gathered and poured in like a surging tide. Within the space, there were purple lightning fluctuations as an enormous aura continued to rise. The rising aura did not last for long. In the void, an enormous amount of energy suddenly burst out like a volcanic eruption, following which the energy covered the sky and earth as it surged out, causing the entire space to tremble. On the mountain peak, Thunderhawk King and Meng King, who were sitting cross-legged, opened their eyes at the same time. There were light fluctuations in their eyes as they revealed a slight smile. Swish! Swish! A moment later, from the mountain peak, a tall and fierce figure broke through the air, bringing along a sharp killing aura. It was Du Yunlong of the Du family. Congratulations to the second young master for breaking through again. Congratulations! Looking at Du Yunlong and sensing the aura on his body, Thunderhawk King and Meng King smiled faintly as they were inwardly moved. The disciples of the Du family were not ordinary existences. Compared to third brother, my breakthrough speed and cultivation is not worth mentioning. After such a long time, I'm afraid that third brother has improved again. Sigh. Du Yunlong smiled bitterly as he asked Thunderhawk King and Meng King, "Can we get news of third brother?" The crack at the entrance of the ancient, desolate, fearsome grounds seems to be getting bigger. However, there is no news of the owner. It's very peaceful outside now. Thunderhawk King said. Murubai Stone, where are the generals? Du Yunlong pondered for a moment before continuing to ask. They have also made breakthroughs and have gone inside to temper themselves. Miameng King replied. Then I'll go and temper myself again. Du Yunlong nodded. As his voice faded, his figure had already disappeared from the spot. Within the desolate ancient space, Du Xiaofu received the inheritance of a 9 tribulations heavenly sage. How could he let go of such an opportunity? This was a great opportunity. He greedily absorbed the boundless energy within the inheritance, circulating the cultivation method of the golden rock race to refine it for his own use. This kind of pure energy was much faster than Du Xiaofu's refining of any kind of energy. It was like the purest Xian Qi, which could be refined slightly and become one's own Xian Qi. At the same time, in his mind's Naiwan palace, Du Xiaofu's redbone horse monkey essence soul was sitting on the 9 revolutions divine Lei Lian and refining it. His essence soul's strength was slowly rising. Within the desolate ancient space, Du Xiaofu's body was wrapped in a dense golden halo. The mysterious runes fluctuated, and there were countless strands of energy that followed the golden runes. It was extremely mysterious as it shuttled back and forth on the surface of Du Xiaofu's body, causing the void to fluctuate. Within the inheritance, Du Xiaofu obtained a large amount of information. That was the inheritance of a 9 tribulations heavenly sage's life. Du Xiaofu immersed himself in it, carefully comprehending it. Fortunately, there was enough time within the desolate ancient space. As the energy from the inheritance was refined, Du Xiaofu's aura rose directly. Walala! The aura that emanated from Du Xiaofu's body became more and more vigorous, causing Zhong Yuan, who was watching from the side, to be dumbfounded. Can the cultivation of the intermediate stage of the sage realm be improved like this? Zhong Yuan smacked his lips, unable to recover from his shock. This was too inconceivable. The cultivation of the intermediate stage of the sage beast realm could still be improved so rapidly. This was a visible improvement. Zhong Yuan's breakthrough from the initial stage of the sage beast realm to the peak of the initial stage of the sage beast realm was already very fast. Moreover, he had also obtained a huge opportunity, but it still took more than 1,000 years. But now, seeing Du Xiaofu's aura rise in a straight line, how could Zhong Yuan not be dumbfounded? Nobody knew when it started, but a vast aura fluctuation spread out from Du Xiaofu's body like a wave. The golden light spread out and finally wrapped around Du Xiaofu's body. It was like a golden spirit snake that continuously extended and burrowed into Du Xiaofu's body through the pores of his pores. It was an unstoppable cycle. This strange change took a total of 3 days. In just 3 days, Zhong Yuan, Ouyang Shuang, and Dai Xingyu were all shocked. In 3 days, Du Xiaofu's aura seemed to have risen in a straight line and directly climbed to the intermediate stage of the sage realm, close to the advanced stage. Walala, as an increasingly powerful aura gushed out, the surface of Du Xiaofu's body gradually began to glow with golden light. In the end, it was as if there was an illusory figure of a golden-winged rock soaring from his back. Zhong Yuan, Ouyang Shuang, and Dai Xingyu could clearly feel that the aura of Du Xiaofu's Yuan spirit was soaring, and it caused the surrounding space to ripple. Gee, the rock's cry pierced through the clouds and cracked rocks. The golden-winged rock slowly spread out with Du Xiaofu as the center. Its aura was extremely domineering, and it greatly affected Zhong Yuan, Ouyang Shuang, and Dai Xingyu. Don't tell me he's going to break through to the advanced stage of the sage realm. Zhong Yuan could not help but tremble. This kind of cultivation improvement was a little too terrifying. He could only watch as his master's aura climbed. Another few days passed. Under Ouyang Shuang, Dai Xingyu, and Zhong Yuan's dumbfounded gazes, Du Xiaofu's aura had climbed to the advanced stage of the intermediate stage of the sage realm. At this moment, the surrounding space surged, and the majestic aura of energy soared into the sky. The pressure was indescribably terrifying. In front of Du Xiaofu, the pitch-black treasured sword in the hands of that expert seemed to have sensed something. It started to emit sounds of wind and thunder as black runic inscriptions shot up into the sky, exuding an overwhelming pressure. The divine weapon seemed to be awakening. Finally, the surrounding movements began to calm down, and Du Xiaofu's rising aura also began to slowly withdraw. With his eyes tightly shut, Du Xiaofu's slowly withdrawn aura still fluctuated faintly. After a long while, his eyelashes trembled slightly. Boom! A mouthful of turbid air was exhaled from his body, and a wave of aura swept out from his body. It shook the void and caused the space to ripple. Then, Du Xiaofu suddenly opened his eyes, and golden light shot out from his deep eyes. It was as if two golden ribbons swept through the void, and rushed out, making it impossible for people to look directly at them. Approaching the intermediate stage of the Sage Realm, the harvest is not shallow. Great! Du Xiaofu quietly withdrew the light in his eyes. He felt the vast profound energy in his divine gate, and the vast power of his primordial spirit in his mind, and the corners of his mouth curved into a satisfied smile. Du Xiaofu's consciousness peeked into his body, and he felt that the profound energy and primordial spirit in his body had increased by several times compared to before. This speed made him very satisfied. The inheritance of a 9-tribulation heavenly saint had brought him such great benefits. Moreover, he had finally completely refined the soul of the distant sky flame phoenix during this period of time. Du Xiaofu knew that there was a huge gap between the intermediate stage of the Sage Realm and the later stages of the intermediate stage of the Sage Realm. Now that he had obtained the inheritance of a 9-tribulation heavenly saint, it had brought him such great benefits in terms of cultivation, and he had improved so quickly. Du Xiaofu was amazed. Feeling his improvement, Du Xiaofu closed his eyes again, and his primordial spirit carefully peeked into his body. After seeing the benefits that his cultivation had skyrocketed, Du Xiaofu was a little worried that his foundation would be shaken. Fortunately, after Du Xiaofu carefully peeked into his body, he did not seem to be affected. Everything was normal, and his original injuries had been healed. The vigorous profound energy in his body and the vast power of his primordial spirit in his Naiwan palace gave him an incomparably comfortable feeling. This was the most irresistible temptation for cultivators. Then, Du Xiaofu checked the inheritance in his Naiwan palace. There were many martial techniques in the inheritance of a 9-tribulation heavenly saint. The most important ones were a set of cultivation methods and a set of sword technique. The sword technique was called the 9-tribulation sword technique, and it was a terrifying set of sword technique. From the cultivation information, he knew that when the 9-tribulation sword technique was cultivated to a certain level, one could slay dragons and phoenixes. Du Xiaofu did not doubt this at all. He had seen the primordial dragons die beside a 9-tribulation heavenly saint. Qi La, Du Xiaofu opened his eyes again, and his pupils were clear again. At this moment, the body of the primordial expert had withered, and his face, which was originally slightly ruddy, was sunken and had completely lost its luster. After receiving your inheritance, I am naturally your disciple. Greetings, Master. Master. Looking at the remains of the primordial expert in front of him, Du Xiaofu knelt down and respectfully kowtowed 3 times. Buzz buzz, the 9-tribulation sword kept emitting the sound of wind and thunder, and the mysterious black runes flickered with a fierce aura. After we get out, I will find a place for you to rest in peace. Du Xiaofu stood up. After receiving the inheritance of a 9-tribulation heavenly saint, it was a great deal for him to bow to his master. After he got out, he would also bury his master in peace. However, Du Xiaofu was secretly moved by his master's title of 9-tribulations heavenly saint. The cultivation of the saint plane was divided into the early stage, the middle stage, the late stage, and then the heavenly saint. His master's title was 9-tribulations heavenly saint. Du Xiaofu wondered if his master had reached the legendary heavenly saint plane. Congratulations, master. Your cultivation has improved a lot. Congratulations. Xingyuan Qian came to Du Xiaofu's side and was still in shock. Du Xiaofu smiled faintly and looked at the 9 tribulation sword. With a wave of his hand, the 9 tribulation sword immediately flew into his hand. The sound of wind and thunder resounded, and the mysterious black runes seemed to be alive, and its aura surged in the void. A divine weapon, beyond the category of ordinary divine weapons. Du Xiaofu's eyes trembled. The 9 tribulation sword was not comparable to ordinary divine weapons. It was probably comparable to the current purple gold heavenly palace. It was just that the purple gold heavenly palace was connected to him and could continue to evolve, but the 9 tribulation sword could not. Unless one day he reached a monstrous level of cultivation and with the help of heaven-defying refining materials, he might be able to reforge the 9 tribulation sword and upgrade it again. Chapter 2372. Don't worry, there will be a time when you reappear in the world and shine again. Du Xiaofu murmured softly as he looked at the 9 tribulation sword. It was a pity that he had the purple gold heavenly palace. Although the 9 tribulation sword was a divine weapon, it would undoubtedly be drowned in its light in his hands. If it was swallowed by the purple gold heavenly palace, he would have let down his master and drowned out a divine weapon. Subsequently, Du Xiaofu could only keep the weapon in his Qiankuan bag for the time being. He would make a decision later. As for the cultivation method and 9 tribulations sword art that he had obtained from the 9 tribulations heavenly saints' inheritance, Du Xiaofu was unable to practice that cultivation method. He could only practice the cultivation method of the great golden-winged Peng clan. As for the 9 tribulations sword art, Du Xiaofu had comprehended a little. This 9 tribulations sword art was not inferior to the sky-splitting 3 swords. However, he had not successfully comprehended the sky-splitting 3 swords. Biting off more than one could chew was not good enough. Du Xiaofu did not plan to comprehend the 9 tribulations sword art again in the short term. When everything was in order, Du Xiaofu smiled in satisfaction. He had gained a lot this time. At least his cultivation had skyrocketed. What he needed most now was to increase his cultivation. Congratulations, big brother Xiaofu. Dai Xingyu was very happy. Seeing Du Xiaofu's huge improvement made her happier than her own breakthrough. Ouyang Shuang was also relieved at this moment. Just a little improvement. Du Xiaofu smiled and peeked with his consciousness. The ground wolf, ice toad, and the others were still healing in a corner. He did not disturb them. After tidying up, he brought Ouyang Shuang, Dai Xingyu, and the demonic ape out of the ancient desolate space. Du Xiaofu's strength had once again skyrocketed, giving him a boost of confidence. During the battle with Long Heng not too long ago, the red-boned stallion monkey's Yuan spirit had been busy refining the distant sky flame phoenix's energy within his body and had been unable to participate in the battle. At this moment, the strength of his Yuan spirit had once again skyrocketed. If he were to meet Long Heng again, Du Xiaofu reckoned that he would at least have a greater chance of escaping. However, Du Xiaofu did not think that he had the strength to contend with Long Heng. That Du Xiaofu knew that Long Heng was unfathomable. He had not even used his true form. With his current strength, Du Xiaofu would be able to escape if he met with Long Heng. Du Xiaofu's was that Long's? However, Du Xiaofu was buried heaven's dead heaven deathlands in's heaven burial deathland. However, in order to avoid encountering opponents like Long Heng and Lei Yang, Du Xiaofu had no choice but to use the face-changing divine art. He changed his appearance again. He stirred the aura of a demonic beast on his body and concealed himself as a member of the beast race. If someone had cultivated the face-changing divine art, it would be difficult for them to conceal themselves as a member of the beast race. However, Du Xiaofu was an exception. His body was similar to a demonic beast. Along the way, relying on the redbone horse Monkey Meridian Spirit's innate talent, Du Xiaofu obtained 2 more sacred artifacts and several mysterious bones. However, none of them were from the ancient era. One day later, in an ancient ruin, there were broken walls and ruins, leaving behind half of a ruined city. Many figures had gathered in the city. There were actually humans and beasts. There were also some hawking voices, selling cultivation resources. This isn't strange at all. The Heaven Burial Deathland is very big. There are several places like this for cultivation. Even if people have grudges against each other, they won't fight here. This is an unwritten rule. Otherwise, they will be besieged and shamed by everyone. In these places there are people who sell precious medicines, treasures, and so on. They can also exchange information or form groups to explore dangerous places in search of opportunities, Pai Yuan explained to Du Xiaofu, Ouyang Shuang, and Dai Xingyu. Du Xiaofu walked into the ruined city. It looked like a small post station. However, it was bustling with people. Du Xiaofu's keen consciousness probed around, and discovered that several experts of the initial stage of the Sage Realm were hiding among them. Do you want a map? It's rumored that this ancient map contains a great secret. Perhaps you can find the biggest mystery in the Heaven Burial Deathland. A shifty-eyed middle-aged man stepped forward. His eyes swiveled as he fished out a very ancient-looking scroll and waved it in front of Du Xiaofu and Zhong Yuan. Subsequently, his gaze involuntarily landed on Ouyang Shuang and Dai Xingyu. Such beautiful women could not be found in the outside world. Scram! Pai Yuan waved his fist and shouted. As a wandering cultivator, he had seen everything. If there really was such an ancient map, it would have been snatched by others long ago. The shifty-eyed middle-aged man sensed that Pai Yuan wasn't someone to be trifled with. He immediately left resentfully. It's these 3 people. If we can find any one of them, we'll be able to obtain great benefits. This person is the one that holy ancestor Long Heng of the 8 Desolation Demon Dragon clan wants. It's rumored that he's called the Rock Emperor, also known as the Demon King. He's caused havoc in the human race's holy city, left his name in the holy temple, and overpowered all the peerless experts. He's also killed many experts from the beast race in the Beast Alliance. A commotion could be heard from the crowd. A group of people gathered in front, discussing animatedly. Big Brother Xiaofu, they seem to be talking about you, Dai Xingyu said with a smile. Let's go and have a look. Du Xiaofu smiled bitterly. Anyway, he'd already changed his appearance with the divine art of disguise and walked into the crowd. Then, Du Xiaofu was surprised to see a stone wall that was filled with light. There was a portrait of himself wearing a blue spirit armor on it. It was even emitting a faint domineering aura. It's Little Huang and Little Ba. When Ouyang Shuang and Dai Xingyu followed Du Xiaofu into the crowd, their expressions changed. There were 2 other portraits beside Du Xiaofu's portrait. One of them was a little girl, about 5 or 6 years old. Under her long eyelashes were a pair of big, beautiful eyes that made one's heart throb. There was also a half-grown boy. Although he wasn't very old, his temperament was outstanding. His body was tall and straight like a baby rock, but his features were delicate and pretty. And this little girl and young man, who else could they not know Du Xiaowang and Du Xiaoba? At this moment, Du Xiaofu's heart trembled violently. He looked at Ouyang Shuang in shock. It's said that this little girl and boy are very young, but their strength is outstanding. The little girl is even an extinct supreme ant emperor. They might have obtained a pure-blooded phoenix egg. That's a priceless treasure. Now, both the human race and the beast race are looking for them. A pure-blooded phoenix egg? That's a priceless treasure. If the human race obtains it, they can refine the purest phoenix blood essence. If the beast race obtains it, they can obtain the supreme phoenix bloodline inheritance. Those 2 little guys' luck is pretty good. However, they've attracted a terrible disaster. I'm afraid they won't be able to obtain such a priceless treasure. The crowd was discussing animatedly. Whoever found these 3 people would be rewarded handsomely. After Du Xiaofu recovered from his shock, his expression became more and more solemn. Hey, these 2 battle servants are not bad. I wonder if they can be exchanged? Suddenly, someone's gaze landed on Ouyang Shuang and Dai Xingyu. It was a middle-aged man who appeared to be in his 40s. There were many battle servants and experts following behind him, all of them exuding a powerful aura. This middle-aged man himself had a terrifying aura as he asked Du Xiaofu and Ouyang Shuang, "Do you want to die?" Ouyang Shuang's temper wasn't very good. Immediately, the expression on her peerless face turned cold. She stared straight at the middle-aged man and scolded, "You're a fierce woman. You're to my liking. Name your price. My 4-winged demon snake clan wants these 2 battle servants." The middle-aged man stared at Ouyang Shuang with a burning gaze. In the Beast Alliance, the 4-winged demon snake clan couldn't be compared to the 8 desolation demon dragon clan. However, it was definitely a large clan. The middle-aged man was certain that ordinary demonic beast clans wouldn't dare to go against his will. These 2 battle servants were simply peerless beauties. He wanted to keep them in his bag. Before the middle-aged man could finish his sentence, a crisp sound of a slap resounded from his mouth. He spat out a mouthful of blood along with a mouthful of broken teeth. His entire body directly fell into the wall in front of him that revealed the 3 shadows. The wall directly shattered, and the 3 shadows disappeared. Half of the middle-aged man's body was smashed into the wall and was covered by the rubble. Bang! The ground trembled as if the earth was shaking. This sudden change caused the surrounding gazes to be unable to recover for a moment. Immediately after, numerous gazes fell on Ouyang Shuang, Dai Xingyu, Zhong Yuan, and Du Xiaofu. In the end, they fixed their gazes on Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu's faint aura fluctuated. It was obvious that he was the one who had just attacked. It's Shiguo from the 4-winged demon snake clan. His cultivation is at the sage-to-be level, but he couldn't even withstand a single blow. Who was the one who attacked? He actually didn't put the 4-winged demon snake clan in his eyes. In an instant, the surroundings were in an uproar. Everyone knew that a great battle was unavoidable. The 4-winged demon snake clan wasn't to be trifled with. They didn't want to be implicated. Elder. The people following behind the middle-aged man were stunned for a moment. However, they immediately recovered from their shock. Someone hurriedly stepped forward to support the middle-aged man. "Who are you?" A gloomy and cold gaze stared at Du Xiaofu. It was an old man behind the middle-aged man. His old face was withered, and his expression was feminine. He seemed to be in his twilight years. However, his whole body quietly froze at this moment. "You should also have some ideas about my woman. Let him understand himself. Then I'll let you go. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences." Du Xiaofu glanced at the middle-aged man who was being supported and said to the old man, "Daring to have ideas about his woman." This was Du Xiaofu's bottom line. Du Xiaofu didn't intend to let go of the 4-winged demon snake clan. Du Xiaofu wouldn't let go of anyone else. Even if it was someone else, Du Xiaofu wouldn't let go of them. However, at this moment, more and more onlookers were listening to Du Xiaofu's words. More and more onlookers were secretly trembling in their eyes. He had asked the 4-winged demon snake clan's Shiguo to take his own life. How much did he not put the 4-winged demon snake clan in his eyes? Where did he come from? Was he a member of a super clan? Great ancestor, kill that boy! The middle-aged man opened his mouth. Blood was flowing out of his mouth. He looked very ferocious. His face was gloomy and filled with resentment. "Sir, don't go too far." The feminine-looking old man was also secretly stunned. Then, he stared at Du Xiaofu. A faint pressure spread out from his body, as if he was warning Du Xiaofu. "You want to threaten me with your holy beast middle-stage cultivation? I'm afraid it's not enough." Du Xiaofu looked at the old man with a cold expression. Chapter 2379. Was this young man really at the Nirvana realm? His combat strength was comparable to a Nirvana realm expert at the peak of the Nirvana realm. His physical defense was absolutely abnormal for him to be able to withstand the attack that it did not hold back. Mingjiao, take down this young man as soon as possible. Do it. A huge bird killed a human expert. Its voice was sharp, and killing intent shot out from its eyes. It did not want to waste any time and flapped its wings to pounce on Du Xiaoba. Young man, don't blame me for being impolite if you don't hand over the phoenix true egg. The eyes of the Yu family's peak elder sank at the same time. He was even closer to Du Xiaoba, who was once again pushed back. His profound qi surged, and his figure cut through the air with the sound of wind breaking. He twisted the void with one hand and grabbed at Du Xiaoba fiercely. Roar! At the same time, the flood dragon's eyes sank. It had already lost face after missing its attack. It did not want the bird to make the first move and gain the upper hand, so it pounced on Du Xiaoba again with a terrifying aura. Du Xiaoba was in the sky, and his 9 divine rings were beginning to dim. 3 experts were pouncing on him at the same time. With his strength, it was difficult to deal with one, let alone 3. All of them wanted to take him down first. However, Du Xiaoba was not afraid. On his delicate and handsome face, he grinned coldly and fiercely. The profound qi in his body burst out. He wanted to fight directly. Even if he died, he wanted to drag someone down with him to buy time for little Huang. Xiaoba, I'm coming. But at this moment, a young voice fell into Du Xiaoba's ears. Walala, at this moment, the sky suddenly became scorching hot as a terrifying blazing aura burned everything. 7 colored flames descended, causing the old man at the peak of the domain realm, the ferocious bird, and the serpent dragon to stop as they looked up at the sky. Even the human and beast experts who were fighting in the surroundings could not help but stop fighting. They all looked up at the sky because the terrifying blazing aura made their souls tremble. Everyone looked up and saw that the chaotic void had quietly become scorching hot. Golden light, 7-colored flame, and green light intertwined with each other. It was as if the sun was shining and the flames were rolling. In an instant, the old man at the peak of the domain realm, the flood dragon, and the ferocious bird that had attacked Du Xiaoba let out miserable shrieks. The 7-colored flames were like divine flames descending, scorching everything. In a short moment, they were all burned to ashes. Their cultivation was comparable to that of a half-saint. Their strength was definitely not ordinary. However, they were burned to ashes in an instant. Their bodies and souls were destroyed. Everyone couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air and feel their hairs stand on end. Amidst the monstrous 7-colored flame, a soul-devouring divine ant appeared in front of Du Xiaoba's 1,000-feet-tall Buddha shadow. This soul-devouring divine ant was not large, only the size of a child. Its 8 wings were connected, and they were as thin as a cicada's wings. It was enveloped by 7-colored divine flames, and a 7-colored brilliance emanated from it. There was also a strand of golden light that flickered, releasing the supreme beast pressure of the Phoenix clan, accompanied by the domineering pressure of the golden-winged Great Ping clan. Boom! However, when such a soul-devouring divine ant appeared, the entire void trembled. Under the terrifying pressure, all the living beings present trembled, and some beasts prostrated themselves. The divine ant flapped its wings and soared into the sky. The 7-colored divine flames surrounded its body, and the supreme beast pressure swept across the sky, vast and mighty, shocking the world. Gee! Gee! The divine ant shrieked, like the cry of a phoenix and the cry of a sparrow. Supreme Ant Emperor! This is the legendary Supreme Ant Emperor! Those Saint Realm cultivators were all shocked at this moment. The legendary Supreme Ant Phoenix had really appeared. It's very strange. There are 3 supreme beast pressures. Some beasts were puzzled as they felt the aura of the Supreme Ant Emperor. This supreme ant phoenix seemed to have the aura of the golden-winged Great Pung clan, the Phoenix clan, and the soul-devouring divine ant itself. Little Huang has stepped into the saint beast realm. Du Xiaoba's pale face revealed a pleasantly surprised smile as he looked at Du Xiaoba's supreme ant emperor body in front of him. With the supreme ant emperor body in the sky, Du Xiaoba flapped her wings and shook the heavens and earth, causing the world to boil and shaking the heavens. All the living beings in the surrounding void trembled. The supreme ant phoenix was also a legendary existence in this fearsome land. In the legends, it had left behind endless legends and peerless demeanor. Yet now, a true exalted ant phoenix had appeared. This is the real supreme ant phoenix. Many beasts were shocked. The terrifying pressure crushed the beasts' souls, and they couldn't help but prostrate themselves. She has just stepped into the saint realm. Quickly capture the supreme ant emperor. The phoenix true egg is most likely in her hands. A human saint realm cultivator's eyes were blazing. His robes fluttered as he pounced toward Du Xiaoba. Accompanied by a hazy mist and runes, this human saint realm cultivator raised his hand, and a palm print rapidly enlarged, grabbing toward Du Xiaoba's body, forming a terrifying pressure. This palm was very powerful. The palm print expanded with the wind, covering a large area of the void, as if it covered the sky and the sun. It was about to suppress Du Xiaoba amidst the rumbling sounds. Humph! Du Xiaowang let out a deep snort, and a dazzling azure light gushed out from her body along with a golden brilliance. Her azure and golden eyes were like two rising suns in the sky, displaying a terrifying profound meaning. Rumble! At the same time, Du Xiaoba's body clenched her antennae as if a fist was about to form. The sound of heaven suddenly rumbled. Above the void behind her, there were already 9 divine rings in the air, echoing with the fist, bursting out thousands of fist auras. The power of the supreme ant phoenix! Du Xiaoba advanced instead of retreating. Her fist rushed out like the rising sun, colliding with the former's palm print. The two collided. Du Xiaoba's fist bloomed with astonishing profound meaning, faintly containing the domineering aura of the golden-winged great rocks and the power of the true phoenix. After a short pause, it directly shattered the former's palm print. Whoosh! Whoosh! In an instant, the palm of the saint realm cultivator who attacked was shattered. Then, broken flesh rushed out of his arm in an instant, and a bloody hole appeared on his shoulder. Finally, it spread all over his body. His body was completely shattered in an instant. This poor saint realm cultivator's eyes were naturally filled with horror. He felt the aura of death crazily surging out of his divine soul, but it was too late. Bang, bang, bang! Bang! This human saint realm cultivator's body and primordial spirit directly exploded. He was completely unable to resist the terrifying power. In the end, his body completely turned into a bloody mist in the void. A saint realm cultivator's divine soul was destroyed in one move. The surrounding space was silent for no reason, and countless people were stunned. Huff, huff! Then everyone gasped. All the cultivators present were stunned. This was too terrifying. Such a supreme ant phoenix shocked everyone present. What a terrifying supreme ant phoenix! All the saint realm experts present here were shocked because they didn't dare act rashly against such an exalted ant phoenix. Didn't it just set foot in the saint realm? How could it kill a saint realm cultivator in one move? Someone said. Such a supreme ant phoenix made people unable to help but feel shock. Du Xiaoba put away the Vajra Buddha shadow and the supreme nirvana force, stuffed a few precious medicines into his mouth, chewed like a demon beast, and went to Du Xiaowang's side. But at this moment, Du Xiaowang's eyes were even more dignified. She looked to the side as if she had sensed something. She transmitted her voice to Du Xiaoba. There's a strong cultivator coming. Later, you find a way to escape first. I will find a way to escape. You go first. You're my sister. I have to take good care of you. Du Xiaoba transmitted his voice with a solemn expression. He knew that Du Xiaowang was also so serious. The strong cultivator who came must have reached a terrifying level. He was the elder brother, so he naturally had to take good care of his sister. Don't show off. Your strength is not as good as mine. Besides, we don't know who's older. Du Xiaowang said to Du Xiaoba. In terms of birth time, she was indeed older. I look older than you. That means I'm your elder brother, whether you admit it or not. Don't worry about me. You go first and find Uncle Xiaofu and Uncle Xiaoyao. Du Xiaoba said sternly. He knew that with Du Xiaowang's current strength and means, there was a great chance for her to escape. If she cared about him, the chance was too slim. Don't say any more. Anyway, we can't go there. Let's fight. Du Xiaowang rolled her eyes at Du Xiaoba and said, If we can escape this time, I will admit that you are my elder brother in the future. Okay. Du Xiaoba's pale face cracked into a grin. Relying on his ferocity, he stuffed a few more spiritual fruits into his mouth. As Du Xiaoba's voice fell, there was a vast aura in the void from the side. Many figures appeared above the void in an instant. The first one was an old man. His light was like stars and his eyes were bright. He glanced around and immediately fell on Du Xiaowang and Du Xiaoba. Next to the old man, a tall man stood at a low altitude. His light red hair was filled with brilliance, and his eyes were as clear as the stars. Although the young man's aura had not reached the saint realm, it made the creatures around him feel an invisible pressure, and they trembled secretly. It's the Ji family. Lord Jitsang, that's Lord Jitsang. Among the humans, someone exclaimed in surprise. It was Jitsang of the Ji family, a famous expert. He had also come here. Boom, the space trembled slightly, and there was a fluctuation in the void not far away. More experts had arrived, and the fluctuation of their aura was definitely not an ordinary expert. The first one was an old man with a halo like a divine halo. His aura was powerful, and his eyes were like the sun. Next to the old man, there was a young man with a mysterious halo around him. He stood in the void like the son of a god, and the mysterious ancient aura that made people want to worship him. The aura that emanated from this figure was vast, as if a peerless beast had arrived. His eyes, in particular, were like two rotating stars. It was very terrifying. Lord Yao Yonghao of the Yao family, and Yao Tianwu, the young supreme of the Yao family. Someone among the humans could not help but exclaim again. The Yao family had also arrived. Swoosh, in the surrounding void, more and more experts broke through the void and appeared one after another. There were even a few saint realm cultivators. However, these saints stood behind the crowd and seemed to have sensed the aura of Yao Yonghao and Jitsang, and did not get close. Boom! Suddenly, above the void, an aura surged, setting off boundless spatial waves. There were dazzling runes intertwined, and a huge ferocious bird bobbed up and down in the void, stirring up the void. Rumble! The space trembled, and the aura soared into the sky. Waves of terrifying aura were released, shaking heaven and earth. Behind the huge ferocious bird, many more ferocious birds appeared. In particular, the ferocious bird at the front was daunting, and the experts present could not help but tremble in fear. It was extremely terrifying. It's Lord Xian Condor of the Gulan Heavenly Condor clan. Such a ferocious bird appeared in the sky, covering the sky and the sun. Its wings were incomparably huge, and its aura was sharp and ancient. It looked very terrifying. The appearance of the Xian Condor made Jitsang and Yao Yonghao secretly change their expressions. The Xian Condor was in the sky, and when its huge eyes opened and closed, there seemed to be lightning flashing. It was deafening as it stared at Du Xiaowang and Du Xiaoba. Roar! There was a sound like a dragon's roar, and another figure appeared again. There was only one person who suddenly appeared, as if he had torn the void apart. His blood-red hair was scattered, as if flowing blood, and the light was dazzling, as if a blood-red flame was flowing. This figure was very strange. There was a pair of fleshy wings on the back of the humanoid figure, and they were also blood-red in color. There were waves of divine radiance and mysterious runes in the blood light. This figure was too powerful. His eyes emitted blood-red light, as if a surging sea of blood. It was incomparably vast. Blood-malevolent patriarch, oh my God, he's here! Blood-malevolent patriarch of the Roe Owl clan. Oh no, why is he here? Didn't they say that he might have fallen? Shoo, lower your voice. Blood-malevolent patriarch is not to be trifled with. Even the patriarchs of the big clans of the Beast Alliance have to be wary of him. When such a humanoid creature appeared, the eyes of the experts of the beast race trembled, and they secretly felt a chill down their spines. Yao Yonghao and Ji Tsang's expressions turned even uglier, and even a little ugly and dignified. Blood-malevolent patriarch actually appeared. They knew that even if the two of them joined forces, they would not be able to do anything to blood-malevolent patriarch, not to mention the Xian Condor of the Gulan Heavenly Condor clan. The battle strength of the Xian Condor alone was not inferior to theirs. Lord Blood-malevolent patriarch. Xian Condor's ferocious eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at ancestor Xuemang. Even though he was an expert from the Gulan Heavenly Condor clan and a divine ancestor-level expert, he had no choice but to nod his head in acknowledgement. Unfortunately, Blood-malevolent patriarch did not seem to care too much about Xian Condor's nod. He only glanced indifferently at Xian Condor before his blood-red eyes fixed on Du Xiaowang and Du Xiaoba. The legendary Ant Emperor actually still has a bloodline. Could it have evolved? The blood-malevolent ancestor looked at Du Xiaowang with a puzzled expression. Then, a smile appeared on his face as his blood-red eyes rippled with passion. It seems that the phoenix true egg is in your hands. Are you coming with me, or do you need me to do it? Old thing, who do you think you are? Du Xiaowang looked directly at blood-malevolent patriarch. She had seen all kinds of people. Although blood-malevolent patriarch's aura was terrifying, it was not enough to scare her. However, at this moment, Du Xiaowang's green eyes were inwardly solemn. The aura of the blood-mane patriarch was much stronger than that of the Xian Condor and the few human Saint Realm experts. It was unlikely that they would be able to escape today. You're a little arrogant, but your initial Saint Beast level cultivation is far from enough, Blood-malevolent patriarch said boldly. His voice was like a surging sea of blood, causing the surrounding living beings to tremble and feel uneasy. Boom! Boom! Blood-malevolent patriarch immediately attacked without any hesitation. The pair of blood-red wings on his back did not move, but his figure was already moving forward. His technique was extraordinary. The blood-red light on his body turned into runes that filled the sky and condensed into a waterfall. It was like a blood-red thunderbolt that fell directly on the sovereign ant phoenix. The blood-red energy rushed in all directions. Du Xiaowang's sovereign ant phoenix flapped her wings and let out a phoenix cry. The seven-colored divine fire on her body burned even more fiercely. She flapped her wings and directly resisted. The blood-red light and the seven-colored scarlet flame surged, shocking everyone. The surrounding void collapsed inch by inch. The seven-colored scarlet flame was obviously very strong, but it was immediately suppressed by the blood-red light. This blood-red light was too terrifying, too terrifying. Immediately, Du Xiaowang's sovereign ant phoenix body fell from the void. Golden light and seven-colored flames flowed in the dazzling light on her body, but she could not help but spit out a mouthful of fire like blood from her mouth. Her body fell heavily to the ground. Bang! Du Xiaoba was also sent flying and fell beside Du Xiaowang. He was only affected by the aftermath of the strong wind, but it was difficult for him to resist. He spat out blood and fell to the ground. So strong! Yao Yonghao, Ji Tsang, Xian Condor and the others were secretly shocked. Blood-malevolent patriarch lived up to his reputation. It was obvious that blood-malevolent patriarch had not used his full strength. He wanted to keep them alive. Old thing, what kind of ability is it to bully the young? If my father was here, he would definitely kill you. Du Xiaowang flapped her wings and climbed up from the pile of rubble. Her eyes turned into 7 colors, the light on her body dimmed, and blood flowed. She stared at Blood Malevolent Patriarch and said, "Even if my sister, Uncle Xiaoyao, Aunt Xiaojing, and Grandpa were here, they would definitely beat you up until your mother couldn't recognize you." Hearing this, everyone was secretly shocked. Even Blood Malevolent Patriarch, Xian Condor, Ji Tsang, Yao Yonghao and the other experts were no exception. This was a legendary Supreme Ant Emperor. If such a tiny Supreme Ant Emperor was already at the initial stage of the Saint Beast realm, then how powerful would its father, grandfather, sister, uncles, and aunts be? Could there really be so many sovereign Ant Emperors? Some of the experts present secretly guessed. They had never heard of the existence of sovereign Ant Emperors. If there really were sovereign Ant Emperors, then they would definitely be a terrifying race. If they touched this sovereign Ant Emperor today, the consequences would definitely be unimaginable. It's impossible for there to be another sovereign Ant Emperor. The birth of such a sovereign Ant Emperor might be a coincidence. It's an ancient species. But soon after, a living being expert said so. It was impossible for such a terrifying sovereign Ant Emperor to have a terrifying race. Otherwise, how terrifying would it be? Xiaowang, you go first. Go find Uncle Xiaofu and Uncle Xiaoyao. Go find Sister Xingxing. Du Xiaoba crawled out with a pale face. He could see that the opponent's strength was not something they could contend against. Even Du Xiaowang, who had already stepped into the early stage of the Saint Beast realm, was no match for it. You go first. I have a way to escape. Du Xiaowang said to Du Xiaoba. At this moment, how could she not understand that Du Xiaoba was deliberately trying to delay the opponent, but with Du Xiaoba's cultivation and strength, he was no match for it. It was purely suicide. You still want to leave? Don't be delusional. None of you can escape. Blood Malevolent Patriarch didn't think too much, but he was secretly stunned. He also didn't believe that there really was a sovereign Ant Emperor race. Qi La, and at the same time as his voice fell, Blood Malevolent Patriarch waved his claw to tear the void, drawing a huge spatial mark above the vacuum, and instantly penetrated in front of Du Xiaowang's body. Du Xiaowang raised her eyes, and a dazzling 7-colored green light burst out from her body, like the sun. Her fierce eyes were also full of bright runes at this time. In the face of Blood Malevolent Patriarch's claw, Du Xiaowang flapped her 8 wings together. The talisman runes on her 8 wings flashed as if they wanted to tear the space apart. Energy ripples visible to the naked eye spread out from the surroundings, with a light like golden lightning raging. It was like a golden-winged rock or a true phoenix was about to fly out. It made the densely packed experts around feel a sense of trembling in their veins and souls. You overestimate yourself. Ha ha! Blood Malevolent Patriarch sneered. Under the terrifying claw, an invisible power of cultivation descended and directly suppressed Du Xiaowang, leaving her no way out. The void was sealed, and she was imprisoned. In an instant, the claw tore through the vacuum and enveloped Du Xiaowang's sovereign Ant Emperor body. The terrifying and fierce blood aura wanted to corrode everything. Du Xiaowang's eyes were incomparably solemn, but there was also a trace of fear. At this moment, she clenched her teeth and a ruthless look flashed across her face. Even if she died, she absolutely could not fall into the hands of this old thing in front of her. You can't touch my niece. Suddenly, at this critical moment, a golden figure appeared in front of Du Xiaowang in a ghostly manner. With a shake of his arm, golden light suddenly erupted. Like countless golden lightning serpents, they ruthlessly landed on the claw of Blood Malevolent Ancestor with a momentum that seemed to be able to push everything in its path. Boom! With a low muffled sound, the runes that filled the sky shattered, and a terrifying energy storm spread out in an arc in the air. Bang bang! The energy from blood-malevolent patriarch's claw dissipated, and the bloody aura swept out with a whistle. The claw was actually blocked. Deng deng, the newcomer's figure staggered back, and his foot stomped on the air. Soon after, he stabilized his body, but that was all. However, this scene was enough to shock all the experts in the surroundings. Everyone's gazes immediately landed on the person who had arrived, and all of them were stunned into a daze. After the figure in front of the sovereign ant emperor stabilized his body with a stomp on the air, a golden-clothed youth clearly appeared in front of everyone. He looked to be about 27 or 28 years old, and his facial features were as handsome as if they were carved by a knife. However, he seemed to have a wanton and unrestrained smile on his face at all times, and his entire person inexplicably emitted an awe-inspiring aura of a king. Chapter 2380. Translator. H2DH2 Mr. At this moment, Du Xiaowang and Du Xiaoba's gazes had already landed on the newcomer. Looking at the newcomer, Du Xiaowang and Du Xiaoba's bodies couldn't help but tremble as if they had been electrocuted. Then, their originally solemn expressions were immediately replaced by pleasant surprise. The newcomer was a young man in golden robes. His golden hair fell over his shoulders, and he was thin yet tall. Under his thick eyebrows and under his long and dense eyelashes was a pair of dazzling golden eyes that seemed to be able to steal one's soul. He stumbled back a few steps, but his aura didn't change. However, it couldn't hide his outstanding and heroic bearing. He was born with the aura of a king overlooking the world, exuding a chaotic aura. His golden eyes were deep, giving people a sense of oppression. Uncle Xiaoyao, Du Xiaowang and Du Xiaoba rushed up in pleasant surprise. At the same time, Du Xiaowang's original body immediately retracted, returning to her harmless little girl appearance. She rushed excitedly in front of the young man in golden robes. At this moment, this young man in golden robes was none other than Du Xiaoyao. Niece, that sovereign ant queen really has an uncle. The surrounding experts, regardless of whether they were from the human race or the beast alliance, were all dumbfounded at this moment. So that sovereign ant queen really did have an uncle. Judging from the attack just now, he was indeed not someone to be trifled with. You two little things, are you all right? Du Xiaoyao glanced sideways at Du Xiaowang and Du Xiaoba. There was a hint of blame in the depths of his golden eyes. However, when he saw their pale faces and the bloodstains at the corners of their mouths, he immediately felt his heart ache. He held out a few extraordinary pills and 2 spiritual fruits that were obviously at the level of divine medicine in his hands and directly handed them to the two. He said, "Quick, take these." The talisman engravings on the pills and the divine spirit fruit were accompanied by vigorous energy fluctuations. The medicinal fragrance assailed the nostrils, causing many eyes to burn with passion. However, no one dared to act rashly. "Uncle Xiaoyao, we're fine. We won't die yet." Du Xiaowang and Du Xiaoba didn't stand on ceremony. They were very happy and immediately stuffed the pills and spiritual herbs into their own mouth. Humph! With a cold snort, the blood-malevolent patriarch made his move. He seemed to want to take the 2 sacred herbs and spiritual fruits for himself. A palm print filled with blood-red light moved the clouds in all directions. Half of the sky was dyed blood-red. The palm print was like a cloud that blotted out the sky. It came down from above and slammed heavily toward Du Xiaoyao. "All of you back off!" Du Xiaoyao shouted at Du Xiaoba and Du Xiaowang. Her skin was sparkling and translucent, as if it was exuding a faint golden luster. In an instant, her golden spirit eyes glowed, and a terrifying aura erupted. She directly punched out. The golden light on her fist was so violent that it seemed to be able to suppress everything. Buzz buzz. A low and muffled bang exploded out as Du Xiaoyao's fist struck onto the former's palm, causing the palm to tremble without end. Buzzing sounds of wind and thunder resounded through the sky, and bloody baleful energy surged and fluctuated. But at this moment, The blood-malevolent patriarch had obviously used more strength than before. He didn't hold back anymore. Although the palm print of the blood-malevolent patriarch had loosened a little under Du Xiaoyao's punch, and some cracks appeared on it, they were immediately repaired by the murderous aura. But even so, the blood-malevolent patriarch's eyes were already trembling. He knew best how much strength he had used. An ordinary expert at the peak of the middle stage of the sacred beast realm would die without a doubt, and an expert who had just stepped into the late stage of the sacred beast realm would be severely injured even if they didn't die. However, the mysterious golden-robed young man in front of him had prevented him from achieving the effect he wanted. He couldn't help but be secretly shocked. "Old thing, do you think you can touch my sister just because you want to?" A slightly immature voice suddenly spread above the void. The voice wasn't loud, but it was clear enough to fall into the ears of every living expert present. The voice contained an invisible supreme pressure that made the divine souls of all living beings tremble. It was as deafening as a dragon's roar. Boom! A streak of golden flames shot out from the void, and a terrifying scorching energy swept through the sky above the formation. It carried with it a huge pressure, and it seemed to cause the entire space to tremble. It was a soul-shaking sight. Bang, bang, bang! The terrifying energy was accompanied by a mysterious force that caused the void to crumble inch by inch, and the surroundings to be torn apart by pitch-black spatial cracks. The scorching golden flames, accompanied by an extremely strong pressure, spread out. In an instant the entire space trembled and roared, as if it could burn everything. It vaguely resembled a golden dragon soaring into the sky. It formed a joint attack with Du Xiaoyao's punch, and it collided heavily with the blood-malevolent patriarch's palm print. The majestic power of the golden flames spread out, and even the space was distorted, causing spatial cracks to ripple in the surrounding void. The aura of a supreme being. At this moment, the blood-malevolent patriarch's eyes suddenly changed. He seemed to have sensed something, and an inexplicable fear appeared in his eyes. His body couldn't help but tremble, as if it was an instinctive fear that had nothing to do with one's cultivation. It was an inexplicable natural suppression. Walala, as the golden flames fell on the blood-malevolent patriarch's palm print, the bloody aura spread out like a canopy in the sky. It immediately began to crack and dissipate and then shattered. The dazzling light was covered, and it was silently obliterated. As this is impossible, the blood-malevolent patriarch still hadn't recovered from his shock. His eyes were secretly shocked, as if he had seen the most unbelievable thing. He inexplicably felt that the newcomer's strength was inferior to his, but he didn't know why, but he just felt a sense of fear and reverence. However, that feeling was immediately suppressed by his own cultivation, and he wasn't affected too much. "Sister Xingxing, sister! Sister Xingxing!" At the same time, Du Xiaowang and Du Xiaoba jumped up in joy and excitement. Before Du Xiaowang and Du Xiaoba's voices fell, there was a fluctuation in the void. Many experts suddenly saw a small figure rush out of the crack in the void, as fast as lightning. A clear and slightly immature voice sounded again. "Are the two of you okay?" When the voice sounded, the figure had already appeared. It was a young girl who appeared to be in her teens. On her young and tender face, there was a pair of eyes that did not match those of her age. There was a kind of demonic aura about them. She wore a red dress surrounded by star patterns. At this moment, there was a faint golden brilliance in the depths of her eye-catching demonic eyes, and there was a supreme overbearing aura. However, when she saw Du Xiaowang and Du Xiaoba's pale faces and bleeding lips, her demonic eyes immediately darkened. This little girl was little Xingxing. She accidentally received news of Du Xiaowang and Du Xiaoba and found this place at the first moment. "Sister Xingxing, we're fine. Why are you here?" Joy appeared on Du Xiaowang's face as she excitedly pounced in front of little Xingxing. "Oh my God, this sovereign ant emperor has an elder sister. Is there really a clan?" The experts in the surroundings were already a little dumbfounded. From the situation of fighting with Ancestor Shwedi just now, this little girl was definitely a powerful person. Tell me, who hurt you? Little Xingxing waved his sleeve and wiped the blood at the corner of Du Xiaowang's mouth. It's that old fellow, bullying the young. Du Xiaowang pointed at Ancestor Shwedi and fiercely glared at him. Then, she looked at the experts in the surroundings and said to Little Xingxing, "And these guys, they don't have good intentions. I almost couldn't see my elder sister again. It's okay. With me here, no one can bully my younger sister," Little Xingxing said softly as he wiped the blood at the corner of Du Xiaowang's mouth. His face was still young, but at this moment there was a kind of old age and maturity. Du Xiaowang nodded forcefully, looking a little wronged. She was completely different from the fierce person just now, as if she was really as harmless as she looked. "You're the one who hurt my younger sister?" After Little Xingxing nodded at Du Xiaoyao, his gaze swept across the surroundings and was already fixed on Ancestor Shwedi. Faint golden flames surged in his eyes, adding to his demonic look. "Who are you?" Ancestor Shwedi had been secretly sizing up Du Xiaoyao and Little Xingxing. From the fight just now, he was very clear that these two young lords were extremely extraordinary, which made it difficult for him to see through them. After Du Xiaoyao nodded at Little Xingxing, her golden spirit eyes swept over Ancestor Shwedi. Golden light surged on her body as she cursed, "It's your grandpa! Old thing, how dare you hurt my younger sister? You're tired of living." Little Xingxing stared at Ancestor Shwedi. How could he let him off so easily after seriously injuring his younger sister? "Do you think that 2 inexperienced juniors like you are enough? 2 more people coming to die. I'll just kill 2 more today." Being called an old thing by 2 juniors, Ancestor Shwedi's face turned gloomy. The blood aura on his body surged, and the flesh wings on his back trembled. However, when Ancestor Shwedi's voice fell, he suddenly raised his eyes and looked at the void to his left, as if he had sensed something. Crash, above the void to his left, there was a quiet spatial fluctuation. Then, a graceful and beautiful figure quietly appeared in the void. Although she had appeared without a sound, there seemed to be an invisible light that would not be drowned out. It was a charming young woman. As she appeared, her beautiful figure stood quietly. Her green dress fluttered in the wind, and her long black hair poured down behind her head. She was as otherworldly as an immortal, and also extraordinary and proud of the world. This woman seems to be very similar to the Rock Emperor, but she's not." When the otherworldly woman's figure floated in the air, looking at her beautiful face, the Yao family, Ji family, and other human race people immediately whispered in surprise.